Don't comfort me, Jarvis. I know exactly what's happening to my body. Tony set the clothes down, walked to the table, and lifted the dark green drink. He raised it to his lips, paused, then lowered it again. Instead, he went to the wine cabinet, pulled out a bottle of red wine, and said quietly, Jarvis, if I really end up doing that, add one more line to my will. He stared at the label like it meant something. Give this 50-year bottle to Linn. And tell him, take care of Pepper. For an old friend. Sir, Jarvis's voice dipped, almost hesitant. Tony didn't answer. He just poured a glass and drained it in one go. Afterward, he exhaled sharply. Still, I'm not ready to accept it. The White House dinner was never just a dinner. People who got invited weren't ordinary, and everyone used the night to trade smiles, favors, and quiet promises. Nice brooch. Congressman Stern lifted his glass toward Linn. Last time I saw you, you were in New York. Duke dragged you to that banquet. He looked Linn up and down with a politician's practiced interest. I didn't expect that in a few months you'd become the youngest director in New York's FBI history. Medal of Honor. Congressional Gold Medal. That's not the kind of resume you see every day. Linn smiled politely. I should thank Director Duke for backing me. Without him, I'd still be running field work in New York. Stern glanced at the tie pin on his own chest, then clinked glasses with Linn. We're on the same side. Family, in a way. We should help each other. He patted Lynn's arm with the warmth of a man who always wanted something. Find time to talk privately. Soon. Of course, Congressman. Stern leaned in slightly, voice dropping. And I won't keep you. There are people over there who've been waiting to steal you away. If I block you, someone will call me an old fool. He nodded toward Jessica Myers, smiling like he'd already done his part, then turned and melted back into the crowd. Linn walked over with his drink. Jessica didn't wait for pleasantries. So, what do you think my father wants now? Linn raised an eyebrow. You tell me. She laughed softly. He wants me to ease things with you. You've got momentum, and he can read a room. Everyone can. Her gaze stayed steady. But he doesn't know the real part. The real part? Linn asked. Jessica took a sip. That I already chose my side. Linn smiled faintly. So that's why he cornered me earlier. The encouragement. The friendly words. Jessica tilted her head. You noticed. You hid it from him, Linn said. Of course I did. Her voice turned colder for a second. He doesn't know what I want. If he did, he'd panic. She leaned in a little, like they were sharing a joke. I want the presidency one day. So yes, I keep things from him. Then she scoffed, eyes flicking away. And if he truly cared about me, he wouldn't have picked that fiancé. Jessica's smile returned, sharper now. My family name might be worth something, but your future is worth more. She stepped closer, speaking low. So, are we leaving this party early, or are we playing nice until the cameras stop watching? Linn didn't even blink. Not tonight. Her eyes shifted briefly, catching her fiancé watching from across the room. That's the reason, she asked. It's part of it, Linn said. And there are too many eyes. Gwen's been staring a hole through me all evening. Jessica's lips curved. You're wasting a perfectly good scandal. Save it for New York, Linn said calmly. I'll deal with you there. Jessica held his gaze for a beat, then laughed under her breath. Fine. New York. Not far away, Derek Miles lifted his glass toward George Stacy. Good to see them talking, Derek said. Same university, same line of work. Misunderstandings clear up. George smiled, pride obvious even when he tried to hide it. Kids grow up. And some grow up fast, Derek added, nodding toward Linn. You raised someone impressive. George clinked glasses with him. Your daughter isn't exactly ordinary either. The dinner stretched past 10:30. Afterward, Linn escorted Uncle George and Aunt Helen to the hotel arranged for them. They were heading back to New York the next morning. Inside Lynn's room, Gwen sat cross-legged like she owned the place, devouring the room service food. I'm starving, she said between bites. What do those people even talk about for 3 hours? Linn looked at her. You ate plenty at the banquet. Gwen rolled her eyes. I pretended to eat. Steak and seafood in tiny bites, while holding a perfect posture, is basically torture. She patted her stomach with a satisfied grin. But honestly, since the spider bite, my favorite power isn't strength or spider sense. Linn waited. It's this. She spread her hands at the empty plate. I can eat like this and never gain weight. She leaned back like she'd solved life. Dream ability. Then she hopped up and headed for the bathroom. I'm washing up. I'm sleeping here tonight. Linn blinked. Gwen, your parents are in the room next door. So? She held the door frame and looked back, playful and stubborn. You haven't slept beside me in forever. That tone. That face. The same trick she'd been using since childhood. Linn sighed, already defeated. Fine. Gwen's fists clenched in a tiny victory. I knew it. As the bathroom door shut, Linn lay back on the bed and checked his phone. Dozens of congratulations. Messages from people who suddenly remembered he existed. And one unknown number. Jean Grey. He thought for a second, then went to the window and called back. Good evening, Linn, Jean said. I still haven't congratulated you. Medal of Honor, and the Congressional Gold Medal. You've been making headlines. Thanks, Linn said. You didn't call just to flatter me. Jean exhaled. No. I need your help. Her voice turned serious. We've tried everything to find Araro. No trace. Even the professor's machine can't locate her. She paused, then said it plainly. Linn, I need your FBI satellite access in New York. Linn didn't hesitate. Okay. When I'm back tomorrow, come to the office. Jean's relief came through immediately. Thank you. Seriously. We're friends, Linn said. That's what friends do. He ended the call and turned back toward the bed. Gwen had finished washing up and was already sprawled across his pillows, waving him over like this was the most normal thing in the world. Peter and the others nodded at the man's question. The middle-aged scientist adjusted the papers in his arms and smiled. Name's Curtis Connors. Nice to meet you. Harry's eyes widened. Professor Connors? Connors' smile deepened. He clearly recognized that name reaction. Harry stepped forward quickly. I'm Harry Osborn. My father mentioned you. He said your work on cross-species gene transfer and limb regeneration is famous. Oh. Connors raised an eyebrow, amused. Then your father must be Norman Osborn. Harry nodded hard. Yes, sir. I've heard of him, Connors said, then looked at the other two. And you? Peter cleared his throat. Peter Parker. This is Mary Jane. We go to school here. Connors nodded to each of them. Peter. Mary Jane. Harry. He glanced at the school entrance and stepped aside, polite. I won't keep you. I'm here to meet an old friend. Goodbye, Professor, Mary Jane said. Goodbye, Peter added. They walked off toward campus. Connors waited until they were several steps away, then resumed walking, slow and calm. His gaze lingered on Peter's back, a small smile at the corner of his mouth. None of this had been an accident. He'd timed the bump, the dropped papers, the introduction, even Harry's little ego boost. All of it had one purpose: put his name in Peter Parker's head. Because Connors had hit a wall. And there was one person who might unknowingly carry the key to breaking it. Richard Parker. A notebook. Old research. A trail Connors hadn't touched in years. Peter felt it, that strange prickling sensation of being watched. He turned around. Nothing. Just students coming and going. Peter shrugged it off and started talking with Mary Jane about weekend plans. New York FBI. Jessica leaned back against the edge of the desk, catching her breath, then watched Linn button his shirt like nothing mattered. She spoke lazily, like she was discussing weather. The border crowd is spilling into New York. I already nudged the right people. Hell's Kitchen will heat up soon. Linn didn't look surprised. And Alan? Jessica's smile turned sharp. He wants headlines and medals. So let him chase them. Linn handed her a tissue without even turning fully. Careful. You're messy. Jessica waved it off, amused. Not my first time. I've handled worse situations than this. Then her expression hardened a little. One more thing. Don't get comfortable. Linn finally looked at her. Say it. Don't wait until Alan actually cleans this up and wins the director's favor. Jessica's voice dropped. If that happens, the seat becomes real. Lynn's smile returned, calm and cold. He won't live that long. Jessica watched his face for a beat, then exhaled, satisfied. Good. Mid-March. Lynn's office. New York had been burning for weeks. Mexican crews pushed in hard. Local gangs fought back. Streets got louder, dirtier, meaner. Gunshots became background noise. The NYPD doubled patrols, but it barely mattered. Stray bullets didn't care who you were. That was why Spider-Woman kept appearing at night. Why Gwen was studying at Lynn's place more often lately. It was easier to slip out from there without her parents noticing. And Peter Parker? He was probably praying Aunt May wouldn't catch him climbing out a window. Linn stretched, opened the system, and spent the accumulated experience without hesitation. Teleportation, LV2. Now teleportation, spider sense, and strength were all at LV2. He closed the system and glanced at the favorability list. Polaris and Laura were climbing fast. Barbara was stuck. No matter what he did, she wouldn't move beyond the line she'd drawn. Linn clicked his tongue quietly. Stubborn. Barbara came up behind him and shut the window with a soft thud. Boss, you know you could have transferred to Miami. March in New York is still cold. Linn turned. You want bikinis that badly? Barbara grinned and leaned into him. I've never even dared before. I used to hide every day so people wouldn't notice I'm a mutant. With you, I can breathe. Then take a month off. No, she shook her head immediately. I like being near you. Lynn's expression softened. Soon. We finish what we started, then we breathe. Polaris, sitting with a tablet, pretended to be focused on the show, but her eyes flicked over with the faintest hint of envy. A knock came at the door. Linn returned to his desk. Come in. Alan Maxey entered with an eager smile. Good morning, Director Linn. His eyes swept Barbara and Polaris, quick and calculating, then came back to Linn like nothing happened. What is it, Alan? Alan straightened, righteous like he was speaking to a camera. New York's getting worse. Mexican crews, local gangs, daily firefights. The city's order is collapsing. He took a breath. I want to lead the task force. I want to handle it. Linn nodded slowly, like he was impressed. Good. I was going to send Sean. He leaned back. But since you volunteered, it's yours. Alan's heart nearly jumped. Thank you, Director. I'll end this quickly. Linn tossed him a cigarette. Be careful. Those guys don't play clean. He added casually, and I'm holding a press conference under the New York FBI banner. You'll be in front of the media. Perform well. Alan tried not to grin too hard. I won't disappoint you. The moment he stepped out, Barbara placed a promotion list on Lynn's desk. These are the candidates you asked for. Linn scanned it, already thinking ahead. Alan's chair would be empty soon. And someone loyal would fill it. Queens. Peter's home. Aunt May followed Peter to the door. If you're going out, you come back early. I heard gunshots last night. Peter forced a smile. Don't worry. If anything looks bad, I run. May fixed his collar with careful hands. My Peter is growing up too fast. I'm meeting Professor Connors, Peter said quickly, grabbing his bag. Don't save lunch. Then he was gone. Connors' lab, New York. Peter's eyes went wide the second he walked in. This place is insane. Connors smiled, pleased. It works. He led Peter through sterile rooms, past cages and tanks. Reptiles. Mice. And a large glass enclosure filled with lizards. I'm studying regeneration, Connors said, voice steady. Trying to bring that system into the human body. So people who lose limbs can regain them. He paused, then lifted his damaged arm slightly. And yes, I have personal reasons. Peter's expression softened. If you succeed, you'll change the world. That's why I moved from Florida, Connors said, then handed Peter a stack of notes. But I've hit a bottleneck. He watched Peter carefully. I took a position at Columbia to work with top talent. People who can see what I can't. Then, casually, like it slipped out, you're about to apply to college, right? Where? NYU, Peter said. Me, Harry, Mary Jane. Gwen too. Connors nodded. Good school. He invited Peter to lunch afterward. In the middle of eating, Connors said lightly, You're smart, Peter. Peter smiled awkwardly. Thanks, Professor. Connors looked at him, as if comparing a face to an old memory. You're like your father. Peter froze. You knew my dad? Connor's eyes softened. Practiced. I did. When I first met him, I was a military doctor. We worked together in a research lab. He touched his arm, expression tightening. After I lost this, we went separate ways. Peter leaned forward, breath caught. What was he like? Connors smiled. A real genius. If he were alive, my research might have been finished years ago. Before Peter could ask more, gunfire cracked outside. Through the window, two groups were exchanging shots in the street. Peter's jaw tightened. Professor, sorry. Bathroom. He stood up fast and walked away. Connors didn't stop him. He simply returned to his food, calm as stone. Hell's Kitchen. Kingpin's office. Bullseye was furious. Those Mexicans are pushing into our territory. If we don't hit back now, we lose Hell's Kitchen. Kingpin didn't even look up. How's Maya doing in school? Bullseye blinked, annoyed. Fine. Nobody messes with her. Kingpin finally lifted his gaze. It silenced the room. He turned on the TV instead. Alan Maxey was on screen, promising the city would be safe within a month. Kingpin watched like he was studying a chessboard. When the city is messy, it's not us who panic, he said calmly. It's the government. He turned the volume up, listening to Alan's confident speech. If we move now, we become the target. Then he stood. Set a dinner request with Linn Hall. Bullseye scratched his head. Why Linn? Kingpin's expression didn't change. Because he's the one who decides how this ends. He paused. Also, get Maya the newest Elsa doll tonight. FedEx, 5 p.m. A coworker nudged Draco. Drinks tonight? Draco smiled, tired and quiet. Not today. I need rest. He clocked out, drove across the city, and later that morning, stood outside Alan Maxey's building with a package in his hands. Alan's apartment. Alan was already rehearsing his next headline in his head when the doorbell rang. FedEx. Delivery. He checked the peephole. A uniform. A box. He opened the door and took it, curious. The return address said his hometown. Inside, a ticking sound started. Alan's pupils shrank. Then the world exploded. Manhattan Precinct. Linn Hall stood in front of the deputy chief, face tight with fury. A package bomb, the deputy chief confirmed. The building is gone. There's almost nothing left. Linn swore under his breath, then turned sharply. Alice. Interrogate the courier. Check shipment records. Trace the sending location. Yes. The deputy chief added quietly, Linn. I'm glad it wasn't you. Lynn's jaw clenched. They wanted a message. And they'll get one. Alice returned a few minutes later. The package was mailed from Alan's hometown. Local FBI is checking it now. The courier has no ties to Alan. No suspicious accounts. No motive. Linn crushed his cigarette into the ashtray. Release the teams. In 3 days, I want every gang leader sitting in our interrogation rooms. Yes. Outside, reporters swarmed him. Director Hall, was Alan Maxey targeted because of the gang crackdown? Linn stared into the cameras, voice steady and hard. This was a deliberate attack on the New York FBI. We will find who planned it. And when we do, we will not stop at the trigger man. We will pull the whole chain out by the roots.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Bronx. Boom. A violent explosion sounded, and before the smoke and dust had dissipated, Sean, who was fully armed, rushed in with his men. Bang. Da-da-da-da. As the sound of gunfire sounded, the ground was covered with corpses. He raised his hand and made a tactical gesture, and soon the team members immediately spread in all directions to find the hidden guy. Looking at Lau Mo kneeling beside the corpse in front of him, Sean raised his submachine gun and shot them all mercilessly. After the search team came back and confirmed that there was no more survivors here, Sean said, "Go to the next hiding point." The boss said, "No one of these old Moses left." As Linn issued the order, almost the whole of New York trembled in just one day. No matter how big or small the gang leader is, he is in the New York FBI arrest. Any gang that resists will be wiped out almost immediately. The gang members kneeling on the ground were loaded into a car with FBI letters printed on them under the witness of the public and some media. On this day, countless citizens in New York City could see FBI vehicles constantly appearing on the streets. These people also saw with their own eyes that the once arrogant gang leaders are now captured by the FBI like a stray dog. As FBI cars drove through the streets of New York, many people cheered spontaneously. The gunfight that gangs snatched territory during this period made them very frightened. Now that Linn Hall has taken action, those damn bastards' doomsday is here. As the arrest craze continues to occur, television stations across the United States have begun to report on this matter. The name Linn Hall once again appeared in the public eye. In the hearts of New York citizens, Linn is far superior to the president at this moment. After all, it has become the norm for Americans to scold the president when they are fine. And what about Linn Hall? He is the real hero who can do practical things and protect them in the minds of the people of New York. Inside SCLD. Seeing the internet causing a lot of controversy, almost everyone was praising Linn Hall's remarks. Nick Fury looked at Pierce sitting opposite him and smiled. Linn Hall's simple command made the entire New York underground world tremble at it. That's why he doesn't want to join us in SGLD. Speaking of this, Nick Fury closed the notebook and smiled. Listening to a little regret in Nick Fury's words, Pierce smiled and said, "You haven't given up on the idea of attracting Linn Hall?" "Fry, we SGLD is not short of agents like Linn. But Pierce, we lack someone to take over me." Oh. Seeing that Nick Fury didn't look like he was lying, Alexander Pierce smiled and said, "I know you're optimistic about him, but you're raising him too high. Maybe forget it, I won't talk about this." Waving his hand, Nick Fury said, "Pierce, an agent from S.H.I.E.L.D. in Eastern Europe reported a case, and I think you will be very interested." Listening to Nick Fury keeping her insincere, Alexander Pierce smiled curiously. "I don't think any kind of case can interest me. After all, what I'm most interested in now is how to approve the funds you reported this quarter from the hands of those guys in the World Security Council. What if it's about Hydra?" When Alexander Pierce, who was originally smiling, heard Nick Fury mention Hydra, wrinkled and his expression became serious. "You mean, S.H.I.E.L.D. discovered Hydra in Eastern Europe?" "That's right." Nodding slightly, Nick Fury said solemnly, "A small force that calls itself Hydra was found in Sokovia, Eastern Europe. We are not sure at the moment whether they are really Hydra. But the original intention of S.H.I.E.L.D. was to eliminate Hydra, so I have sent someone to Sokovia." "This is incredible." Looking at Nick Fury, Pierce said, "I thought the Hydra had been wiped out for decades, but I didn't expect it to exist. No matter what, Fury, we can't take it lightly if these guys are real Hydra. Then, we must completely eradicate it." After leaving Nick Fury's office, Alexander Pierce took the elevator to his office and called directly. New York FBI. After receiving a call from Pierce, he heard him telling Nick Fury's discovery, and then frowned. "Pierce, are you sure this is Nick Fury's real discovery, not tempting you?" Faced with Duke's speculation, Pierce said, "It's not clear yet, but he shouldn't doubt me. After all, I've helped a lot when he takes the position of director. In addition, I have served as Secretary General over the years and have been communicating with the World Council for him, so he trusts me very much." Hearing Pierce's affirmative reply, James Duke frowned. According to Wolfgang von Strack's personality, the Hydra in Sokovia should not be exposed. Unless the group of idiots who worked with him were leaking the truth. It's similar to my guess. Duke, when AM was incompatible with our philosophy, if it weren't for the opposition of those old guys, huh? Speaking of this, Pierce picked up the cigar and said, "But we must deal with this matter as soon as possible. You notify Strack to temporarily cut off his cooperation with AM. Now that S.H.I.E.L.D. has sent someone to Sokovia, I think we should also send someone to see the situation and cut off this hand if necessary." Faced with Pierce's decision, Duke thought for a few seconds and then agreed. "It's good, but your group of men should forget it. If you send them out, you might even be discovered by Nick Fury." Let me make arrangements here. Good. Hearing Duke say this, Pierce hung up the phone. After the call, James Duke pondered for a moment, then pressed several numbers. At the same time, Hell's Kitchen. Boss, are you really going to surrender? Looking at Jean Bing's decision, Bulleye persuaded, Boss, although those FBIs are crazy to capture the leaders of major gangs in New York, they probably won't catch you. Even if they really want to touch you, as long as I am here, I guarantee they will never come back. Looking at the Bulleye's very confident appearance, Jean Gung picked up the white coat on the chair and said, Although I don't know who is so brave, I will kill Alan Maxey, the assistant director of the FBI in New York. But obviously, the FBI has taken it seriously this time. So what? Hearing King and saying this, Bulleye said indifferently, You still want people, and you want money and rich underground emperor of New York City. Looking at the Bulleye's appearance, Jean Bing shook his head. Help me watch out for Maya, so I can take this opportunity to talk to Linn Hall. After saying that, Jean Bing walked outside. Director, what do you mean is to let me go to Sokovia to deal with this? Linn Hall asked after hearing James Duke's story. Yes, S.H.I.E.L.D. has found out that there is something about our organization base in Sokovia. Looking at Linn, Duke smiled and said, although it's not from the same faction, they are all their own people after all. Linn, what are you going to do if you sent you there? Faced with Duke's test, Linn thought for a few seconds, then laughed and said, If I were sent to Sokovia, I would go there in the name of vacation. When the time comes, I will have a chance encounter with the people from S.H.I.E.L.D., and maybe we can also destroy the Hydra organization together. After all, you said, S.H.I.E.L.D. is currently only skeptical about the Hydra organization that appeared in Sokovia. If they really find out that there is Hydra in Sokovia and we take action to kill S.H.I.E.L.D., will definitely be confident about what we still exist. Anyway, it's just a trap for S.H.I.E.L.D. to let them find out the reality. Duke nodded with satisfaction when he heard Linn's answer. Take out the cigar from the drawer and throw it to Linn, then sighs. It's the same as what I think. Before you, I also tested several more capable young people in the organization, but all of these young people thought that they should kill S.H.I.E.L.D. people so that they wouldn't really find anything. There are even people who advised me to transfer the Hydra base to Baron Streck. Speaking of this, James Duke sighed. This is the difference between them and you, the younger generation in the organization now, haha. Faced with Duke's sigh and praise, Linn just smiled and didn't say anything. Although I joined Hydra and have mastered the list of most Hydra members in New York. Even the deputy mayor of Hydra in New York can drive it himself. But Linn knew nothing about the so-called capable young generation members of Duke. This also indirectly proves that I have a relatively high status in Hydra in the New York area. But within the entire Hydra, it is actually equivalent to a regional deputy manager within a listed company. In this way, you are responsible for Sokovia's affairs. Just do what you said, and I will notify Baron Streck to arrange it and cooperate with your actions. Looking at Linn, James Duke said, but not in a hurry. Let S.H.I.E.L.D. investigate slowly first. You solve the New York situation first. 10 days later, you go to Sokovia. Yes, Director. Holding Duke's cigar, Linn nodded before leaving his office. When he arrived in the elevator, Linn started to think. Sokovia Hydra base, this should be the base that the Avengers destroyed in Avengers 2. But according to James Duke's meaning, it seems that they are not the same as the Hydra they joined. But if you go this time, you might meet Wanda and Pietro again. Linn knew that Wanda and Pietro's abilities were only inspired by the Mind Gem, not given by the Mind Gem. I just don't know if Wanda and Pietro in this world are the daughters of Magneto. Anyway, Linn didn't hear from Jean Grey that there is a guy like Quine among the mutants. As soon as I took the elevator to the floor of my office, Barbara came out and said, Boss, Alice, Sean, and the people from the operation team have captured nearly 100 leaders of gangs of all sizes. At present, all of these people are locked up. If it weren't for this action, I wouldn't have known that there were so many gangs in New York. TSK, only a few people dare to call them gangs. And Alice also said that they only caught some of them, but the boss, that guy Jean Bing, came to surrender. Inside the interrogation room. First meeting, Mr. Hall, the little gift is not respected. Seeing Linn Hall coming to the interrogation room, Jean, who was originally sitting on the chair, stood up with a smile, took out the prepared gift box from his pocket, and handed it over. "Are you bribing public officials as the Underground Emperor of New York?" Linn asked as he watched Kim and handed over the gift, pulling his chair and sitting down. As the Underground Emperor of New York, Jean Bing is very familiar with the matter of not beating a smile on his face. If it is a general city government, even a member of the council, Kim doesn't take it seriously. But Linn Hall has a different identity. He is now the director of the FBI in New York. As the most violent official law enforcement force in the United States, Kim naturally dared not be arrogant. Otherwise, I really thought that he could sit on the throne of the Underground Emperor of New York with his fists and guns. "Mr. Hall, can you give me a cigarette?" When facing Linn's words, Jean Bien did not directly answer, but asked Linn for a cigarette. After Linn took one out of the cigarette box and threw it to him, Jean Bing took the cigarette but did not ignite it. Instead, he pushed the hand-sized gift box on the interrogation table towards Linn. "This is not a bribe to public officials, Mr. Linn. It is just a private gift between friends." As he said that, Jean Bing shook the cigarette in his hand. "It's like the cigarette you gave me is friendship, and the gift I gave you back is friendship." "Oh." Linn laughed as he heard Kim Bing's words. "I took the gift box and opened it and found that it was an extremely precious red gem inside. I am worthy of being able to control the underground forces in New York. I can give away $1 million gems whenever I say it, but why don't I know what friendship we have?" "Closed the gift box and pushed it over?" Linn asked. As a federal agent, Linn certainly knew the value of this gem. "That's because we never had a chance to meet." After seeing Linn pushing the gift box back, Kim still smiled and said, "Mr. Rich Hood and I have known each other for a long time. I have heard him praise you more than once. Mr. Hall, Mr. Ritchie wants to introduce me to you more than once, but unfortunately, he has never had this opportunity." As she was talking, Alice opened the interrogation room, whispered to Linn's ear, and handed the remote control of the monitor to Linn, then walked out. Alice has asked Joey to delete all the surveillance videos just now, and she is very sure that Kim doesn't have a monitor or sneak shot device. Playing with the remote control in his hand, Linn looked at King and suddenly said, "I don't believe in the benefits of no reason, let alone the bones that were blown away by our assistant FBI director Alan Maxey were left in a bomb." Hearing Linn say this, Jean Bing smiled and even relaxed his seat a little. "Mr. Linn, I'm sorry about Mr. Alan Maxey, but I can assure you that the bomb parcel has nothing to do with us. You know, although I am from a gang, I am very concerned about the future and development of New York. After all, I am a New Yorker, and I hope this city will get better and better. To this end, I even invested in a charity fund to help homeless vagabonds, and even after adopting their daughter Maya, I also built several orphanages." Speaking of this, Kim looked at Linn, lit a cigarette, then borrowed a lighter. "Although the identity of the gang has helped me a lot. But I also hope that one day my daughter Maya will be proud of me. So, do you want to whitewash your identity and become a New York City Council member?" Linn Hall asked with a smile after hearing the subtext in Jean Bing's words. If Linn remembers correctly, future Kim even wants to run for New York mayor. I just forgot whether he had a successful election. "I think anyone who contributes to the development of New York should be eligible to be a member of the House of Representatives. What do you think, Mr. Hall?" "I agree with this, but Alan Maxey died of revenge from your gang after all, which is quite a headache, just like those damn Japanese devils in New York," Linn said with a smile while playing with the remote control in his hand. "I think so too." Hearing Jean Bing say this, Linn put away the red gem in the gift box and returned the gift box to Jean Bing. Watching King and putting the gift box back in his pocket, Linn pressed the remote to turn on the monitor's button. As the monitor's red light came back on, the smile on King's face disappeared and immediately said, "Mr. Hall, I'm here to report this time. I've heard something about Mr. Alan Maxey's bombing. Insider news." "Oh." Hearing King and saying this, Linn Hall asked with a serious expression, "Do you have any inside information?" "Yes, Mr. Hall. In order to calm the struggle between the Mexican gang and the local gang a few days ago, Mr. Maxey arrested a large number of gang members. After these people were arrested, their territory was empty, and some other gangs believed that this was a good opportunity to expand their territory. The leader of Yamaguchi Group also thinks the same, but he is smarter than those gang leaders and chooses to use a package bomb to kill Mr. Alan Maxey. This will lead to chaos in New York, and the FBI will expand its attack on the gang, and the Yamaguchi Group can take advantage of this opportunity to reap the benefits. Hearing King and saying this, Linn said, "According to our FBI statistics, in this period of gang struggle, the Yamaguchi Group suffered the lowest losses, and the Yamaguchi Group's boss disappeared a month ago. He was not missing, but was hiding in a secret room on Staten Island, Mr. Hall." Hearing Linn's words, Kim nodded. He has been hiding in secret planning this case. Not only that, I have substantial evidence of the Yamaguchi team planning this crime. The Yamaguchi Group once bought special bombs on the black market. The person who sold them was now controlled by me, and my subordinates had heard from the Yamaguchi Group that they would plan a major case that would cause chaos in New York together. So I guess Mr. Alan Maxey's death was done by Yamaguchi. In addition, the Yamaguchi Group once bought hundreds of kilograms of drugs from Brazil. I also know the location of the warehouse. I guess they are likely to want to use this opportunity to expand their territory and then seize more flower markets. Hearing Kim Gung say this, Linn stood up from the chair and said, "Mr. Kim Gung, thank you for your cooperation. Please inform your subordinates to send the guys who sold the bombs and the witnesses over. Also, although you cooperate very well, I hope you can be on call before this matter is over." Of course it's okay. He actively extended his hand to Linn, and the burly Jean Gung smiled extremely humbly at this moment. As a good citizen of New York City, it is appropriate to cooperate with your FBI to handle the case. Manhattan, inside a Japanese factory. "Senior, New York has been in chaos recently," Kawashima said with a smile as he lit a cigarette for his senior. "Let's be confused. The more chaotic New York is, the better it will be for our Yamaguchi Group." After taking a cigarette, Shinkun said, "Especially the FBI people were killed, and many local gangs and Lao MO were also retaliated by the FBI. This is good news for us. When all this is calm, our Yamaguchi Group's territory will also increase a lot." Hearing Senior Uemura say this, Kawashima approached and smiled slutty. "Senior, why don't we go to the grass club, known as the paradise of beautiful football, to enjoy it after get off work tonight? I have made an appointment with the club's head, and he will prepare a batch of new dishes from Brazil for us." Hearing Kawashima's words, Nobumiya Kawamura raised his hand and patted Kawashima's shoulder with satisfaction. "It's great, Kawashima. It's worth bringing you from your hometown." The two of them were talking with a vulgar look on their faces, but a shock bomb instantly broke the window and was thrown in. Bang! As the shock detonation bomb exploded, the next moment, the factory gate was directly hit by an armored vehicle. After the factory gate was broken, dozens of FBI operation team members armed with submachine guns rushed in. Before the Yamaguchi Group could react, Sean shot them and killed them. After hearing the gunshots, more Yamaguchi Group members rushed over from all directions of the factory with weapons. What greeted them was the baptism of bullets from submachine guns. "This is the FBI. I will kneel down and surrender immediately." Inside the top room of the factory. Hearing the fierce gunfire from below, a leader of the Yamaguchi Group carefully approached the window and looked outside. "When I saw FBI cars, I immediately retracted my head, then took out my cell phone and dialed it out. Staten Island, the underground secret room of a villa. Mashimoshi. The president is not good. Our factory was swept by that group of FBIs." Hearing the urgent voice of his subordinates coming from the other end of the phone, Ichiro Sato put down the tableware in his hand and said, "I had expected this long ago. The FBI has swept so many local gangs. How could it be that we could let our Yamaguchi Group go? Daisher, you asked everyone in the organization to put down their weapons and not resist. Don't worry, the FBI just wanted to investigate clearly who killed Alan Maxey with a bomb package. They won't find the goods hidden in our factory." Hearing the president say this, Oishi nodded immediately. Just as he was about to continue speaking, the office door was kicked open the next second. Seeing the FBI agent who broke in, Oishi immediately raised his hands to surrender, and a busy voice came from the phone in his hand. "Boss Sean, I found Yamaguchi leader Oishi Yuan," he said with communication headsets, and the leader of the action team asked his subordinates to take him out. He was taken down from the upper floor by someone roughly. When he saw the corpses on the ground inside the factory, Dashiyuan's face was thrusting, especially when he saw some people who were shot and wailed. He was thrown to the ground by the FBI people. Regardless of, Oishi also immediately said, "Your behavior is inhumane. They should be treated promptly after being shot. This does not comply with the human rights granted to us by the law." I ask. Bang. Before Dashiyuan could finish his words, the captain of the action team raised the butt and gave him a fierce look. The huge force directly knocked him to the ground. Human rights? Bah, you guys are worthy of talking about human rights in front of us. Another kick was hit Dashiyuan in the stomach, and he bent over in pain, like a big stone Yuan. The leader of the action team came to Sean, took the cigarette from him and said, "Leave this guy to me. The leader has no good impression of these Japanese devils at all. It's better to take this opportunity to let Dennis learn how we learned the information from the suspect." Hearing the team leader's words, Sean nodded. "Okay, it just so happens that Jean said that Yamaguchi's group has hidden drugs in this factory. If you can dig out flour from him within 5 minutes, where will you hide it?" "I'll invite it in the first round of the evening." 3 minutes. Taking off his tactical gloves and throwing them to his players, Brandon Dekis looked at Sean and smiled. "For more than 3 minutes, I'll invite him in the first round." As he said that, Brandon grabbed Dashiyuan's hair and walked to the side. Go and learn from Brandon. Even the boss praised his interrogation methods. Patting Dennis on the shoulder, Sean turned his head and looked at the men and said, "It's so fucking noisy." Hearing Sean's words, the members of the action team laughed and then aimed the gun at the wailing man. Bang! Bang bang! Da-da-da-da. As the gunshots were heard, the injured and wailing Yamaguchi group members all closed their mouths. This scene made the Yamaguchi group members kneeling on the ground and surrendered, and they were stunned, but facing Sean's sinister gaze, they all bowed their heads and dared not look at him. Hearing the pain of Dashiyuan coming from Brandon, Sean buckled his ears and then asked the people around him, "Have you not come yet?" "It has arrived, Boss Sean. Just wait for us to bring back the flour hidden by Yamaguchi Group. They will take over the factory." In addition, the other 6 strongholds of Yamaguchi Group were also swept away by our team. "But Boss Sean, why don't we kill these surrendered miscellaneous parts directly and have to borrow Jinbian's hands? How troublesome. You know, you haven't learned it at all after all these years." Hearing his subordinate's inquiry, Sean said while asking someone to film and record the catch of the Yamaguchi Group's surrender, "We are the official organization and are here to arrest people. These little fish and shrimps will definitely be released on bail after being caught. As for the things they killed by local gangs after they are released on bail, it is not our responsibility." As he was talking, Brandon came over and smiled. I asked, "This factory has an underground secret room, and all the flour from the Yamaguchi Group is hidden in the underground secret room." Seeing that the watch showed only 2 minutes and 20 seconds, Sean gave Brandon a thumbs up and then signaled his hands to go to the underground secret room. After more than 10 minutes, armored vehicles loaded with drugs drove out of the factory one by one. When passing by a black sedan, Bulia handed a suitcase to Sean and said, "This is the bail that Boss Jinbing gave to those in Yamaguchi's group." Sean nodded after taking the box, then took the people away. After the FBI people left, the bully moved his muscles and bones, then sneered and rushed towards the factory with a group of little brothers behind him. Inside the car, the boss said that if these bail brothers are divided, they will just treat it as the bonus for this action. Hearing Sean say this, the FBI members in the car cheered. "What did you say? Baga, how is this possible?" After hearing the report from his subordinates, except for the factory hiding a huge amount of flour, the remaining 6 strongholds of the Yamaguchi Group were also destroyed by the FBI. Ichiro Sato immediately threw the knife and fork out of his hand angrily. Just as I was about to confirm, I heard gunshots coming from the other end of the phone. FUXX. Listening to the busy voice coming from his phone, Sato Ichiro swept all the food on the table to the ground. Damn it, why did the FBI suddenly target Yamaguchi? After frowning and thinking for a few seconds, Ichiro Sato picked up his cell phone and prepared to dial through the city hall. The phone was answered, and before I could wait for Ichiro Sato to speak, the person on the other end of the phone asked directly, "Hey, Ichiro Sato, are you a fucking idiot? How dare you blow someone from the FBI in New York?" Hearing the questioning on the other end of the phone, Ichiro Sato was a little puzzled. "Mr. Kawit, I don't understand what you are talking about. How could our Yamaguchi group be?" "Don't admit it? The FBI has obtained sufficient evidence. The bombing of Alan Maxey was done by your Yamaguchi team. They even caught the guy who sold you the bomb. FUXX, that's the FBI. Since you're trying to die this time, I can't help you." Without waiting for Sato Ichiro to speak, the phone was hung up. Holding the phone in his hand, Ichiro Sato was a little confused. He did think about expanding his territory while FBI officials were killed and they cleaned up the New York gang. But even so, he didn't dare to let someone blow the FBI people to death. There are definitely misunderstandings in this, and even some conspiracies against the Yamaguchi group. Thinking of this, Ichiro Sato took out his cell phone again and prepared to call the phone, but the next second the basement door was blown open. Before Sato Ichiro could react, a group of fully armed FBI members rushed in and pointed their guns directly at him. Seeing the scene, Ichiro Sato immediately raised his hands to express his surrender. When Linn Hall came over to see the members of the action team separated, Ichiro Sato immediately said, "Mr. Hall, this is a misunderstanding. Mr. Alan Maxey's death must have nothing to do with our Yamaguchi group. I can." Before Sato Ichiro finished speaking, Linn Hall took his cell phone directly from him and threw it to Alice beside him. "Check his call history. If Yamaguchi group can be established in New York, it must have his backer in the city hall." "Yes." Alice nodded immediately after hearing Linn's order. "Mr. Hall, please allow me." Bang! He kicked Ichiro Sato out with one kick, and then Linn signaled his men to escort him away. When the convoy returned to the FBI building, a group of reporters had been waiting for a long time. When Linn Hall saw him walking out of the car and his men were still pressing against Ichiro Sato, the group of reporters rushed over immediately. "Linn, has the FBI tracked down the real murderer?" "Mr. Hall, what else do you have next? Will you continue to attack the gangs in New York City?" "Mr. Linn, what do you think about the current situation in New York?" "Mr. Hall, is the person you caught the murderer?" Seeing the group of reporters holding microphones in front of them chattering and asking, Linn Hall stopped and looked at them and said, "Yes, we have caught the real murderer behind the killing of Alan Maxey. There is enough evidence to show that all of this was planned by Yamaguchi, including Mexican drug dealers entering New York, and Yamaguchi was also providing financial support behind the scenes. The Yamaguchi group's purpose is to provoke chaos in New York and then use the FBI to crack down on drug dealers and gang crimes and seize more territory. Even used bombs for this, including killing Mr. Alan Maxey." Speaking of this, Linn asked someone to bring Ichiro Sato over. Seeing Ichiro Sato walking over with handcuffs and being carried by the two, the media quickly took photos. He is Ichiro Sato, the largest leader of the Yamaguchi group in New York. Our FBI has already obtained substantive evidence of his planning of this case. And during this operation, the FBI in New York also seized 325 kilograms of drugs from the Yamaguchi stronghold. Seeing that they were being held by the two of them, they were pale and wanted to speak, but Ichiro Sato, who was kicked by Linn, couldn't even speak. The reporters raised their microphones and asked Linn again. He waved his hand and signaled his subordinates to take Ichiro Sato in. After Linn answered a few more questions from the reporter, he walked directly into the building. Queens. Watch Linn's interview on TV and the TV news coverage of the matter. Harry Osborn excitedly said to Peter Parker, "Cool, I knew that as long as Linn took action, he would definitely calm the chaos in New York. This group of damn Yamaguchi bastards, they actually made New York so messy. Fortunately, we still have Linn in New York. As long as he is there, no conspiracy can appear in New York." Listening to Harry's excited tone, Peter Parker nodded. New York was so chaotic during this period that he even sneaked out to protect innocent civilians in the middle of the night. But as Harry said, fortunately, Linn, the leader of his illumination, is the director of the FBI in New York. He can find out the truth and give New York peace. Otherwise, I'm afraid the Yamaguchi group's conspiracy will really succeed. By the way, Peter, what have you been busy with recently? Even if you don't attend weekend parties, Mary Jane has complained many times. Looking at Peter Parker, who was holding a laptop even when watching TV, Harry asked curiously. It was Professor Connor's experiment, and he copied a copy of the experimental notes for me, so I have been studying Professor Connor's notes for this period. Hearing Peter say this, Harry asked curiously, You mean, Professor Connors actually handed you his experimental notes? Did Professor Connors want to accept you as his student? You should know that no scientist will easily hand over something as precious as experimental notes. It must be Professor Connors who thinks you are a genius, so he wants you to be a student. Seeing Harry's true pleasure for him, Peter Parker scratched his head embarrassedly. Maybe it, but Professor Connors really attaches great importance to me. Peter Parker didn't tell Harry about his father. It's not that I can't say it, but I still don't know how my parents died. However, the formula in Professor Connors's notes is inexplicably familiar to me. It's as if I have seen it somewhere. With Sato Ichiro being arrested by Linn, almost all members of the Yamaguchi Gumi were arrested by the FBI and the police in just 3 days. And anyone related to the Yamaguchi Gumi was implicated. The Yamaguchi Gumi members who escaped the arrest were found and killed by other gangs before they could escape New York. After all, the local gangs who knew the truth of the chaos in New York hated the Yamaguchi Gumi to the core. Not only the underground world, but also some officials of the city hall were arrested by the FBI in this turmoil. After all, after Linn took down the Yamaguchi Gumi, he obtained a lot of evidence of collusion between officials and gangsters from the Yamaguchi Gumi. This turmoil gradually subsided as Lao Emo was eliminated and the Yamaguchi Gumi was destroyed, and New York returned to normal. But Linn was very dissatisfied with Sato Ichiro's -3 favorability. So he asked Sean to put Sato Ichiro in the New York prison, the heavy area of the blacks. Perhaps the care of the blacks could make Sato Ichiro's favorability to reach -7. In the morning, at the funeral ceremony of Alan Maxey. Alan Maxey is backed by a political family, and there are several senators in the family. So many political celebrities were invited to this funeral ceremony, even the mayor of New York City was among them. Watching Linn Hall talking with the mayor of New York City and those congressmen, Miller Field felt a chill in his heart. Especially when he saw Alan Maxey's coffin buried, everyone was in silence. Miller Field felt even more scared, as if the empty coffin was filled with his own body. Others don't know what's happening within the FBI in New York, but Miller Field is very clear about it. Kenny Davis, who wanted to compete with Linn for the position of directorship, was assassinated. After Linn became the supervisor, Alan Maxey, who defected to Jessica's supervisor, died this time under the package bomb of the Yamaguchi group. The deaths of these two Linn's enemies seem to be all accidents, but Miller Field feels that there are not so many coincidences in the world. Although there is no evidence, Miller firmly believes that behind all these events, Linn Hall is the figure of it. It is even possible Linn cannot escape the death of Deputy Director Colin in Los Angeles. After all, Linn just went to Los Angeles and the deputy director was killed by a nigger. Thinking of this, Miller Field was a little grateful. Fortunately, he had no hope of becoming the supervisor when he saw him. He chose to defect to Linn Hall without hesitation. Now it seems that perhaps my original decision was correct. Not only did I end up with the other two guys who fell, I also became the deputy director of the Internal Affairs Department. So, are you considered Linn's person now? Thinking of this, Miller Field looked up at Director James Duke and then fell into deep thought again. Well, when Linn becomes deputy director in the future, Director Duke blocks Linn's promotion. Maybe he will die of murder. Hey, what are you thinking? Looking at Miller Field in contemplation, Linn patted him on the shoulder. Oh, it's okay, nothing. Seeing Linn, Miller Field immediately shook his head. I think it's a pity for Alan's death. Yes, after all, he has devoted so many years to the FBI in New York, but the deputy director was plotted to death by Yamaguchi's team before he became a deputy director. As he said that, Linn took out a cigarette and held it in his mouth and handed it to Miller one. After taking the cigarette, Miller lit it and took a few sips. He suddenly looked at Linn and asked, Linn, am I a person now? What are you talking about? Seeing Miller ask this sentence hesitantly, Linn Hall smiled and said, You are now the deputy director of the FBI, and of course the FBI member. Linn, you should know that I didn't mean that. Miller Field asked with a sincere attitude as he looked up at Linn. Faced with Miller's sincere attitude, Linn highlighted a sip of smoke and then smiled. Miller, you know that I have always liked to be kind to others. So whether you can be your own person does not depend on me, but on yourself. He patted Miller on the shoulder. Linn stepped on the cigarette and turned around and left. Call. Watching Linn leave, Miller breathed a sigh of relief. Although Linn always smiled very gently, Miller Field felt a lot of pressure on him. Owner. After a few words, Miller Field took a deep breath, then stomped the cigarette and made a decision in his heart. Boss, what do you mean is that I can take a vacation during this period? I heard Linn say that he would start taking a vacation from tomorrow and go to Eastern Europe to relax for a while. Barbara immediately put down the tablet in her hand and asked, Boss, do you want to take me to Eastern Europe? North Star and Laura on the side also looked at Linn. It depends on your thoughts. Looking at the three people in the office, Linn smiled and said, This time I go to Eastern Europe, I am going to relax and you don't have to be by my side. I have to go to England. Hearing Linn's words, Barbara was the first to speak. Boss, I want to travel and vacation with you in Eastern Europe, but I heard from my dad that our Kent family has some relatives in the UK. It's just that because of the identity of mutants, we dare not enter the UK over the years. But it's different now. I'm from the FBI in New York now, so I want to take my dad to the UK. Speaking of this, Barbara blinked at Linn and said, Our Kent family used to be British nobles. Hearing Barbara say this, Linn nodded. Of course it's okay. Where are Lorna and Laura? I'll stay in New York. Facing Linn's inquiry, Laura immediately spoke. Linn, the Light Club still needs me. I want to hold the computer and observe where the case happened in New York at all times and provide timely news to Spider-Man and Spider-Woman. Linn was not surprised by Laura's choice. Since she formed the Light Society, Laura seems to have found a true sense of belonging and cares about Light Society more than herself. The North Star on the side seemed extremely hesitant. She wanted to go to Eastern Europe with Linn, but she couldn't let go of her best friend. Seeing Lorna's hesitation, Linn gently rubbed her head and said, You should stay in New York too. Once you need support, you can also help you as soon as possible. Hearing Linn's arrangement, Lorna nodded slightly. Okay, girls, the last day of work today. Starting tomorrow, we can enjoy a paid leave of 1 month. Back in his seat, Linn announced with a smile. Eastern Europe, within the Hydra base of Sokovia. Failed again. Seeing the experimental subject die again, Strack took off his glasses and said, What's wrong? It's not clear yet. Facing Baron Strack's inquiry, the researcher in a white coat next to him shook his head and said, I think it may be because the energy that is converted cannot be absorbed by the experimental subject during the instrument conversion process, resulting in the failure of the experiment. Mr. Baron, if we have a stable and sustainable energy source, the chances of the experiment's success might be greater. Just like the universe's cube. Facing the scientific researcher's explanation, Baron Strack shook his head. Don't think about it. The universe's cube has been researched by SGLD. For this, they have also established a dark matter research base. Think about other ways. After the SHIELD investigation is over, you can go to the Big Head to see if there are any energy substitutes. Hearing Baron Strack say this, the researcher shrugged. Maybe there is no good way for Mr. Murdoch. As he was talking, Strack's cell phone rang. Seeing the caller, Strack left the lab and picked it up. Baron Strack, Linn has arrived in Sokovia. You are ready. He will cooperate with you to finish the show. Hearing James Duke's words, Baron Strack said, I get it. Duke, I'm ready here, but are you sure that Linn Hall will not be suspected by the SGLD? Haha, don't worry, Strack. If Linn can't even handle the agents of SHID, then Alexander Pierce and I will have white eyes. Facing the confident James Duke, Strack nodded. After hanging up the phone, Strack waved to his subordinates. After his subordinates ran over, Strack said, "Let me find 2 new faces to contact Linn Hall. Don't do anything except what I arranged. Also, after the matter is over, invite Linn to our base as a guest." "Okay, leader. I think the twin siblings who have joined us are more suitable. Then let's arrange it." "Yes, leader." After nodding, his subordinates immediately went to make arrangements. Inside the city of Sokovia. At this time, Linn was like a real vacation traveler, constantly tasting the scenery and food of the city of Sokovia. At noon, there is a restaurant with great local characteristics. "Hello, do you mind playing a table?" Wanda and Pietro asked with a smile as they appeared in front of Linn Hall with food. "Of course I don't mind." Smiling and making an invitation move, Linn Hall signaled Wanda and they were free. "Thanks." Sitting across from Linn, Wanda asked with a smile while having lunch, "Are you traveling to Sokovia?" How is Sokovia like this city? Although it has just experienced the war and hasn't been long since, it has a very Eastern European character. Looking at Wanda and Pietro in front of them, they were only about 16 years old, and they kept smiling and talking to themselves. But his words were a little nervous, and even the movement of showing the Hydra brooch was a bit deliberate. Linn smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have observed that there are almost ordinary people in the restaurant, and no one will notice us." After hearing Linn say this, Wanda's nervousness relaxed a little. She and Pietro have not been joining Hydra for a long time, and it has only been about 2.5 months since now. "I didn't expect the first mission to come so quickly. I didn't expect that this time the mission target was actually the hero in the hearts of the American people on TV. Oh my god, he is actually in the same organization as himself? Could it be that he was also from Sokovia? Or has the organization's capabilities developed to the United States? How long have you been in the organization?" Linn asked with a smile as he looked at Wanda and Pietro in front of him. "It's been 2.5 months. Wanda did not hide Linn's inquiry either. As for Pietro, he spoke. "I didn't expect you to be my own person. Wanda and I saw you on TV. By the way, Mr. Linn Hall, Baron Strack asked me to tell you, everything is ready. The organization's people in Sokovia have all contracted and the bait has been spilled. As for how to develop next, you can make your own decisions. In addition," before Pietro's words could be finished, Linn interrupted with a smile, "You are only 16 or 17 years old now." 16 years old. Faced with Linn's inquiry, Wanda replied, "Age 16 is still the age of studying. Judging from your behavior, you are white and not cultivated by the organization since childhood. So why did you join the organization?" Pretending to be unclear about the past of the two, Linn asked with a smile. Regarding Linn's inquiry, Wanda lowered her head and ate lunch without saying a word. Pietro frowned and said, "Mr. Linn Hall, is this part of the mission?" "Of course not. It's just a chat at lunchtime. If you don't want to, you can do nothing to answer me. Also, just call me Linn." Looking at Linn's very gentle smile, Pietro was silent for a few seconds and then told Linn the reason. "Are you a hero in the hearts of the American people or an official with a high status? Of course, you won't understand the pain after Wanda and I experienced all this, so you can put it so lightly. You are wrong about this." Before Pietro's words were finished, Linn smiled and said, "In fact, I am also an orphan. Before I was adopted at the age of 6, I grew up in an orphanage." When Wanda, who had originally lowered her head, subconsciously raised her head. Looking at Linn's always keeping a warm smile, Wanda whispered, "Are you an orphan too?" "Yes." "Cut a piece of beef and stuffed it into your mouth." Linn smiled and said, "So Pietro, you are not completely right. At least you will have the company of your parents before you are 10 years old. And I have been abandoned since I was born and I still don't know who my parents are." Sorry, Linn, is that why you joined the organization?" Looking at Linn, Pietro apologized when he remembered the slightly sarcastic tone just now, and then asked curiously, "Wanda Django Maximov's favorability, 2. Pietro Django Maximov's favorability level, 3. That's not. Looking at the two people with curious faces, Linn whispered, "Sometimes, this world does not turn as we wish." For 3 days, Linn Hall, led by Wanda and Pietro, visited every attractions in Sokovia. Before parting, Linn took out a roll of banknotes and handed them to the two people as tour guide fees. Wanda and Pietro naturally accepted the money given by Linn. After all, their role is Linn's temporary tour guide. After leaving Linn's side, according to the arrangement, Wanda and Pietro did not return to Hydra Base, but lived in the house arranged for them in advance. What do you think of Linn? Looking at Pietro, who had washed fruit from the kitchen, Wanda asked while picking up an apple. I think he is not bad. Although 3 days are not enough to get to know someone, I didn't feel any American arrogance from him in these 3 days. Picking up an orange and peeling it, Pietro replied, but I don't think his proposal is very good. Maybe he's just testing whether we are loyal to the organization. You mean, he doesn't think we've been in the organization for a long time, so if we want, he can arrange for us to leave the organization and study in the United States? Hearing Pietro's guess, Wanda shook his head. I don't think this is his temptation to us. Why? Don't forget that Linn Hall is also a member of the organization. Intuition. Looking at Pietro, Wanda shrugged. Pietro, do you think we both are important to the organization? Although I don't want to admit it, Pietro, we are just dispensable to the organization, so there is no need for Linn to test us for the organization. And, compared to us who actively join the organization, don't you think Linn is more like he was forced to join the organization? Hearing Wanda's words, Pietro subconsciously looked at her. How is this possible? Linn Hall is an official of the US FBI. How could a person like him be coerced? Linn, like us, Pietro, is an orphan, and I guess that's why he's willing to help us. Speaking of this, Wanda's tone became a little gentle. As for coercion, it might be that the organization threatened Linn's family by adopting him, or that it had seized some of his handles. He forced him to join the organization, but when he saw us and knew that we were also orphans, he saw him from us. So he doesn't want us to repeat what he's going through, and wants to help us get out of the organization and live a normal life. Putting down the apple in his hand, Wanda looked at Pietro and whispered, Actually, I really want to know what he has experienced over the years. He was forced to join the organization. He must have suffered a lot in the years and should be extremely struggling in his heart. Pain. Listening to Wanda's crazy brain repair, Pietro's eyes widened, and he didn't even notice the oranges in his hand fell. No, I have been following Linn for the past 3 days, and I haven't seen Linn and Wanda alone. Why didn't I notice what Wanda said? The 16-year-old girl is at the age of being full of fantasy and enjoying her understanding of everything. Of course, Linn didn't know that Wanda was crazy about his past. Even if I know, Linn doesn't care. As for the proposal to take them to study in the United States, Linn didn't say it casually. After all, one of these two people has speed similar to the Flash, and the other is a Scarlet Witch with chaos magic. If they can be brought to the United States, then why don't they just want to win the favorability? Even if they refused, Linn would not lose much. And I also deepened the impression of Wanda brothers and sisters about me. When they awaken their abilities in the future, it will be easier to improve their favorability. As for whether they would tell Baron Strack about their proposal? Haha, Linn is a professional agent and is very careful about the human heart. So, what is Linn, who is crazy about Wanda's brainstorming at this moment, should be extremely painful in his heart. Inside the bar, Guy, a tall and charming beauty, was laughing at the jokes told by Linn, and even the 2 mountains on her chest were moving up and down. From time to time, she raised her hand to pat Linn and whispered in his ear. In the corner of the bar, Clint Barton held a glass of wine and felt helpless when he saw his target being approached by Linn Hall. This woman was the target he had been monitoring for several days. According to the intelligence, she was very likely a member of Hydra. But he didn't expect to see Linn Hall in a bar in Sokovia. Damn it, how did an FBI director come to Eastern Europe? And he also kidnapped his target? When he saw the target with a good figure walking out of the bar with Linn's arm around her, he was so horny that he almost stuck to Linn. After drinking the wine in the glass, Clint Barton stood up and walked out of the bar. After seeing the target being taken into the hotel by Linn, Clint Barton returned to the car, pressed the communication headset and said, "Hill, the target has been kidnapped inside the temporary base of S.H.I.E.L.D. in Sokovia." After hearing Patton's report, Maria Hill said expressionlessly, "The target was abducted? What does that mean?" "Literally, I just saw Linn Hall in the bar." Yes, it's Linn Hall that Director Fury has always wanted to recruit. After he entered the bar, he set his sights on the target, and then a few jokes brought our target to the hotel. But it's understandable. After all, the target is the most beautiful and has the best figure in the whole bar. At this point, Clint Patton said, "I don't know if this is a coincidence or premeditated, so Hill, you'd better check it out. If it's a coincidence, then we have to change our thinking. If it's premeditated, Linn Hall has a relationship with Hydra. Then, this matter is very troublesome." Hearing Patton's words, Hill, who had always been expressionless, frowned and said, "You stay where you are and continue to monitor. I'll go check it out and report to Fury by the way." Okay. After ending the communication, Clint Patton sat in the car and looked towards the direction of the hotel. Inside the hotel, looking at the Eastern European beauty kneeling on the ground, occasionally looking up at herself with her big wet eyes, with a pitiful look, she knows how to arouse men's desire. Linn Hall put his hand on her head and breathed a sigh of relief. The Eastern European beauty in front of him was the target of S.H.I.E.L.D., and he also deliberately approached her. However, she was not a member of Hydra, and even the organization behind her, except for the leader, was not a member of Hydra. All this was part of Linn's plan to use a substitute. After all, what Eastern Europe lacked the least was various armed organizations. In other words, Linn Hall went to Sokovia for vacation, but he ended up chatting up a beautiful woman in a bar and ended up chatting up a Hydra member? After making a cup of coffee, Nick Fury smiled and said, "Are there really so many coincidences in this world?" Faced with Nick Fury's question, Hill nodded and said, "I don't think it's so coincidental either. Linn Hall was probably targeted by Hydra the moment he got off the plane. Including his chatting up in the bar, this was all part of Hydra's plan." Looking at Nick Fury in the video, Hill said, "In the eyes of Hydra, Linn Hall is a man of outstanding ability and a hero in the hearts of the American people. The most important thing is his identity. He is now the director of the FBI in New York City, the most prosperous city in the world. If it weren't for his young age, Linn Hall might have been the deputy director. If the guys we are targeting are really Hydra, then they will definitely not miss Linn Hall after they see him coming to the door. After all, as long as Linn Hall can join them and become one of them, Hydra can use Linn's power to enter the United States." Hearing Hill's judgment, Nick Fury gently stirred the coffee in his hand. After thinking for a moment, Nick Fury suddenly asked, "What has Linn been doing these days in Sokovia?" Faced with Fury's inquiry, Hill said, "I asked someone to check. After Linn came to Eastern Europe, he met two 16-year-old twins and then hired the brother and sister to take him on a tour of Sokovia. Then he went to the bar and was approached by a member of Hydra. Is the identity of the twins okay?" "It should be okay. Their information is very clean." "Fury, do you suspect Linn is also a member of Hydra?" Hill knows Nick Fury's character very well. He is skeptical about everything and instinctively doesn't trust anyone. After thinking for a moment, Nick Fury said, "Hill, you are in full command of Sokovia. I am willing to believe that Linn has nothing to do with Hydra, but..." Before he finished speaking, Hill immediately received a communication request from Hawkeye. After answering the call, Hill and Nick Fury heard Hawkeye report, Linn Hall and the target left the hotel. To be precise, Linn Hall was knocked unconscious and put into a car. Hearing Hawkeye's report, Nick Fury put down the stirring coffee and ordered, "Clint, follow me. Hill will send someone to support you. If they want to be bad for Linn, then save Linn." Clear. Hearing Nick Fury's voice from the communication channel, Hawkeye was not surprised and started the vehicle and followed. It seems that this should be one of Hydra's methods to recruit Linn. TSK, I didn't expect Linn to be caught. After picking up the coffee and taking a sip, Nick Fury felt a hint of joy in his heart. I really want to know what kind of expression he would have when he learned that the person who saved him was the SGLD that he refused to recruit repeatedly. Listening to Fury's bad taste, Hill hung up the video and then took people to support. Half an hour later, in an abandoned residential building in Sokovia. Is this the hero in the hearts of the American people? Looking at Linn Hall, who was strapped to a chair by a rope, was now in a coma. A big beard looked at the beauty just now and smiled. Alicia, you did a good job. Oh. Hearing the bearded man's words, Alyssa glared at him and said, do you know that if it weren't for me just now, then he would almost enter your wife's body and become the second man in my life? Perhaps thinking of the scene in the hotel just now, Alyssa subconsciously licked her lips. But soon glared at the bearded man again and said, damn it, I am your wife. You actually asked me to use this method. Sometimes I really doubt whether you have any special hobbies. Looking at Alyssa's angry look, the bearded man hurriedly stepped forward and comforted, don't be angry, my dear. Who made you the most beautiful woman in our Hydra? An American like Linn Hall, if he can't seduce the most beautiful beauty, he will not be fooled. Beautiful Alyssa, for the future of our Hydra, we can only sacrifice you a little. Believe me, once the leader's plan is successful, then we can leave Sokovia and go to the United States to enjoy life. Sacrifice. Pushing her husband away, Alyssa suddenly laughed and said, how do you know I'm sacrificing? His capital is much larger than yours. If it weren't for the organization's plan, I might have experienced true happiness. Even though she knew that Alyssa was deliberately angering herself, her bearded man kept coaxing her wife, but she felt uncomfortable. After all, no man can accept this kind of thing. As for the guys next to him, they all pretended not to hear it at this moment. Downstairs, in a dark corner. Wow, these Eastern European guys are really willing to sacrifice. They actually let their wife use beauty tricks. Looking at the scenes and sounds from the hidden drone he released, Clint Patton said to Hill beside him, this is even more certain that they want to win over Linn Hall to join the organization. Hill, I think this group of people should not be Hydra. Looking at Hill, Haka said, through these days of tracking, I found that they are basically ordinary people, with simple and loopholes in their work, and absolutely no special training. Hearing Haka say this, Hill nodded, I am consistent with your judgment, but they do call themselves Hydra. The most important thing is that they can actually let out a top agent like Linn, even if it is. As soon as they were halfway through the words, the two of them heard the rope tied to the chair. Linn Hall, who was originally in a coma, suddenly spoke, so your organization is called Hydra? Huh, I thought Hydra had been wiped out decades ago. Now, I'll give you 5 seconds to tell your plans, otherwise I'll go to hell to talk about it. Hearing Linn Hall's voice, Hill and Patton looked at the screen at the same time. I saw that the rope tied to Linn had fallen at some point, but Linn got up and looked at them. No, act quickly. Seeing this scene, Hill immediately ordered the action to begin. He was not worried that Linn, who was barehanded, would be killed by these strong men holding pistols. Instead, he was worried that Linn would kill several strong men with guns in a straightforward manner. You know, these people are all clues of their follow-up investigation. FUXX. Hell, this damn American woke up so quickly? Live on the ground immediately otherwise. Before these guys with guns could threaten them, Linn Hall took action instantly and simply knocked out the gun in their hands. When S.H.I.E.L.D. rushed up from downstairs, in the room, several strong men kept wailing with their pierced wrists. The woman named Alyssa was slumped on the ground and shivered with fear. Holding a handkerchief and wiping the blood stained on his hands, Linn Hall pulled over the chair and sat down. Let's play a game. Picking up a revolver on the ground, Linn Hall took out all the bullets inside. You should know about the Russian carousel, and you will answer my question next. If I'm not satisfied, I'll shoot directly. As for who can survive, it depends on your luck. After loading a bullet, spinning the wheel, Linn pointed the muzzle at the first person. Are you Hydra? Watching Linn point his pistol at his head, the strong man who covered his arm and pierced his arm gritted his teeth and stared at Linn fiercely without saying a word. I like your tough attitude. Click. When he pulled the trigger, the strong man subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the bullet was not fired. But soon, Linn was seen pointing his revolver at him. "Are you Hydra?" Facing Linn's questioning again, the strong man's body trembled a little, but he still gritted his teeth and said nothing. Click. "TSK, TSK, you're really lucky." Looking at the strong man who was sweating profusely and was still feeling lucky, Linn pointed the gun at him again. "Damn it, isn't it Russian roulette? Shouldn't it be the next person? Why is it still me?" When the gun was pointed at his head for the third time, the strong man didn't know where the courage came from and immediately roared at Linn. "What are you doing when you yell so loudly?" With his ears buckled, Linn pointed his gun at his head. "You haven't answered my question yet, and you haven't died. Of course, it's all right to start with you. FUXX. Listening to Linn's playful voice, he looked at Linn's fingers that were about to pull the trigger. The strong man could no longer bear the torture in his heart, and then shouted, "That's right, now our organization is called Hydra." "Well, I'm very satisfied with your answer, so you're safe for the time being." As he said that, Linn pointed his gun at another guy. "Now your organization is called Hydra. What about before?" Outside the door. When Hill, who had heard of Linn's interrogation method, was not in a hurry at this moment, he wanted to rush in and save these Hydras from Linn's hands. This method of interrogation is very effective, so she also wants to know whether these guys are Hydra. With Linn's interrogation, Hill and others gradually understood the true identities of these guys. At first, this group of people was just a group of armed forces in Eastern Europe. Later, the second-in-command Kosei Nag killed the leader and replaced him, thus developing towards Sokovia. I don't know why, but some time ago, the leader Kosei Nag suddenly changed the name of this group of armed forces to Hydra. And even the flag has become a Hydra pattern. As for their arrest of Linn Hall, they were entirely because they were attracted by Linn's identity. I want to make Linn a part of them so as to slowly penetrate into the United States with the help of Linn's power. Hearing these explanations, a flash of disappointment flashed in Hill's eyes, and he thought he had really discovered Hydra. But something was wrong with that Kosei Nag. He should have something related to the real Hydra. After interrogating these guys, Linn suddenly said to the outside direction, "I have been listening outside for a long time. Are you sure you won't come in?" That's right, all of this was designed by Linn, including the guys who seduced themselves and then wanted to make them stunned. It's just that they don't know Linn's plan. Only Baron Strack and Cozy Nag are currently the only ones who know Linn's plan. Li Dai Tao Zombie hides the real Hydra organization and then uses armed forces to replace Hydra to attract the attention of SGLD. Of course, there is a key point here, that is Kosei Nag. He did take down the leader of the armed forces and then take his place. As a result, after working with AM, the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. discovered it. Although he issued a ban order as soon as he knew that his identity was leaked, Hydra's name was discovered by people from S.H.I.E.L.D. According to the rules, he should have been executed to avoid implicating Hydra. But Baron Strack felt that since he had been targeted by SGLD, if he was directly executed, he might be even more suspicious. It would be better to throw him to SGLD as a pawn, so as not to implicate the Sokovia base after SGLD. After Linn took over this matter, he came up with such a way to do this. And since Kosei Nag is abolished, it is better to wait until he is caught by SGLD before implementing the second plan. Yes, Li Dai Taojuan's plan is only the first step at the moment. Hearing Linn's voice, Hill and Hawkeye looked at each other and then walked in from outside. "Linn, I'm Maria Hill, agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. He's Clint Patton and an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Hearing Hill's self-introduction, Linn nodded and said, "I'm not surprised at all. After all, only S.H.I.E.L.D. people attach so much importance to Hydra." "You've discovered us long ago?" Hill asked when he heard Linn's words. "From the first day I came to Sokovia, I found someone staring at me, but their methods were too rough, and I found too many flaws at random. So I'm going to use my tricks to see which side of the forces that monitor me are." After looking at the several plans kneeling on the ground, Linn stood up and smiled. "When I was deliberately unexcited by them, you guys followed behind you all the way." Upon hearing Linn say this, Hill nodded in approval. She knew that Linn was a top agent of the FBI, and she still had this ability. Linn, can you hand these guys over to us, SGLD? Looking at the guys kneeling on the ground, Maria Hill said, although they claimed that they changed their name to Hydra some time ago. But you also know the horror of Hydra. I suspect that their leader should be related to the real Hydra. Faced with Hill's request, Linn did not refuse. Okay, I have always been kind to others, and I am on vacation now. What a pity, a good vacation was ruined by these idiots. Kosei Nag, 37 years old, German, moved to Sokovia with his parents from Germany at the age of 15. When he was 17, Sokovia was in turmoil and his parents died in the resistance. At the point of a gun. In the same year, in order to avenge his parents, Kosei Nag joined the local armed group and followed the armed group to occupy 3 small towns in eastern Sokovia. Later, the armed group negotiated with the government forces and agreed to surrender, and the government forces tacitly agreed that the town belonged to Kosei Nag's armed forces. Looking at Kosei Nag's data and information on the screen, Hawkeye, who was playing with arrows, smiled and said, "It really fits the characteristics of Eastern Europe." The local government actually recognized the legitimacy of the armed forces and even handed over the management of a small town to the armed forces. It should be that the armed forces gave a lot of money to the Sokovia government. Hearing Patton's words, Linn said, "After all, war is dangerous to the people, but for some senior officials, it is the best tool to make money." As soon as Linn finished speaking, Maria Hill nodded and said, "That's true. According to our investigation, the rebels gave the Sokovian government a large amount of gold bars and equipment." After hearing what Hill said, Clint Patton looked at Linn curiously. "How did you guess? Is this still necessary to guess?" Rearing on the chair, Linn spread his hands and said, "You are not from the FBI, so you can't see some external intelligence. This kind of thing is not only Sokovia, but also many countries in the Middle East." Listening to Linn's explanation, Patton nodded, then looked at Hill and said, "The residents of the town occupied by armed forces may live a very unbearable life. On the contrary, after the armed forces occupied the town, they did not slaughter the residents of the town at will, nor did they rob their money and food. Instead, it is to establish free schools in that town and also set up factories to provide stable jobs for town residents. Even during the unrest in Sokovia, armed forces protected the residents of that town." Speaking of this, Hill closed the projection and said, "Because of this group of armed forces is highly respected by residents in that town, and many residents of the surrounding town have also defected to them. The population of the town has gradually changed from more than 720 people to more than 4,300 people now. So, if we want to sneak into the town and capture Kosei Nag, we have to face not only the armed forces of 2,000 people, but also more than 4,000 civilians." After saying that, Hill looked at Linn and said, "Linn, do you have any good ideas?" "Aye." Seeing Hill and Patton looking at him, Linn spread his hands and said, "I originally planned to travel to Eastern Europe, but I was disturbed by these bastards. If it were to kill him, it would be a breeze for me. But if you want to kidnap him from the noses of more than 2,000 armed personnel and more than 4,000 civilians, then you have to plan slowly." Speaking of this, Linn yawned, then stood up and said, "And I'm just here for vacation, so don't ask me." After saying that, Linn waved his hand and then walked towards the lounge. Watching Linn leave, Clint Patton said to Hill, "It seems that he doesn't like working with us SGLD. Natasha once said that he was full of distrust of SGLD. Is it because we, SHIELD, and the FBI often have friction in the United States? It shouldn't be the reason." Shaking his head, Hill looked at the direction of Linn leaving and said, "I don't know the specific reason, but let's solve the matter in front of me first." The next morning, at the dining table. "Is this your plan?" Looking at the plan formulated by Hill, Linn said while eating breakfast, "Use the night to create chaos to attract the attention of militants, and then send a small team of soldiers to sneak in and kidnap Kosei Nag? Good plan, but what's next? What are you going to do with the militants who found the leader kidnapped and rioted? And Kosei Nag is the funder of the Sokovian government. Once he goes missing, the entire Sokovian government will launch a wanted war on you." Hearing Linn's inquiry, He'll drink all the coffee and said, so we prepared the Kuan-style fighter in advance. Once the kidnapping plan is implemented smoothly, we will immediately escort Kosei Nag back to the United States. But Linn, our shield has not enough staff in Sokovia, so I hope you can help with this mission. Hearing Hill say this, Linn was about to say something, but he heard Clint Patton beside him say, this time, if Hill and I owe you a favor if there is any need in the future, Hill and I will definitely not have it. Any refusal. Clint Patton's favorability, too. Looking at Hawkeye's favorability, Linn thought for a while, then nodded and said, I have always been kind to others, not to mention that Coulson and I are friends. For his sake, I will help you once. After saying that, Linn got up and went to prepare. In the evening, the small town in eastern Sokovia. Compared to other small towns that fall into darkness at night, this small town occupied by armed forces is extremely lively. Even at night it was past 11 o'clock, there were still many people wandering on the streets. There can even be seen a group of militants drinking and bragging with the residents of the town. In the middle of the town, a group of militants with live ammunition were constantly patrolling, and several rows of huge searchlights shone brightly on everything around them without blind spots. Standing upstairs, a militant yawned and said to his companion, I have to patrol every day. I'm too cautious when I ask the leader. Who in Sokovia will attack us so blindly? Hearing the militant's words, another companion put the submachine gun on the table, then took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to his companion. Parking is better than fighting. Sokovia has just returned to peace. Anyway, I would rather patrol every night than go to the battlefield with a submachine gun. Taking the cigarette handed over by his companion, the militant lit it and took a puff. Yes, in the war a few years ago, my wife was killed by the rebels, those damn bastards, but I heard that the guys in the southwest are making trouble again. In my opinion, the Sokovia government should really let them. Before he finished speaking, an arrow pierced through the darkness and nailed directly to a searchlight. The next second, the tip of the arrow released a flash of electricity that directly destroyed the power supply system in the camp. The originally bright camp fell into darkness in an instant, and before the militants could react, bursts of gunfire came from not far away. Enemy attack. Prepare for battle. The rebels are coming. Damn, kill these rebels. Instantly, the whole camp fell into chaos, and in the crowd, a figure teleported directly to the outside of Kosei Nag's room. The bomb fell in the center of the armed forces camp. Before the militants who had just picked up their guns could react, the bomb exploded. Then arrows were shot out from the darkness towards the camp. Each arrow that hit the building of the camp would release a huge electric current. The electric currents from several arrows formed a huge dense net that electrocuted the militants to the ground without hesitation. The SHIELD action team also launched an attack outside the camp without hesitation. On the Quinjet. Looking at the number of militants displayed on the life tester on the computer, Maria Hill immediately used the communication headset to say, Clint, there is a vehicle supporting the militants on your right. Hold them back. Received. After pressing the quiver to change an arrow, Hawkeye put the arrow on the bow and arrow, and then shot at the trees on both sides of the road. Linn, the attention of the militants in the camp has been attracted. A large number of militants will come to support in 2 minutes at most. You have to act quickly. Looking at the dense red dots on the tablet representing the number of militants, Hill said to Linn, 2 minutes? That's enough. After saying that, Linn kicked the iron door that Kosei Nag locked from the inside. In the room. Leader, let's retreat quickly. We don't know which side the people who attacked us belong to. Leader, leave here first. I'll lead people to stop the enemy in the camp. That's right, leader. You leave first. The rest of us will. Before the people in the room finished talking, the thick iron door fell to the ground with a bang. Everyone who heard the noise subconsciously raised their pistols and pointed them at the door. But a flash bomb rolled directly to everyone's feet. Bang! The flash bomb exploded, and everyone in the room subconsciously covered their eyes. The next second, a few gunshots killed everyone in the room. Walked forward to grab Kosei Nag, but saw Kosei Nag's finger constantly pointing to another direction in the room. leading him to the direction pointed by the finger. Linn pushed the wall hard, and then a passage appeared in front of Linn. Hill, I found a secret passage in Kosei Nag's room. I will take him out of the secret passage, and you can finish it. As he said, Linn turned off the communication headset and then took Kosei Nag into the secret passage. In the secret passage. Oh hell. Rubbing his eyes that were constantly tearing up due to the flash bomb, Kosei Nag saw Linn's figure a little blurry at this moment. But he still complained to Linn, "This is different from what the Baron told me, the plan you made. Just improvising, if it's not real, you can't fool those people in S.H.I.E.L.D." Looking at Kosei Nag rubbing his eyes while constantly groping forward in the secret passage, Linn put away his weapon and said, "Originally, I was going to shoot you, so it would look more realistic. But we are all family, there is no need to let you suffer so much. By the way, are all the things ready?" "Already ready." When he came to the corner of the secret passage, Kosei Nag picked up a notebook and a USB flash drive from the corner and handed them to Linn. "This is the diary of my grandfather. Giving it to the people in S.H.I.E.L.D. can explain why I changed the name of the armed forces to Hydra." The USB flash drive contains the encrypted evidence of the Germans' contact with me, but are the small group of Germans really going to give up? Although they don't know us, they are also people in the organization. They have long been addicted to wealth and status and have forgotten the mission of our Hydra, so it is better to let them dedicate their final value to Hydra. After all, if you don't give S.H.I.E.L.D. a little sweetness, how can you hide it from Nick Fury? Speaking of this, Linn looked at Kosei Nag and said, "That's it, nothing else?" "No, by the way, I won't die this time." "No, but you will definitely be locked up by S.H.I.E.L.D. for a few years, but after the plan succeeds, you will be free again." "That's good." After getting Linn's guarantee, Kosei Nag breathed a sigh of relief. Damn if they hadn't leaked the secret, I wouldn't have been held accountable by Mr. Baron. Fortunately, Mr. Baron spared my life, because I have been loyal to Hydra for so many years otherwise. Bang! Before he finished speaking, Linn shot him in the shoulder. The intense pain made Kosei Nag scream, and then he looked at Linn angrily and said, "Didn't you say you would spare me the shot? Be more realistic." Spreading his hands and looking at Kosei Nag, Linn smiled and said, "And I came all the way from New York to help you so much, and you didn't even prepare a little gift for meeting you. So I think it's better not to spare the shot." Kosei Nag knew that according to the rules of Hydra, his cooperation with AM had problems and was known by the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. According to reason, he was dead. But Linn Hall's plan saved him from death. Although he would be imprisoned for a few years, there were Hydra's own people in S.H.I.E.L.D. What's the difference between this and going home? It's just that this shot hurts too much. At the end of the secret passage, Kosei Nag suddenly said, "I have saved a lot of gold over the years, and I hid it under the floor of the church in the center of Sokovia. The value of this gold is about 5 million euros. Just consider it as a thank you for saving my life." Hearing Kosei Nag say this, Linn smiled and said, "That's right. I have always been kind to others, but I can't be kind to you without you returning the kindness. If you had said that the thank you gift was ready, wouldn't you have been spared the shot?" Seeing Linn's shameless look, Kosei Nag took 2 deep breaths and then walked out of the passage. As soon as he arrived outside the passage, Linn turned on the communication headset again. After turning on the headset, Linn said, "Hill, I have brought Kosei Nag to the suburbs outside the town. How long will it take for the Quinjet to arrive?" Faced with Linn's inquiry, Hill, who was directing the evacuation, immediately said, 2 minutes at most. "You didn't encounter any trouble over there?" "No, it's just a group of people who haven't received formal training." 2 minutes later, as the Quinjet gradually landed in the dark, Linn pushed Kosei Nag, who was glaring at him, onto the company's fighter. Inside the fighter, looking at Kosei Nag, who was holding his wound and glaring at Linn, Maria Hill turned to the others and said, "Bandage his wound and take him back to S.H.I.E.L.D. for interrogation." On the Quinjet, looking at the diary that Linn gave him and the information cracked from the USB flash drive, Hill's expression suddenly became serious. No wonder this armed force has more advanced weapons than the Sokovia government forces, and no wonder they have money to bribe the Sokovia high-level officials. It turns out that all this was funded by the Hydra group hidden in Germany to support Kosei Nag. Looking at this conclusive evidence, Hill solemnly said to Linn, "Linn, thank you for your help this time. The contents of this diary and USB flash drive are very important, I think." Before Hill finished speaking, Linn waved his hand and interrupted, "No need to thank me, I just came to help. Now that the matter is over, how to deal with this evidence and Kosei Nag is your business of S.H.I.E.L.D. By the way, you have a parachute here. My vacation is not over yet." Hearing Linn's words, Hill walked aside and took out a parachute bag and handed it to Linn. "Such a big thing happened tonight. These militants and the Sokovia government will definitely conduct a large-scale search." Taking the parachute from Hill, Linn smiled and said, "Don't worry, I don't plan to stay in Sokovia, and if I don't want to, then no one can catch me." After speaking, watching the cabin door open, Linn nodded to Hill and Hawkeye, and then jumped directly from the Quinjet fighter. As the cabin door closed, Hawkeye put down the arrow in his hand and said to Hill, "It is obvious that he does not want to have too much to do with our S.H.I.E.L.D., and even does not trust S.H.I.E.L.D. But I can feel that he treats me very well. Isn't this contradictory?" Faced with Hawkeye's doubts, Hill thought for a few seconds and then said, "It doesn't matter. Just like Coulson always represents S.H.I.E.L.D., but he also becomes friends with him. Our most important thing now is to send the evidence and Kosei Nag back to S.H.I.E.L.D. Okay." Hearing Hill say this, Hawkeye shrugged. "I am not surprised that Coulson becomes friends with him. In fact, I even think that even if the devil crawls out of hell, Coulson can become friends with it." 3 days later, in the church in the center of Sokovia. "Mr. Hall, Eastern Europe is really chaotic. We encountered several inspections along the way from Sokovia Airport to here. There are even troops patrolling the streets. Is there going to be another war here?" Looking at the black market merchants who came from New York, Linn said, "Don't worry, I have arranged a private plane. You will not be in danger." After that, Linn pointed to the boxes next to him and said, "There are about 5 million euros worth of gold in these boxes. You should find a way to clean it. This shouldn't be difficult for you." "Of course." Hearing what Linn said, the leading black market merchant smiled and said, "Mr. Hall, we are professional in this area. I guarantee that even the most professional people in the IRS will never find any loopholes in the investigation." "That's good." Raising his hand and patting the black market merchant on the shoulder, Linn smiled and said, "I helped you in the beginning so that you can help me. After this batch of gold is washed, the traces on your files will also be erased." "Thank you, Mr. Hall." Hearing Linn's promise, the black market businessman immediately waved his hand and signaled his subordinates to carry the box containing gold into the car. After these men left, Baron Strack's men came out from the inside of the church. "Mr. Hall, Lord Baron hopes you can go to the base. He has a lot to say to you." Faced with the invitation of Baron Strack's subordinates, Linn put on his sunglasses and smiled. "Tell Baron Strack that the matter is not over yet. Let him be prepared to pay some price. At this time, I will not disturb you. Don't be targeted by S.H.I.E.L.D. I will treat Baron Strack himself when he goes to New York." After saying that, Linn turned around and left the church. At the same time inside S.H.I.E.L.D. According to the people on the USB flash drive and diary list, we found that those in Germany were indeed Hydra. Sitting opposite Nick Fury, Maria Hill said, "And after our in-depth investigation in the past 3 days, we found that the Hydra in Germany not only has a complete organizational structure, but also contains the German government's some officials and elites in the business field. So, I suggest you catch them all in one go." Hearing Hill's advice, Nick Fury looked at the diary in his hand and said, "This diary records that Kosei Nag was sorting out his parents' relics and accidentally discovered that his grandfather was once a senior executive of Hydra." "Yes, Hill, if you were a member of Hydra who had been hiding in Germany, one day when a young man from Eastern Europe came to the door with evidence and said that his grandfather was a member of Hydra and he wanted to join you, you would how to do it? Either kill him or, after finding out the test, secretly sponsor him to strengthen Hydra's power." Listening to Hill's answer, Nick Fury nodded and said, "Yes, so the German Hydra chose the latter. But Hill, After Hydra's funding for so many years, Kosei Nag has only controlled a small town in Eastern Europe and a group of armed forces. What kind of reward can he bring to Hydra? You must know that Hydra is not a charity organization. They're absolutely ruthless in taking action against useless people. Upon hearing Nick Fury say this, Hill frowned. You mean, Kosei Nag is still hiding from us? As he said that, Hill stood up and said, I'll go and interrogate him again. Seeing Hill get up and ready to leave, Nick Fury said, send someone to stare at the German Hydras, and then hit them all after the interrogation is found. Yes! Nodding, Hill walked outside. After Hill left, Nick Fury put the diary aside and then clicked on the paused video on the computer. The video is exactly what happened 3 days ago when Linn and SHELD attacked the town at night. In the video, Linn is standing outside the town, and after agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. start to cause chaos, Linn disappears from the spot. Almost in the same second, Linn's figure appeared in the center of the armed camp and kicked open the thick iron door. After watching the video several times, Nick Fury thought about it and then deleted it. Then he opened a folder where he only has permission to view it. Open the folder and Nick Fury finds the light column to open. He glanced at the members of the Illuminati on the list and then re-edit Linn information. Life, Linn. Identity, Director of the FBI in New York, temporary, founder of the Illuminati Association. Ability, teleportation, distance unknown, different from ordinary people's strength, specific values unknown, weapon proficiency, top fighting skills, and other abilities are currently unknown. Evaluation, originated as a top agent, with clear mind, quick thinking, super observation and judgment, excellent leadership skills, upright people, suitable for leading the team alone. Recruitment value, SSS, suitable for becoming the leader of a superhero team, newly named Avengers. After updating Linn information, Nick Fury looked at the list of others who were lighting up. After thinking about it, Nick Fury linked Linn's network of contacts with Professor X. After doing all this, Nick Fury closed the folder again. If Linn was here, you will find that in Nick Fury's folder, in addition to the Illumination Society, there are many other organization names that Linn is familiar with. Nick Fury had just closed the folder when he heard a slight knock outside the door. Watching the pressure Pierce walk in, Nick Fury said, I haven't seen you for several days. I hope you have brought me good news this time. It's good news indeed. Sitting across from Nick Fury, Pierce smiled and said, the funds you applied for this quarter have been approved by the World Security Council. And even the World Security Council approved the S.H.I.E.L.D. funds for the next quarter. Hearing Pierce say this, Nick Fury smiled. I knew you could handle those guys. Faced with Nick Fury's praise, Pierce smiled and took out a cigarette and lit it. I heard that S.H.I.E.L.D. had friction with local soldiers in New Mexico. What exactly happened? Do you need me to help you mediate? Not for now. Hearing Pierce's curiosity, Nick Fury did not hide it. 2 days ago, a hammer fell from the sky that no one could lift, so I asked Coulson to take people to investigate. As a result, there were some quarrels with the local military. This is not a big deal. A hammer fell from the sky and no one could lift it? Hearing this, Pierce was a little surprised and said, alien weapons? It should be, but the details are not clear yet. Shaking his head, Nick Fury was about to continue talking when he saw Hill walk in. After greeting Pierce, Hill said, we dug something out of Kosei Nag's mouth. Hearing what Hill said, the pressured Pierce pretended to stand up and said, do you need me to leave? Seeing Nick Fury waved his hand, Pierce sat down again. According to Kosei Nag's confession, the German Hydra has been funding him over the years, but at the same time, he has also been cooperating with the German Hydra company. He even used his identity to help the German Hydra build a base in the east of Sokovia and kidnapped many children to become Hydra test subjects. After hearing Hill's report, Nick Fury nodded. That's right, Hydra is not a charity. They also ask for rewards. Hill, you lead the team to Germany immediately, catch all the Hydras in one fell swoop, and at the same time have someone destroy the Hydra base in the east of Sokovia. Yes. After nodding, Hill walked out immediately. After Hill left, Pierce chatted with Nick Fury for a while and then got up and left. After he returned to his office, Pierce smiled and called James Duke. Duke, Linn is really good. What do you think of my proposal last time? I can give you Sitwell and Crossbones, I only want Linn Hall. On the other end of the phone, listening to the shameless request of the pressured Pierce, Duke refused again without hesitation. He had put so much thought into getting Linn Hall, how could he just give it up? At the same time, in a coffee shop in a city in Eastern Europe. What's good here? Sitting opposite Linn, the fair-skinned, tall, and beautiful female college student asked Linn curiously. Looking at the female college student who took the initiative to chat with him, Linn did not take it seriously. The female college student in front of him was not an ordinary person. She was Mora, who caused Magneto and the X-Men to fight and sent Storm to the underground some time ago. Pretending not to hear the lady's question is not the character of a gentleman. Seeing that Linn was silent, Mora said with a smile while stirring the coffee. I don't think I'm a gentleman. After taking a sip of coffee, Linn said, people always have to see the scenery they have never seen before, even if the scenery is not as beautiful as imagined. But you show up so openly, aren't you afraid that Magneto will find you again? Hearing what Linn said, Mora shrugged and said, did you know me from Jean? Well, I am indeed sorry about Ororo, but that was not my intention. After all, since the third life, I have been unable to control her. But fortunately she held back, so Ororo didn't die. As for Magneto, I don't care. Anyway, I have worked so hard for so long, and every life is a failure, so I gave up and prepared to enjoy the life I have never really enjoyed. Hearing Mora talking about every life, Linn finally remembered who she was. Mora is a mutant with the ability to reincarnate. And every time she dies, she can re-enter reincarnation with all her memories. Although the number of reincarnations is only 10 times, it is equivalent to having 10 lives. This ability must be acquired. This ability must be acquired. Although Linn coveted this ability, he remembered that in the comics, Mora didn't seem to have other mutant abilities. So, who is the she mentioned? Seeing that Linn was a little curious, Mora stirred the coffee and asked with a smile, do you believe that a person can die repeatedly and then be reborn as a baby? Of course. Hearing Mora's words, Linn nodded and said, I have seen many mutants, and I also know many mutants with extremely special abilities. So even if this is a little, but there is nothing strange about it. You are the first one who remains calm after knowing my ability. You know, even Fate exclaimed that I am the future of mutants after knowing my ability. To be honest, being the savior of mutants is quite tiring. Except for the first life when I was a little confused. I tried everything in every life afterwards, but failed. I tried to stand on Professor X's side and let mutants and ordinary people live in peace, but he didn't succeed. I tried to stand on Magneto's side, but the ending was still a failure. No matter how hard I try, the future of the mutant seems to be trapped in a dark and muddy swamp. Speaking of this, the vicissitudes in Mora's eyes flashed, so I decided to give up, at least in this life. Just treat it as enjoying my life that belongs only to me. Listening to Mora's frank words, Linn asked curiously, how many reincarnations have you experienced in total? Will you return to the original timeline every time you die after reincarnation? This is the 8th generation. Faced with Linn's inquiry, Mora did not hide it at all. As for whether I will return to the original timeline, this is not certain, because although I was born in Scotland in every life, my parents are still my parents. But sometimes I'll be born 2 years early, and sometimes I'll be a few years later. Fate says it depends on my control over this ability, but until now I have not mastered the ability to reincarnate. Speaking of this, Mora looked at Linn and suddenly said, do you know why I told you this? Have no idea. That's because you're quite interesting. Looking at Linn, Mora smiled and said, maybe because in the past few lives, I have been paying attention to mutants. Even if I became a CIA agent, I was working for mutants, so I ignored you, the FBI in New York. Director. I didn't know you for the first time until the last time you helped Sheen find Olaro. You mean, I don't exist in the 7 lives you experienced before? Linn asked in surprise when he heard Mora's words. I don't know, maybe there is, but maybe I didn't focus on you, so I didn't notice you. As he said that, Moira's eyes suddenly turned red. Of course, it may also be because you and the X-Men did not become friends in the first seventh life. I'm almost crazy when I keep my secrets pressed in my heart and can't find anyone to talk to. Fortunately, you're quite interesting. Unfortunately, after today, you will forget all of this. Seeing Moira's pupils suddenly turned red, and the sound also reverberated. Even the movements of other guests in the cafe are frozen, as if the surrounding time and space are still. Looking at Moira with her hair without wind, Linn teleported and disappeared into the cafe. After Linn disappeared, the red light in Moira's eyes gradually disappeared, and everything around her returned to normal. Why scare him away? I still have a lot to say. After drinking all the coffee, Moira complained, then said to herself, "You mean, he found out that I was lying? I think I was acting sincere. But you said he was what fate said, the one who can change the future of mutants with me? I'm not sure, but I have to give it a try. Okay, I forgive you. Anyway, he is in New York. So many things will happen in the future, and there are many opportunities to come into contact. In this life, I don't want to fail again." At the same time, Moira's favorability. 3. Looking at the favorability of the system prompts, Linn frowned. When she was just talking, when she said that she would give up changing the fate of mutants in this life and enjoy her life, Linn discovered that she was lying. Although she said that she had worked as an agent at CAI, she obviously had not received training as a professional agent. So even if she is sincere, Linn can feel that she is lying. But what is the real reason why she came to her? After thinking for a few seconds, Linn gave up. Anyway, the sentiment will not lie, which means that she will definitely come to her. The ability of reincarnation is really covetable. At the same time, in a laboratory in New York. Cool. Seeing that the mouse with one leg was missing miraculously growing one leg after injecting the drug, Peter Parker said excitedly, "Professor Connors, has our experiment been considered successful?" Looking at Peter Parker with an excited face, Professor Connors said excitedly, "Yes, Peter, our experiment has been successful. Thanks to you, I didn't expect you to decipher the most difficult formula. All of this is your credit." In the face of Professor Connors' praise, Peter Parker scratched his head shyly. "This is not my credit, Professor Connors. In fact, the reason I can crack that formula. It's because I've seen it in my dad's notebook, and I didn't expect that my dad once had biological genes." Before he could finish his words, the little mouse whose legs had grown again immediately twitched. Seeing the scene, Peter Parker and Professor Connors were just about to make some moves, but the teenage mouse lost signs of life. Watching the guinea pig die, Peter Parker's original excitement gradually disappeared. "Professor Connors, it seems that we have failed." A hint of undetectable annoyance flashed in his eyes, and then Connors smiled gently again. "It's okay, Peter, since we already have an idea. We only need to conduct a few more experiments, and sooner or later we will succeed." "All right." Taking a deep breath and looking at the clock on the wall, Peter Parker spoke. "Professor Connors, I'll go back first." "Okay, Peter. I'll call you later in the experiment. Goodbye, Professor Connors." Waving his hand, Peter Parker left the laboratory. 10 minutes later, the Illuminati base. "Why are you so listless?" Handing Peter Parker a bottle of Coke, Laura asked with a smile, "And you came back so early today. Didn't Professor Connors ask for leave for you?" "Because the experiment failed again. I was originally planning to wait for the experiment to succeed and tell the leader the good news." "I guess he will be very happy after hearing the news." After unscrewing the Coke and taking a few sips, Peter Parker got up from the sofa and said, "Forget it. Anyway, I've asked for leave today. I will continue to be my good neighbor in New York." Waving to Laura and Polaris, Peter ran to the room to change into the Spider-Man suit and then left the base swinging on the spider silk. Watching Peter Parker leave, Laura looked at Polaris. This matter should be told to Linn. Although Professor Connors seems to have no problem, I always feel that he has bad intentions towards Peter. If Linn is here, then he will definitely be able to expose Connors' conspiracy. New York. After getting off the plane, Linn stretched his muscles and saw Sean standing outside the airport waiting for him. Seeing Linn, Sean ran over and took the travel bag from Linn. "Boss, are you happy on this trip to Eastern Europe? Have you been fascinated by the beautiful Eastern European women?" Looking at Sean's obscene smile, Linn sat on the co-pilot and threw him a cigarette and said, "Don't mention it. I was originally planning to take a month off, but it's less than 10 days and the vacation is over. By the way, nothing happened in the bureau during the time I was away from New York." Taking the cigarette thrown by Linn, Sean lit it and started the car while saying, "Nothing big happened. It's just that the Cyber Crime Investigation Department found some supernatural videos. The location is a hotel in Hudson Town. But some people speculate that this was deliberately created by the mayor of Hudson Town, some small tricks to attract tourists. By the way, boss, do you want to go home first or go back to the bureau first?" Faced with Sean's inquiry, Linn said, "Let's go back to the bureau first." "Okay." Hearing what Linn said, Sean drove directly to the direction of the New York Federal Bureau of Investigation. Inside the Investigation Bureau. "Come in." James Duke, who was signing documents, said without raising his head when he heard the knock on the door. After Linn came in and closed the door of the office, Duke motioned Linn to sit down. After signing all the documents, Duke closed his pen and looked up at Linn and smiled. "How have you been in Eastern Europe these days? Haven't you met a few charming beauties?" Hearing Duke's joke, Linn smiled and said, "Director, you and Sean asked the same questions after seeing me. Haha, what's the big deal? If I were 20 years younger, I would never miss such a good opportunity." Throwing a cigar to Linn, Duke continued, "You handled the Sokovia incident very well this time, although it cost Stark a base. But this has also successfully tricked Nick Fury's attention to the German Hydra. Pierce kept praising you when he called me. You know, Nick Fury is hard to trust anyone. Being able to trick him is enough to prove your ability. Director, those Germans. Don't worry about them. They are just a bunch of trash. They will be caught." Without waiting for Linn to finish, Duke waved his hand and handed Linn an invitation. "This is an invitation to the New York Expo tomorrow night." Taking the invitation from Duke, Linn looked at the invitation and saw that it was signed by Hammer Industries. Then he smiled and asked Duke, "An invitation letter from Justin Hammer? Director, although his Hammer Industries is not bad, he should not be qualified to send us an invitation letter, right?" "Of course, he is not qualified to send us an invitation letter." Facing Linn's question, Duke said, "But since Stark Industries closed its weapons manufacturing department, Hammer Industries has taken over the military's orders. It is said that Hammer Industries has produced a batch of war robots that can be mass-produced this time, and the benchmark is Tony Stark's Mark armor." Speaking of this, Duke laughed and said, "Although these war robots are sold to the military, but..." Duke's words were not explicit, but Linn understood what he meant. Once this kind of war robot can be mass-produced, Hydra will naturally have no reason to let it go. "In this case, I will go to the expo tomorrow to see if the war robots of Hammer Industries are really as Justin Hammer said." Seeing that Linn understood what he meant in seconds, James Duke nodded with satisfaction. After leaving Director Duke's office, Linn did not return to her office, but went directly to the Illuminati headquarters. "You finally came back." Seeing Linn driving over, Laura put down the tablet in her hand and smiled. "These days, Lorna has been always talking to me. Why don't you come back?" Hearing Laura expose her little thoughts, Polaris, angry, slapped her. I was slapped to death by you." Pretending to fall on the sofa in pain, Laura stuck out her tongue and secretly winked at Polaris. "That's enough." Seeing her bestie's rogue appearance, Polaris pulled her up from the sofa. Looking at the two people playing, Linn smiled and handed over the gift. "This is the gift I brought back from Eastern Europe for you." Gift. Looking at the gift handed over by Linn, Laura ran over directly and then happily opened the gift box. When Laura saw the exquisite bracelet, she smiled sweetly at Linn and said, "Thank you, leader." After that, she put on the bracelet and shook it to Polaris. "It looks good." "Yeah." Looking at the pink diamond bracelet on her bestie's wrist, Polaris couldn't wait to open her gift. In the exquisite gift box, there was a necklace inlaid with green gems. Took out the necklace and took a look. The green gem continued to emit a faint light in the sun, just like when she used her mutant ability. Thank you, Linn. Polaris really likes this necklace. Looking at Polaris's happy look, Linn raised her hand and rubbed her head, as long as you like it. Not long after, when Peter Parker returned to the Illuminati base, he was so excited that he turned over on the spot after seeing the gift that Linn brought back to him. Thank you for your gift, Linn. This is the first time I have received. No, I mean, although Aunt May, Uncle Ben, and Harry have also given me gifts, but... Looking at Peter, who was very excited at the moment, Linn smiled and said, I know what you want to say. You're welcome. By the way, Peter, how are you doing recently? Hearing Linn asking about the recent situation, Peter Parker carefully put the gift away and then excitedly talked to Linn about what happened recently, including Professor Connor's experiment. It seems that the time for Professor Connors to become a lizard man is almost up. It just so happens that I can use this incident to act as a life mentor in front of Peter Parker. The reason why I didn't do this before was because Peter's age was exactly the age when he hated preaching. Forcing him to act as a life mentor and tell him what is right and what is wrong will only backfire. Only at the right time can you get Peter Parker's recognition and become his true guide on the road to superheroes. Well, the favorability will also increase rapidly. At the New York Expo. When Linn got off the car, many people had gathered outside the expo. In addition to some celebrities who received invitations, many media outlets and thousands of tourists from all over the United States came to visit this grand expo. After seeing Linn, the people around greeted Linn one after another. Linn naturally waved to them enthusiastically. As for the reception staff of Hammer Industries, Linn signaled not to worry about him. Not far away. Hearing the sudden cheers behind him, Pepper subconsciously looked back. When he saw Linn appear, he whispered to Natasha beside him. Leaving Pepper, Natasha walked straight to Linn. Hi Linn, long time no see. Looking at Natasha, who was walking in front of him with a smile on her face, Linn smiled and said, You are dressed very beautifully today, Natasha. I think Justin Hammer will definitely want to kick you out after seeing you. Oh? Why? Because you will steal all the limelight of this expo. Faced with Linn's praise, Natasha raised the corners of her mouth. Really? I don't think Justin Hammer would do that. After all, I came here with Miss Pepper. By the way, do you know about Tony Stark? Tony? What happened to him? Palladium poisoning. If we hadn't discovered it, he would probably be dead. Palladium poisoning? Hearing Natasha say this, Linn paused for a moment and then continued to walk towards Pepper. No wonder he gave me a private satellite and gave Rhodes a set of armor. Aren't you worried? Seeing Linn's calm look, Natasha asked with a smile. Since you said that, it means that S.H.I.E.L.D. has a solution to Tony's poisoning, right? It's mainly because Tony is smart. When Coulson went to New Mexico, he said that Tony Stark had found a solution. That's good. Coming to Pepper, Linn smiled and greeted her. Long time no see, Linn. You were in the limelight some time ago. Facing the smiling Pepper, Linn smiled and exchanged a few words with her. Entering the expo, the scene was extremely lively at this time. After asking someone to change seats, Linn sat next to Pepper and said, I heard that Hammer Industries has manufactured a batch of war robots to compete with Tony's Mark armor? Pepper didn't think much of Justin Hammer. Before the weapons manufacturing department of Stark Industries was closed, the military's weapons orders were always based on Stark Industries first. Justin Hammer has always regarded Tony as his biggest opponent, and even constantly imitated Tony's every move in public, but Tony never looked at him straight in the eye. As the two were chatting, the lights in the venue suddenly dimmed, and then a burst of light music sounded on the stage. Accompanied by the music, Justin Hammer danced with inflexible steps while twisting his body to greet the people in the audience. On the stage, after greeting everyone, Justin Hammer went straight to the point. Ladies and gentlemen, for a long time our country has let brave soldiers risk their lives in battle. Until Iron Man appeared, we thought no one would lose their lives, but he refused to disclose advanced technology, which is very unfair. God, I knew he would throw dirty water on Tony. Listening to Justin Hammer's words, Pepper shook her head, but saw Linn answering the phone in a low voice. Linn, I saw the invitation list. You're at the expo, right? Tony Stark asked anxiously while controlling the armor to fly quickly to the expo. Yes, sit next to Pepper. Great. Hearing Linn's answer, Tony Stark immediately said, I will rush to the expo right away. Linn, please protect Pepper. This expo is Ivan Vanko's conspiracy. Having said that, on the stage, war robots appeared one by one. Not only that, even the war machine Rhodes appeared in the center of the stage wearing steel armor. What? Linn, I just heard Justin Hammer introduce Rhodes. That's right. Hearing Tony's voice, Linn said, That's right, Rhodes is also on the stage, taking those war robots to salute. Damn it. After a low swearing, Tony Stark immediately said, Linn, take Pepper away first. I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Pepper looked at Linn and said, Tony's phone. Nodded, repeating Tony's words, so there will be danger here soon. Natasha and I will take you away first. Ivan Vank? Hell, he was the guy who attacked Tony in that F1 car in Morocco. He didn't expect that he would get together with Justin Hammer. Hearing Linn say this, Pepper immediately got up with his bag and prepared to leave. The three of them stood up were seen by General Ross next to him. Linn, the expo has just begun, and the war machine that our military and Hammer industry cooperated has not been fully displayed yet. Why are you so anxious to leave? Hearing that General Rose seemed very proud of the war robot, Linn smiled and said, I just received the news that chaos will soon be happening here. Unfortunately, I am the only one of the FBI in New York. But I think there are quite a lot of people in your military, so General Ross, I suggest that your military send people to evacuate the people at the scene immediately. In this way, when our FBI takes over the accident investigation, maybe you can save some trouble. After saying that, Linn took Pepper away. Watching Linn take Pepper away, Ross frowned immediately. With his eyes on the stage again, Rose's brow frowned even tighter as he looked at Justin Hammer, who was working hard to introduce the war robots. Although I don't know where Linn received this news, it's obvious that he is reminding himself. Although the military and the FBI have never dealt with each other. But out of personal trust in Linn, General Ross waved. Soon a soldier disguised as a security officer ran over. Let everyone be alert so that people don't get mixed up with the crowd to attack the venue. Ross thought that the chaos in Linn was about someone terrorist attacking here, so he asked for more vigilance. I never thought that the root of the chaos was actually on the stage. When Tony Stark landed on the stage in armor, the scene suddenly became an uproar, and many audience members stood up and applauded. Tony, this occasion is not the time for you to be willful. Leave here quickly. Seeing Tony Stark arrive, Rhodes immediately spoke up and persuaded. As a friend, Rhodes doesn't want to see Tony do anything extreme in such occasions. Especially in front of the military and the media, if he makes a big fuss, it will inevitably bring unnecessary trouble to him and even Stark Industry. Tony ignored Rhodes' persuasion and looked at the audience. After seeing that Linn, Pepper, and Natasha are no longer visible in the audience, Tony breathes a sigh of relief. Rod, this expo is a conspiracy. Ivan Vank has controlled these war robots. We need to find a way to save these civilians. What? Ivan Vank. Before Tony could finish his words, all the war robots on the stage aimed their weapons at Tony. Not only that, even the weapon system of the Rhodes armor locked on Tony Stark. Hell, Tony, go quickly, my armor system has been hacked. I can't control my armor now. Hearing Rhodes' anxious tone, Tony Stark pushed away Justin Hammer, who walked forward, and then controlled the armor to take off. Since his target is me, then we'd better go outside to fight. Civilians here too many. As Tony's armor took off, the war robots on the stage immediately fired. The dome glass above the expo fell one after another under the shooting of these bullets, and the people at the scene were even scared and kept screaming and running away. FUXX. Seeing this scene, General Ross in the audience immediately cursed angrily. He finally understood what the chaos Linn was talking about. Damn it, why did it become like this? Regardless of the continuous falling of the glass fragments, General Ross grabbed Justin Hammer, who had fled down, and questioned. I must have someone hacked into the control system of the war robot. I'll go to the back-end control room now. Looking at Justin Hammer's panic look, General Ross grabbed his collar and took him directly to the backstage. At this moment, General Ross remembered what Linn said before leaving, so once civilians are injured or even killed, Justin Hammer is the culprit. In any case, this blame must not be taken to the military. Backstage. When General Ross grabbed Justin Hammer to the control room, all the staff in the control room were squatting on the ground obediently. Linn sat in front of the computer with a communication headset and kept talking to Joey. Joey is competing with Ivan Vank for control of war robots. Boss, I can get control of war robots in at most 3 minutes. Ivan Vank is indeed a genius, but in terms of computer technology, he is more. I'm still a little bit short. Hearing Joey's confident words, Linn said, "Good job, Tony. You hold on for another 3 minutes." I heard it. Controlling the armor to fly over the city, looking at the war robots chasing behind, Tony Stark said, "You have so many geniuses under you, Linn. After this incident, you have to make this genius introduce me to know." "Come on, Tony, you can't poach my men." After saying that, Linn turned his head and looked at Justin Hammer, who was captured by General Ross, then walked up to him and grabbed him by the neck and asked, "Where is Ivan Vank?" Justin Hammer struggled constantly after being strangled by Linn. When he saw Linn's eyes gradually getting colder, Justin Hammer immediately said, "It's right in my company, believe me, I really don't do these things." "Yes, Mr. Hall, I swear this was not my command." Hearing Justin Hammer's explanation, Natasha said, "I'll catch that guy." After saying that, Natasha ran directly outside. Watching Natasha leave, Linn returns to the computer. At this moment, one screen was showing the progress of controlling the war robot, while the other screens showed the situation outside. On the screen, some war robots kept firing, and the civilians were screaming and fleeing. Some civilians were crowded and rolled down the stairs, and before they could get up, they were trampled by people behind them, while more civilians ran around like headless flies. Seeing the situation outside so chaotic, Pepper covered his mouth and eyes full of worry. Especially when he saw Tony Stark flying in armor while the bullets of the war robots behind him kept hitting the armor. He asked worriedly, "Linn, will Tony be fine, right?" Faced with Pepper's inquiry, Linn looked inside the screen, and Tony kept flying in circles and attacked at the same time, and said to Pepper, "Don't worry, Pepper, I think Tony can deal with these war robots." As he was speaking, Rhodes' voice came from the communication headset. At this moment, he could control his armor. Seeing Tony joining Rhodes and destroying all the war robots chasing over, Pepper breathed a sigh of relief. General Ross kicked Justin Hammer to the ground, then came to Linn and took the initiative to hand him a cigarette and said, "Linn, this matter has nothing to do with the military. It was this bitch who raised something and Ivan Vank's conspiracy." Faced with General Ross's initiative to show goodwill, Linn took the cigarette but did not ignite it. "General Ross, it's best to tell our director about this matter. You can make the decision too?" After hearing what Linn said, General Ross felt a little tooth-pained. If the vampire James Duke spoke, maybe the military would have to pay. "I'm just a small director of the FBI in New York." Hearing Linn say this, General Ross shook his head helplessly, looking at Justin Hammer, who had climbed up from the ground, thinking of his promise. General Ross then made up for him. "Boss, it's done." Seeing that all the war robots on the computer changed from red to green, Joey immediately said, "Now all war robots are under my control." "Boss, how do you deal with these iron lumps?" Before Linn could speak, he heard Rod say, "Linn, these war robots were ordered by our army from Hammer Industry. You can't bring them back to the FBI." Linn pretended not to hear Rhod's answer. "Joey, there should be self-destruction procedures in these war robots. If the self-destruction procedure can be cleared and confirmed that there is no danger, these war robots will be sent to this safety zone." "No problem, boss. I'm sure I can solve the self-destruction procedure for these iron bumps." Faced with Linn's instructions, Joey immediately cracked the self-destruction program of these war robots. As soon as the program was cracked 50%, A red signal representing the steel armor quickly flew towards the expo. Joey immediately said, "Mr. Stark, there is an iron bump flying towards you. Compared with other iron bumps, it has a particularly high energy index." As soon as Joey finished speaking, Natasha's voice also came out of the communication headset. "It should be that guy Ivan Vank. When I arrived at Hammer Industry, he was no longer here." Looking at the guard who was hanging from the ceiling with a rope, Natasha immediately took out the USB flash drive and inserted it into the computer to copy it. Hearing Joey and Natasha's words, Tony Stark and Rhodes immediately became alert. Soon, Ivan Vank, wearing a set of steel armor, landed in front of the two of them from the air. As the armor helmet opened, Ivan Vank looked at Tony Stark and said, "It feels so good to come back. Control the room." At this time, NYPD rushed over and caught Justin Hammer directly at Linn's instructions. "Peeper, follow these officers to leave first. I'll go to Tony to see if there is anything you need help with." Pepper nodded immediately after hearing Linn say this. After Linn left, Pepper and the police officers came outside, but they were not in a hurry to get in the police car and leave. "Thank you, but you go first. Happy will take me back." Hearing Pepper's words, the police officers nodded and left. "Pepper, I'm a little worried about Tony." Looking at the glass fragments and war robot fragments all over the ground, Pepper worriedly said, "I have to see Tony come back with my own eyes to feel at ease." For Pepper's insistence, Happy had to nod and said, "Okay, but Mr. Linn said these robots will explode, so I suggest finding a safe place to stay first." On the battlefield, the bullets attacked Ivan Vanko's armor, but did not cause any damage to his armor. On the contrary, the weapon on the shoulder of Rhodes' armor was directly shattered by Ivan Vanko's whip with electricity. Seeing this scene, Tony controlled the armor to crash into Ivan Vanko, but was immediately kicked out by him. Before Tony could stabilize the flying armor, Ivan Vanko's whip wrapped around Tony's armor. The huge electric current directly damaged the surface of Tony's armor. Seeing that Tony was controlled, countless bullets on Rhodes' armor arm formed a rain of fire and attacked Ivan Vanko. Although the bullets did not cause any harm to Ivan Vanko, Tony took this opportunity to escape from the restraints. Seeing Tony Stark break free from the restraints, Rod asked while attacking, "Tony, where is the laser weapon you just used?" "Come again. That's a one-time thing." As he said, Tony raised his hand and the palm energy cannon directly attacked Ivan Vanko. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, but Ivan Vanko was not hurt at all. Instead, he looked at the two with sarcasm and said, "Tony Stark, is this all you have? It seems that today I can avenge all the hatred that your Stark family imposed on our family." Looking at Ivan Vanko's smug look, Rhodes stepped forward and activated a micro-missile on his shoulder. "It seems that it's time for my ex-wife to appear." "What? My ex-wife?" As soon as the voice fell, the micro-missile quickly attacked Ivan Vanko. Bang! A crisp sound rang out, watching the ex-wife hit Ivan Vanko's armor and then shut down and fell to the ground. Tony Stark said speechlessly, "Weapons produced by Hammer Industries?" Shrugged at Tony. Rhodes frowned and said, "What should we do now? Ivan Vanko's armor is as defensive as a turtle shell, and our attacks can't penetrate it at all." Looking at Ivan Vanko's playful expression, Tony Stark took a deep breath and then said to Rhodes, "I have an idea now, but it's very dangerous. Rhodes, I need you and me." Bang! Before Tony Stark finished speaking, a bullet directly penetrated Ivan Vanko's head from 100 meters away. The sudden scene made Tony Stark and Rhodes stunned. Ivan Vanko, who was so arrogant just now and whose attacks had no effect, was actually shot in the head by a bullet at this moment. The opponent who he had tried his best to beat was actually solved so easily. Inexplicably, Tony Stark felt that this battle was a bit anticlimactic. Looking in the direction where the bullets were coming from, Linn Hall was waving at them again. "You killed Ivan Vanko, whose favorability was -7 and gained 500 experience points." Hearing the system prompt, Linn put away his gun as if nothing had happened. Linn heard from Tony Stark that Ivan Vanko hated him for saving him more than once and thought that he and Tony were in the same group. But he didn't expect that after he robbed Ivan Vanko's head, he only got 500 experience points of legacy. But it's true, Ivan Vanko is just a third-tier villain after all, and he doesn't have any special supernatural abilities. So it's normal to get 500 points of legacy experience for himself. Controlling the armor to fly over, Tony and Rhodes opened their masks with complicated expressions. Linn smiled and asked, "I watched your fight just now." He had opened his helmet many times. "Didn't you think of attacking his head?" Whether it was bullets or energy cannons, they were all fired at Ivan Vanko's armor. TSK. I don't know how to evaluate your fight. Hearing Linn's complaints, Tony Stark and Rhodes looked at each other. For a moment, no one knew how to respond. Yes, there were many opportunities to attack his head directly, including when he landed in front of the two people from the air. He deliberately opened his helmet to reveal his face. But the two people just thought about how to destroy his armor. Well, this is just like when Captain America encounters an enemy every time, the enemy will shoot bullets at his shield. Seeing that the two were silent, Linn raised his hand and looked at the time and said, "Okay, hurry up and pack up and leave here. The relevant departments for follow-up have already arrived." This time, many people were killed and injured at the expo, especially the stampede. "I guess tomorrow's news will be very lively." Hearing what Linn said, Tony nodded. "Thank you, Linn. You saved me again." 3 days later, at the press conference at the Federal Building in New York. According to the subsequent on-site investigation report, the death toll at the expo 3 days ago was 17, and the number of injured was as high as 126. According to our FBI investigation, the leaders of this incident were found to be Justin Hammer and Ivan Vanko of the Bear Country. Their main target is the military high-ranking officials at the expo, and they want to take advantage of the opportunity of displaying weapons to catch the military high-ranking officials in one fell swoop. Hearing the results of the case reported by Linn, the media at the scene were in an uproar. Some reporters even raised their hands directly to ask questions to Linn. Looking at the reporters who raised their hands below the stage, Linn directly pointed to a media that had a close relationship with the FBI. "Mr. Linn, are you saying that the mastermind behind this incident is the Bear Country? What evidence do you have?" Facing the reporter's question, Linn opened the PPT and said, "I think everyone should still remember the incident of the plane carrying a nuclear bomb that landed at the New York airport." Hearing Linn's question, many media at the scene nodded. The fact that the Bear Country soldiers drove a plane carrying a nuclear bomb to the United States was a feast for the news industry. So they naturally remembered this feast very clearly. According to our investigation, although Ivan Vanko was wanted by the Bear Country on the surface, he had close ties with some Bear officials in private. Including many funds in his overseas accounts, they are all related to the Bear Country. Speaking of this, Linn turned the PPT page, which was full of evidence of the cooperation between Ivan Vanko and Justin Hammer. Since the closure of Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing department, Hammer Industries has been actively seeking orders from the military, but the effect is not very good. After Ivan Vanko, who was secretly assigned by the Bear Country, discovered this, he took the initiative to attack Tony Stark in Morocco to show Justin Hammer his ability. The fact is just as Ivan Vanko planned. After Justin Hammer saw Vanko's ability, he took the initiative to rescue him from the Moroccan prison. And the two of them worked together to create those war robots and prepared to show them to the world at the expo. Turn the PPT page again, and there is a chat record between Ivan Vanko and someone. According to the records we cracked from Ivan Vanko's computer, Ivan Vanko and officials from the Bear Country made a plan to kill senior military officials at the expo. The purpose is to embarrass the U.S. military in front of the whole world, in order to retaliate against the U.S. for sheltering soldiers from the Bear Country. Fortunately, Mr. Tony Stark appeared in time as Iron Man at the critical moment and saved the civilians and senior military officials at the scene. Otherwise, the Bear Country's conspiracy would succeed. Watching Linn show conclusive evidence, the reporters at the scene were once again in an uproar. "Oh my God, I didn't expect that on the surface it was targeting Tony Stark, but in fact it really wanted to kill all the senior military officials?" Fortunately, Mr. Linn Hall tracked down the clues and Tony Stark appeared in time, otherwise the United States would be embarrassed to the whole world. FUXX, these damn bears. Inside Tony Stark's villa. Looking at the press conference being broadcast live on the TV, Tony Stark was stunned at the moment, and even Pepper was shocked. So, I am now a hero who saved the top military officials of the United States and prevented the United States from losing face to the whole world. Hearing Linn's story, Tony looked at Pepper beside him, and even his voice changed a little. Yes, Linn said so. I guess after the press conference, the entire American people will think so. Oh my God. Leaning on the sofa, Tony Stark still looked incredulous at this moment. Why do I feel that this matter is a bit absurd? Ivan Vanko wants to retaliate against me. What does this have to do with the bear? And I think what Linn said is true. Before Tony finished speaking, Pepper said directly, and what Linn said must be true. Tony, Ivan Vanko killed 17 innocent civilians at the expo in order to retaliate against you. And Ivan Vanko accepted the instructions of the bear and wanted to plan to kill the top military officials, but failed, which directly led to the death of 17 innocent civilians. Which of these two statements do you think is more acceptable? Hearing Pepper say this, Tony Stark was silent for a moment. But, Tony, do you think Linn would lie about this? Holding Tony's hand, Pepper said gently, if a lie is told about this kind of thing, it will definitely be investigated. And we all know Linn, you should know what kind of person Linn is. Faced with Pepper's comfort, Tony Stark thought for a while. Although Linn always chooses the most expensive wine to drink every time he comes, and likes to snatch the beauties with the longest legs. But as an FBI, he is very capable, and as a friend, he is very trustworthy. Hearing Tony's evaluation of Linn, Pepper also smiled and said, yes, and he has saved us more than once. I believe he will not lie. Huh. Tony took a long breath and leaned back on the sofa and nodded. Okay, I'm going to work. Maybe you've become a hero in the hearts of the American people, and Stark Industries stock will rise again. After giving Tony a kiss on the face, Pepper stood up and walked outside. After Pepper left, Tony Stark was silent for a long time and then said, Jarvis, help me do two things. The first thing, help me compensate the families of the 17 people who died and be responsible for all the medical expenses, nutrition expenses, and other expenses of the injured. The second thing, help me check Ivan Vanko's overseas bank accounts and the accuracy of the evidence released by Linn. Hearing Tony Stark say this, Jarvis said, okay, sir, but do you suspect that Mr. Linn is misleading the public? Some. Nodding gently, Tony Stark, he said solemnly, although I know that if this is false, then Linn did this to help me, so that the public will not blame me for the death. But Jarvis, if this responsibility is really mine, then at least I can't escape. To be honest, I am really grateful to Linn. As a friend, he has done everything he can for me. But I don't want my friend to bear these things for me. Hearing Tony Stark say this, Jarvis said, okay, sir, I am looking for Ivan Vanko's overseas accounts and the evidence released by Mr. Linn. New York FBI. Listening to Linn's ease in facing media reporters' inquiries, he looked at the astonishing evidence released by Linn. General Ross spit out a cigar, and then James Duke asked, is this matter directly on the head of the bear? Shouldn't it? Hearing General Ross questioning with surprise, James Duke said with a smile, the responsibility is to Mao Bear, which is better than your military wants to order war robots, but it causes such a big disaster. Speaking of this, James Duke looked at Linn on TV with satisfaction, and then asked with a smile, Ross, what do you think Linn is like? You must know that these evidences were created by him. It's really amazing. He deserves to be the youngest director since the establishment of the FBI. It's just Director Duke. If these evidences are fake, as long as someone who is interested will be found after investigation. Faced with Rose's concerns, James Duke said, who told you that the evidence is false? Is it true? Ivan Vank is really sent by Mao Bear to take advantage of the opportunity of the expo to kill the top military leaders. Of course not. Ivan Vank does want to retaliate against Tony Stark, but the evidence Linn showed is true. Don't worry, whether it is a private or an official organization's investigation, these evidences can stand the test. If Linn didn't even have this ability, he wouldn't have received the Medal of Honor personally issued by the president. With the affirmative reply from James Duke, General Ross breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I really have to thank you for the FBI this time. No need to thank you. After all, your military has paid such a great price, and we must satisfy you too. General Ross shook his head when he heard Duke mention the price. Damn it, I know that these hyenas won't let go easily. As Linn announced the truth of the incident, the storm of public opinion on the internet became more and more intense. With conclusive evidence in front of us, and this time it was a reasonable revenge by Mao Wang, the people naturally believed that this matter was true. Many people even clamored to expel Mao Bei's consulate in New York. The storm on the internet was blowing fiercely, but Tony Stark in reality felt relieved. I thought what Linn announced was fake and was to help himself get rid of responsibility. But unexpectedly, after Jarvis' investigation, he found that all the published evidence was true. After a sigh of relief, Tony Stark returned to his relaxed appearance again. Jarvis, please make an appointment with Linn for me, and I said I got a few more bottles of good wine and ask him if he has time tonight. Oh, by the way, help me check Anne Hathaway's itinerary and said that I would help Linn as a wingman, but I never had a chance. Hearing Tony's relaxed tone, Jarvis immediately said, Okay, sir. After searching, Jarvis said, Sir, Anne Hathaway is not in New York at the moment, but there are 2 singers who are currently doing activities in New York, and it is very consistent with Mr. Linn's preference. Hearing Jarvis say this, Tony's eyes lit up. Then he took out his cell phone and said, I'll call Linn in person. Inside the New York prison. Please believe me, Mr. Hall, I really don't know which damn Ivan Vank actually had such a conspiracy. I just want to cooperate with him to create war robots and take orders from the military. I really didn't think about killing the top military leaders. Looking at Justin Hammer, who kept begging him in tears, Linn frowned. He has been sent to prison by himself, and he may even spend the rest of his life in prison. But Justin Hammer's favorability towards him turned out to be 1, not a negative number. This is unreasonable. Does this guy really think he is a bullshit American hero and think he can give him a cleansing situation? Mr. Hall, as long as you can give me a cleansing and save me, I will satisfy you no matter what you want or what orders you have. I still have a lot of funds in my overseas account, and I am willing to give it all, just ask you to save me. Hearing Justin Hammer's tearful plea, Linn thought for a few seconds and suddenly felt that this guy might be useful to him in the future. Just like a stock account manager or Draco Muhammad, he arranged the Dark Sun casually. No one is useless, just see if it can be used for yourself. And I have to prepare for the Hydra's destruction in a few years. As for whether he will bite himself back after he rescues him, Linn was not worried about this. After all, sending 2 vampires can easily deal with him. You can't leave prison alive, Justin, whether it's the excited people or the law. You're destined to be in prison for the rest of your life. Justin Hammer was stunned when he heard Linn's words, and a feeling of despair spread into his heart. Looking at Justin Hammer's desperate look, Linn continued, Of course, I may be able to give you some help, but how to give back my kindness is up to you to think about it yourself. Hearing what Linn said, Justin Hammer, who was originally desperate, immediately raised his head and kept expressing his loyalty to Linn like a dog. All promises made under emotional excitement are not trustworthy, so I will give you some time to think about it. I will come to see you again after you make up your mind. Linn said to Sean, Sean, let someone arrange a single room for him during this period. Don't let anyone hurt him. Yes. Hearing what Linn said, Sean nodded and then asked someone to take him away. As Justin Hammer was taken away, Linn looked at Tony's call and picked it up. Listening to Tony's invitation on the other end of the phone, he also vowed that he had a gift that he absolutely expected to give to himself. Linn naturally accepted the invitation. After the call was hung up, Sean walked in with Sato Ichiro in blue short jeans. Ichiro Sato was the former boss of the New York Yamaguchi Gumi, but with Linn's order, the Yamaguchi Gumi was directly destroyed, and he, the boss, was also imprisoned. In order to reduce Ichiro Sato's favorability, Linn also specifically ordered the blacks in the prison to take care of him. So, in a prison for all men, what does it mean for a prisoner to wear short jeans? I'm sure everyone knows. When Ichiro Sato was taken from the prison to the interrogation room, he rushed over with his fists clenched in anger when he saw Linn for the first time. Be honest. He kicked Ichiro Sato to the ground with one foot, and Sean stepped on Ichiro Sato's cheek and said, "If you dare to be rude to our boss again, I will kill you directly." Ichiro Sato was stepped on the face by Sean's big foot in leather shoes, but he stared at Linn Hall. It was this damn bastard who destroyed his Yamaguchi Gumi and made him a prisoner overnight. Looking at Sato Ichiro, who was staring at him, wishing to eat him alive. Linn opened the system and took a look, then nodded with satisfaction. Sato Ichiro favorability, -8. 8 favorability. Standing up and tidying up his clothes, Linn looked at Sean and said, "VIP lounge number 1. Hee. Hearing the boss's order, Sean dragged Sato Ichiro and walked outside. Damn it, what do you want to do to me? I'm not afraid of you. I will get this humiliation back sooner or later, and I will make you regret it." Being dragged out by Sean, Sato Ichiro kept shouting angrily. Half an hour later. Tisk, that's it. Looking at Sato Ichiro, who had turned into a corpse at this moment, with a look of fear on his face. Sean threw the body into the blender with some disdain, and then said to Linn, "Boss, I thought this little Japanese was a tough guy, but I didn't expect that when the gun was pointed at him, he was scared to pee his pants." Looking at the system prompt, he killed Sato Ichiro with a -8 favorability and gained 500 experience points. "I'll go first." Take the cigarette thrown by the boss, Sean nodded, a private seat at the bottom of the Hudson River. In the car. Name, Linn Hall. Intelligence, 3. Strength, 4. Speed, 2. Endurance, 3. Energy emission, 0. Combat skills, 6. Skills, Israeli Krav Maga LV10 Max, Hot Weapon Mastery LV9, 2611/11000, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu LV7, 769/2100, Muay Thai LV7, 127/2100, Cold Weapon Mastery LV6, 792/2600, Super Strength LV2, 7/3000, Teleport LV2, 5/4000, Spider Sense LV2, 9/4000. Experience, 3180. Looking at the experience on the system, Linn directly upgraded his Super Strength to LV3. The last upgrade was in mid-March, more than 3 weeks ago. Gwen can provide herself with 500 experience points per week, while Uncle George and Aunt Helen, who have a favorability of 9, only have 100 experience points per week in total, which is not enough for skill upgrades. However, after returning from Sokovia, I got 500 experience points by taking Whiplash's head, plus Sato Ichiro's 500 experience points. And the remaining 380 experience points after the last upgrade, just enough for me to upgrade my Super Strength to LV3. After the upgrade, the Super Strength became LV3 0/4500, the Strength attribute became 5, and the experience was only a pitiful 187 points. Turning off the system, Linn drove the car towards Tony Stark's villa. Maybe I should create some enemies with a favorability of -8. After all, killing enemies with a favorability of -8 will give more one-time gifts. Kurt Connors seems to be a good candidate. Half an hour later, outside the swimming pool of Tony Stark's villa. After seeing Linn coming over, Tony Stark stood up from the lounge chair, opened his arms and smiled. "Wow, girls, look who's here." You know, big shots like this are rare, so don't be stingy with your enthusiasm. You know, he only needs one word to solve any of your problems. Hearing Tony Stark shout, a dozen beauties in bikinis soaking in the swimming pool climbed up the shore and enthusiastically approached Linn. When Rhodes, who was grilling on the side, saw this scene, shrugged his shoulders and continued to grill beef. Linn, seeing a large group of beauties in bikinis approaching enthusiastically, naturally embraced them very attentively. It was just April now, and the temperature in New York was only 15 degrees. If these delicate beauties were frozen, it would be a big sin. Well, Linn has always been kind to others. Sitting next to Tony's recliner, Linn picked up the wine glass and took a sip. Just as he was about to ask Tony, the beauty sitting on Linn's lap picked up a slice of watermelon and brought it to Linn's mouth. After taking a bite of watermelon, Linn looked at Tony and said, "What's the theme of this party? I heard from Natasha that before the Ivan Vanko incident, you had been locked up in the villa to find a way to solve the palladium poisoning. What, have you gone crazy during this period? And where's the gift you said you would give me?" Faced with Linn's question, Tony hadn't spoken yet, and Rod on the side brought a plate of roasted beef and said, even if he went crazy, he wouldn't dare to find so many beauties openly. You know, he has already confessed to Pepper, so Linn, do you think if he dares to mess around, Pepper will let him go? Oh. Hearing Rod say this, Linn glanced around. There were at least 17 or 18 beauties showing their graceful figures inside and outside the swimming pool. Linn looked at Tony and then at Rod. Then he spread his hands and said, "I have no problem, Rod. I'm just afraid that your body can't bear it. I think I can challenge it." People always have a spirit of challenge when facing difficulties. Listening to the conversation between the two people, Tony Stark directly raised his middle finger to the two. After letting the model sitting on Linn leave, Tony smiled and said, "Don't worry, these are just appetizers to liven up the atmosphere. The real gift is waiting for you in the hotel." Tisk, two new generation female singers, with ethereal and high voices, and their figures and looks definitely meet your aesthetic standards. It's a pity that the little princess in New York has never come back, otherwise I could have fulfilled my promise to be your wingman. Looking at Tony's raised eyebrows and whispering, Rhodes, who was holding beef, came over. "What little princess? Where is my gift? Eat your barbecue." The three of them clinked their glasses and chatted for a few words. Tony looked at Linn and sighed. "To be honest, I didn't expect that the one who instigated Ivan Vanko was actually the bear. I thought he really came here to seek revenge on me." Hearing Tony sigh, Linn smiled. Rhodes, who knew the truth from General Ross, glanced at Linn. After seeing the look Linn gave him, Rhodes shrugged. "Yes, anyway, for Tony, this is the best result." This private party held by Tony Stark was actually specially for thanking Linn. After all, Linn had saved him more than once. Linn was a little disappointed because Tony's favorability had not yet increased to 8 points. However, Linn was very satisfied with the gift given by Tony. In the early morning, in the hotel room, after the clear and loud singing of two larks gradually faded away, Linn lay back on the bed. The two new generation female singers tried their best to support their bodies and then used their characteristics of being a singer with a sharp tongue to clean up for Linn. Raising his hand and slowly stroking the heads of the two 19-year-old girls, Linn said with satisfaction, "If you encounter any trouble in the future, you can call this number and someone will help you solve it." Hearing Linn's words, Taylor raised his head and smiled sweetly at Linn, then lowered his head to continue working. The other girl said, "Our biggest problem is that we don't have the energy to attend the event today. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether the meeting is held or not. After what happened last night, I'm afraid my boyfriend can no longer satisfy me. I'll break up with him when I get home." Hearing Melissa say this, Taylor nodded in agreement. Seeing that the two had almost finished cleaning, Linn stood up and patted their raised buttocks. "I'll contact you when I'm free." After that, Linn walked to the bathroom. These two girls are pretty smart. It's good to have a breakup. Back to the FBI in New York, Barbara has returned from the UK. "Did you have any trouble going to the UK with your father to see those relatives?" Looking at Barbara with a smile on her face, Linn asked. "Of course I didn't have any trouble. You know, I'm not the smuggler who hid from place to place before, but an FBI agent under your command." Walking around the desk and sitting on Linn's lap, Barbara was in a very good mood at the moment. It can be seen that this FBI identity has saved her and her father a lot of trouble. Patting Jessica's hips gently, Linn smiled and said, "Now that you're back, start working. Go ask Joey if there's any movement from Kurt Connors." "Okay." Nodding, Barbara got up from Linn and walked towards the information department. At the same time, in Central Park. Oh my God. Looking at the naked body of a man lying on the ground, with a strange bullhead pattern painted behind him and the skin on his chest peeled off. George Stacy frowned and asked, "Have you found the identity information of the deceased?" "Not yet, but we checked the surveillance footage from last night." According to the surveillance footage, he came here alone last night and took off his clothes as he walked. After he was naked, he knelt on the ground and talked to himself, and finally peeled off the skin on his chest with his own hands. In addition, we found his clothes according to the footage captured by the surveillance camera, but unfortunately there was nothing to prove his identity. Hearing the report from his subordinates, George Stacy frowned. Carefully check the crime scene, then take the body back for a forensic autopsy to check if there are any drug residues such as hallucinogens in the body. Hearing George Stacy's order, the police officer nodded. After the police officer left, a sheriff came over and said, "Chief, I suggest that this matter should be handed over to the FBI." Hearing the sheriff say this, George Stacy said, "Why? You just saw the bullhead pattern on the back of the body, which means that the case in front of us may not be as simple as we thought." "Chief, I once saw a pattern in a notebook of my father. It represents the beast guarding the lake of fire in hell. Once the beast leaves the gate of hell, the demons recorded in the Bible who are expelled to the lake of fire will leave hell and go to the human world, so I think." Before the sheriff finished speaking, George Stacy interrupted directly and said, "Sheriff Willis, I know your father is a priest, and I also believe in God. But although the deceased's behavior captured by the surveillance camera was very strange, we should investigate the case instead of leaning towards theological devils and other things." Hearing what Chief George said, Chief Willis had to shut up, but his heart was full of worries. 2 hours later, in the police station. "Director, according to the autopsy findings of the forensic doctor, there are no organs or tissues in the body of the deceased." "What?" Hearing the report from his subordinates, George Stacy frowned and said, "You mean there are no organs or tissues such as the heart in the body of the deceased?" "That's right, Director." After the forensic doctor dissected the body, he found that the body of the deceased was empty. Various organs had traces of being removed. According to the forensic doctor's speculation, the organs and tissues in the body of the deceased should have been removed 3 years ago. Hearing the ridiculous situation reported by his subordinates, George Stacy frowned and said, "How is this possible?" This is the conclusion given by the forensic doctor. This subordinate also thought that the forensic doctor's conclusion was a bit absurd. Clearly, the surveillance camera last night also captured the scene of the deceased walking into Central Park. "Chief, the deceased has no other wounds except the skin tissue on his chest that was peeled off last night. That is to say, someone removed the deceased's organs 3 years ago and then somehow made the deceased's wounds heal perfectly and let him live for 3 years, until last night when the deceased went to Central Park and peeled off his chest skin to commit suicide." Hearing the report from his subordinates, George Stacy frowned even more. "Send Chief Willis over." "Yes, Chief." After the police left, George Stacy hesitated for a moment, then picked up the phone and dialed it. "FBI. That is to say, Kurt Connor's experiment has not been completely successful?" "Yes, boss. We are monitoring Kurt Connors 24 hours a day. Although he is in the laboratory for at least 16 hours a day, there is no abnormality. Peter Parker has rarely run to Kurt Connor's laboratory during this period, but according to the surveillance, Peter Parker has not stopped studying Connors's experimental notes." After hearing Joey's report, Linn nodded. Since Connors has not become Dr. Lizard yet, he is not in a hurry to take action for the time being. Just thinking about it, Linn Hall's mobile phone rang. Picked up the phone and took a look, and found that it was Uncle George calling. Inside the New York Police Department. Looking at the strange corpse in front of him, Sean frowned and said to Linn, "Boss, why do I feel like I have seen this pattern somewhere?" "Oh, I remember, when we investigated the town under Oswego, it was similar to the pattern behind this dead person. It's just that each corner of the 6-pointed star pattern in that town has something like a sheep's head, and the pattern behind this dead person is a bull's head inside the 6-pointed star." At this point, Sean took a breath and said, "Boss, this case won't be another supernatural case." Looking at Sean's somewhat surprised look, Linn glanced at the pattern on the back of the dead person and said, "It's very likely. Take the body back to the FBI for a reautopsy." "Yes." Hearing Linn's order, Sean immediately asked someone to take the body back. "Uncle George, I want to meet Sheriff Willis. He's in my office." As George led Linn toward his office, he said, "Linn, I didn't take Sheriff Willis's words to heart at first. It wasn't until I heard the autopsy report from the medical examiner that I realized this was not something the NYPD could handle. The features of the body are so weird. I've been a police officer for decades, and I've never come across such a weird case." As he spoke, George Stacy glanced at Sean, who was following Linn. "He is his own person, Uncle George." Looking at Uncle George's gaze, Linn knew what he wanted to ask, so he said with a smile, "Linn, although the report said that the more than 1,300 people died in the town of Oswego were caused by biochemical viruses created by the bear. In the end, I was worried that you would discover it, so the bear detonated the town. But after hearing your conversation just now, things are not that simple." Faced with Uncle George's inquiry, Linn nodded and then told the story. Of course, Linn didn't tell Uncle George about Mephisto. George Stacy was surprised when she heard Linn's explanation, but soon calmed down. "Linn, if the case this time is still a supernatural and mysterious incident, then you must not show off." Looking at Linn, George Stacy said very seriously, "I don't doubt your ability. Even though you can sit in the position today exceeds my expectations, I think it should be. But child, supernatural events are full of unknown dangers, and I don't want you to encounter such dangers." Hearing Uncle George was turning around and hoping that he would hand over the case to someone else to investigate, Linn nodded and smiled. "Don't worry, Uncle George, supernatural mysterious cases like this are SGLD. If it's really tricky, I'll throw them directly." "That's good." He patted Linn's arm gently and George smiled. "Helen, and I still hope to see your child grow up." After saying that, George took Linn to his office. Linn naturally understood Uncle George's concerns and even more clear about Uncle George's character. He is the kind of old-school policeman who can't tolerate any sand in his eyes, and he will not give up investigation just because a case involves some people. If he was in his own position, he would never give up investigating the case because of danger. But now he hopes that he can push the case out. His love for Linn has exceeded the principles he insisted on. When she arrived at Uncle George's office, Sheriff Willis was already sitting there waiting. After seeing Linn and others coming, Sheriff Willis immediately stood up from the chair. "No need to be restrained, Sheriff Willis. You should know the relationship between me and Uncle George, so don't be nervous." Motioned to Sheriff Willis under her seat, Linn spoke. "Supervis Willis, Uncle George said you know the pattern on the back of the deceased?" "Yes, Mr. Hall. My father was once a priest who had a deep study of the fields of Bible and mysticism. I was also very interested in my father's influence. I saw that pattern in Notepad while sorting out my father's relics. The head of the bull represents the beast in the pattern. God sent the beast to guard the lake of fire so that the demons expelled by God in the lake of fire are burned by the flames every day and prevent those demons from returning to the world." Hearing the words of Sheriff Willis, Linn nodded. "Supermit Willis, can I take a look at the notepad you mentioned?" "Sorry, Mr. Hall. My home was stolen 7 years ago, and the notepad was lost during that theft. Later, although the thief was caught, he treated the notepad as garbage, and I haven't found it until now." Speaking of this, Sheriff Willis hesitated for a moment. Recognizing Sheriff Willis's hesitation, Linn smiled and said, "If you have anything to say, this inquiry will not be recorded in your file." After hearing Linn say this, Sheriff Willis breathed a sigh of relief. "My father once said that the gates of hell had opened 30 years ago, and many demons also fled from the lake of fire to the earth. And those demons have been hiding in New York and kill 9 people every 3 years. Of course, these are just what my father said before his death. At that time, he was already unconscious, so I thought he was confused. At present, that's all I know." Seeing that Sheriff Willis did not hide it, Linn nodded. Thank you for your cooperation, Sheriff Willis. After saying that, Linn smiled at Uncle George and said, Uncle George, I'll go back first. Don't forget what I told you. Somewhat worried that Linn would show off, so George Stacy once again gave a message. Don't worry, I know what to do. Leaving the New York Police Department, Linn drove back to the federal building. Inside the car. Boss, this matter is really left to SHID to investigate? Faced with Sean's inquiry, Linn smiled and said, What do you think? I think people from S.H.I.E.L.D. should also be investigated. Don't they like the supernatural, mysterious event the most? Anyway, I don't want to experience an Oswego town incident. Especially when you ordered us to evacuate from the town and stay alone in the town. I was almost scolded to death by Alice at that time. Speaking of this, Sean shrugged. There has always been only the boss who evacuated and let his subordinates push the tank. How could he let his subordinates retreat like you and face danger yourself? Hearing Sean say this, Linn smiled and said, Then let S.H.I.E.L.D. inform you. FBI Autopsy Department. Looking at the autopsy report in his hand, Natasha Romanoff said, Died 3 years ago and then committed suicide in Central Park last night? It's a weird case. Linn, have the identity information of the deceased found? Faced with Natasha's inquiry, Linn smiled and said, I haven't ordered an investigation yet. After all, you S.H.I.E.L.D. have quite a lot of experience in supernatural events. By the way, Coulson hasn't returned from New Mexico yet? Arrived in advance, looking at the strange pattern behind the corpse, Linn asked Natasha. It's really troublesome over New Mexico. Taking a picture of the back of the body, Natasha looked up at what Linn was about to say. But the next moment, Linn felt his left arm suddenly become hot. Then the corpse in front of him actually let out a wail, and then turned into a pile of ashes at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing the scene, Natasha and Linn both subconsciously took a step back. What's going on? Looking at Linn, Natasha glanced at Linn's shaking left arm and then asked, Don't know. Faced with Natasha's inquiry, Linn shook his head. But there was a trace of guess in my heart. When I was in the New York Police Department, I didn't get close to the body, so naturally nothing happened. But just now when he approached the corpse, his left arm suddenly began to get hot, and then the corpse suddenly let out a wail, which immediately turned into a pile of ashes. This reminded Linn of what Ghost Rider Johnny said. Mephisto left his mark on himself. That mark can protect yourself from being attacked by demons. Damn it, so this case is definitely related to the demon. Thinking of this, Linn looked at Natasha and said, Now this supernatural case is left to you S.H.I.E.L.D. to be responsible. I have given all the information to you. Well, Uncle George and the others handed over to the FBI as per the rules, and after Linn took over, he turned the blame to S.H.I.E.L.D. Perfect. Although Linn is not afraid of the so-called demon, he does not want to cause trouble for himself. After throwing the blame, Linn turned his attention back to Coat Connors. If nothing unexpected happens, he should have become a doctor of lizard in the near future. In early May, the light meeting base is in the light. Cool. Professor Connor's experiment was successful. Running in from outside with spider silk, Peter Parker looked at Gwen, who was leaning against Linn and chatting, as well as Laura and Polaris on the side. Then he said excitedly, Everyone, you don't know. I saw with my own eyes that Professor Connor's broken arm actually grew after injecting serum. Oh my god, this is simply cool. From now on, anyone with physical defects will be cured. Looking at Peter's excited look, Linn asked, after Professor Connors injected serum, is there any other changes besides the growth of his arms? Such as side effects or something? It probably doesn't. Faced with Linn's inquiry, Peter Parker replied, Sarah will only make up for the defects of the human body and make the broken limbs grow back. As for the side effects, they are not mentioned in the experimental notes. So I don't think there is anything to worry about. After all, Professor Connors has injected the serum himself. Looking at Peter's innocent appearance, Linn shook his head. Peter, any drug has side effects. Even the serum injected by Captain America 70 years ago has side effects. Do you think Connor's serum is really not a problem? Hearing Linn's serious tone, Peter Parker scratched his head. I really haven't noticed this. Maybe Professor Connors concealed the side effects of the serum. I'll go back and take a look now. Maybe Professor Connors needs me. Just as I was about to turn around and leave, a car stopped outside the light meeting. Watching Natasha Romanoff walk down from the sedan, Peter Parker immediately put on his head hood and said, "Linn, our base for the illumination is exposed." Linn didn't care about Peter's fuss. "Our illumination base has been exposed long ago. You run here every day. Do you think you can hide it from SHILD?" Well, Peter Parker shrugged when he heard Linn say this, and Natasha pushed the door and walked in. "Hi, welcome to the illumination base as a guest. I am Spider-Man." Watching Natasha walk in, Peter Parker raises his hand and says hello. Nodding to Peter Parker, Natasha looked at Linn and said, "Linn, something happened. Spider-Man, go to Professor Connors' side first." "I understand, leader." After taking a look at Natasha, Peter Parker ran outside with Spider Silk. Inviting Natasha to sit down, Linn asked Polaris to take a bottle of soda from the refrigerator and hand it to her, then asked, "What's wrong?" "Thanks. Take the soda from the North Star," and Natasha didn't open it, but said to Linn, "Do you remember the corpse that turned into ashes half a month ago? We investigated his identity from a global database. His name is Robert Pacrete, and he came to New York from Belgium 3 years ago and disappeared. It's not just Robert Pacrete, but all the other 8 people who came with him were missing. After our investigation, Robert and his team were last seen in a hotel in Hudson, New York." Hudson. When Linn heard Natasha mention Hudson, he thought for a few seconds, then remembered that after returning from Sokovia, he asked Sean if anything had happened in New York. Sean said there were rumors of supernatural events in a hotel in Hudson. However, Sean judged that it should be a topic deliberately created by the mayor of Hudson to attract tourists. "Have you investigated that hotel?" Faced with Lynn's inquiry, Natasha frowned and said, "After an investigation by SHIELD, it was found that the hotel had been abandoned 30 years ago. It is said that 30 years ago, the owner of the hotel suddenly went crazy in the hotel for some unknown reason. He not only killed his own family, but also killed several guests and then committed suicide. Including the owner of the hotel, there were a total of 9 deaths that year. And after our in-depth investigation, we found that 9 people died in this hotel every 3 years." Hearing Natasha say this, Gwen beside Linn suddenly asked, "Wait, didn't you say that this hotel was abandoned 30 years ago? How could someone die there?" "That's the problem." A holographic projection device was taken out from his body. Natasha pressed it gently, and a holographic projection photo appeared in front of everyone. The person wearing a black suit in the photo is the owner of the hotel 30 years ago, and the woman next to him and the toddler are his wife and children. And the other few in the photo are tourists he killed. As he said that, Natasha enlarged the picture of one of the tourists. 30 years ago, this tourist was cut open by the owner of the hotel and was dead and could not die anymore. But 27 years later, he actually appeared in a small town in Los Angeles. The holographic projection continued to be played, and soon the photos of 10 people were displayed. This is the person who disappeared at the Hudson Hotel 27 years ago, 9 of whom were exploring in the past, and the other person in the photo was the guy with his neck cut open. Hiss. Hearing Natasha say this, Gwen subconsciously leaned on Linn. Although she has extraordinary abilities, she is still a little scared of ghost stories and other things, especially this true supernatural event. However, North Star and Laura, who were beside each other, came over curiously. "What's the matter?" Looking at the 2 brave little girls, Natasha knew their identities. Then he continued, "After the 9 people entered the Hudson Hotel to explore, they never appeared again. 3 years later, Nelson, of the 9 people, appeared in New Jersey. This time, he also used the excuse of adventure and took 9 other people into the abandoned Hudson Hotel, and then the 9 people disappeared. Wait until 3 years later, one of the girls named Milia shows up in Texas." Hearing Natasha's story, Linn Hall said, "That is, every 3 years, a dead person appears at the Hudson Hotel and then bewitch 9 people in other cities to enter the Hudson Hotel again." "Right. That's right." Nodding to Linn, Natasha said, "It's like a cycle of reincarnation, and there will be an accident like this every 3 years. It's just that no one cared about it at that time. After all, the number of people missing in the United States every year is as many as tens of thousands. It wasn't until 9 years ago that the Hudson Hotel caught the attention of people. As he said that, Natasha continued to play the holographic projection. This time, the holographic projection is a video of 3 young people filming with handheld DVs. They rented the hotel and prepared to build a haunted house and then made a big profit while it was opened on Halloween. As the video continues to play, the 3 people are also undergoing rapid transformation of the hotel. Because I didn't have much money in my hand, I only bought a few clown simulation models and red paint brushes in the hotel room. On Halloween, many tourists who came to travel were attracted by the haunted houses, so they spent money to enter. Several of the girls who took DVs were also recording all this. Later, if you don't know what happened, the tourists entering the haunted house screamed and fled out of the hotel, and several girls were also dispersed by the crowded crowd. At the end of the video, the girl holding the DV hid in the corner and kept calling for help, but soon a burly guy appeared in the picture. The screenplay ended abruptly here, and Natasha magnified the burly guy. I saw that he was no different from ordinary people, but his eyes had been dug up. Oh my God. Seeing this scene, Gwen hid directly in Linn's arms, and even Laura hugged the North Star beside her. This video is banned. We obtained it in the CIA database. As for the man who lost his eyes, he was once a CIA agent and was also the guy who bewitched 3 young people to rent this hotel. CIA. Hearing Natasha mention CIA, Linn said, they haven't investigated this in depth? Of course, the investigation was investigated, but the investigation results were later listed as top-secret files. They even wanted to completely destroy the Hudson Hotel, but for some reason, they gave up this plan in the end. Speaking of this, Natasha said, in fact, the mayor of Hudson Town has dissuaded these people more than once, and even called the police, but none of them are useful. After S.H.I.E.L.D. took over the case half a month ago, it sent a team of investigators to the Hudson Hotel to investigate. As he said that, Natasha played a video sent back by the S.H.I.E.L.D. investigation team. In the video, outside the gloomy door of the room, a man who lost his eyes was pointing at them with a grim smile. Seeing this, the people from the investigation team immediately fired, but the bullet hit the man who had lost both eyes, but it did not work. The second video is about a woman with thin limbs and black blood flowing from the corners of her mouth in a messy restaurant. After being chased by this terrifying woman all the way to the basement, the members of the investigation team were still breathing, and several simulated clowns holding knives surrounded them again. Finally, amid a scream, the entire investigation team was wiped out. The whole video looks extremely terrifying and weird, and the 3 girls in the base were even more scared and trembled. Oh no, everyone, Professor Connors is gone. Just as the 3 girls were curled up and watching the video, Peter Parker ran in and immediately shouted. The sudden sound of Laura was so scared that she screamed, and Polaris subconsciously used her ability to smash the table on one side at Peter Parker. Listening to Laura's screams and the flying table, Peter Parker subconsciously jumped up and stepped on the table. Hey, what's the situation? Peter Parker was confused as he watched as the frightened Laura and Polaris gave himself a look. Putting away the projection device, Natasha looked at Linn and said, this time the S.H.I.E.L.D. investigation team lost all the people, so Linn, I hope you can work with S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, half a month ago, I saw the corpse with a strange pattern behind it. After a wail in front of you, it turned into a pile of ashes. After saying that, Natasha also glanced at Linn's left arm. Faced with Natasha's request, Linn did not agree directly, but said to Natasha, let's put this matter first. It seems that something is happening on Spider-Man. Are you just watching a horror movie? Hearing Linn mentioning himself, Peter Parker came over and said, what movie can scare you like this? I remember Laura, aren't you very brave? Spider-Man, let's talk about the serious matter first. You just said that Professor Connors is gone. Oh yes, that's right, Professor Connors is gone. Faced with Linn's inquiry, Peter Parker immediately said, when I went to the lab to find him, I found that the lab was in a mess. There must be a battle. And not only Professor Connors is missing, but even his assistants in the lab are all missing. After Peter Parker finished his story, Linn looked at Natasha and said, "Professor Connors has developed a serum that can make people grow missing parts of the body." After the injection, the person disappeared, and even the lab assistants were all missing. I am currently more concerned about where Professor Connors and his experimental assistants go compared to the Hudson Hotel. Hearing Linn say this, Natasha was obviously stunned for a moment, and after reacting, he quickly asked, "Do you think this serum developed by Professor Connors can make people grow lost organs again?" "You can ask Spider-Man. He saw Connors' missing arm grow out with his own eyes." After saying that, Linn got up, picked up the phone, and dialed out. "Peter Parker, is Linn saying true?" Seeing Natasha with a very serious expression, Peter Parker nodded. "I did see Professor Connors' lost left arm growing again, so I think wait, what did you call me just now?" "Hell, how do you know who I am?" "Oh my god, I've never exposed my identity in public." Natasha shrugged at the sound of Peter Parker holding his head in a bit crazy. "S.H.I.E.L.D. has been following you since you became Spider-Man. So it's not difficult to find out your identity. Don't worry, Linn's people have deleted all the surveillance videos of Spider-Man and Spider-Woman returning home from the internet, so not many people know your true identities. Then my identity is also at risk of being exposed." Watching Natasha pick up the phone and dial Nick Fury, Peter Parker wailed directly. Natasha didn't care about Peter's concerns. She knew Linn could protect Peter Parker. The serum that can cause the broken limbs to regenerate and allow the missing organs to grow is the most important thing at present. Especially for yourself. If this serum is really effective, will I have the opportunity to become a real mother in the future? After hanging up the phone, Linn said, "I have informed Alice and the others. The FBI is heading towards Professor Connors' laboratory, and we will go there immediately." More than 10 minutes later, Professor Connors' lab. Looking at the broken glass all over the ground and animals like the mouse lizards that escaped from the test chamber, Alice came to Linn and said, "Boss, we carefully checked the laboratory and found that there were signs of fighting in the laboratory. It's just that there is no sign of external force breaking in the laboratory, which ruled out that someone rushed in and kidnapped Connors." Linn nodded when he heard Alice's words. "Boss, I've discovered something here." An FBI agent accidentally discovered the laboratory's mechanism and immediately told Linn. Soon everyone saw a long corridor hidden behind the pushed wall. "God, I never knew that there was such a passage in this laboratory." Seeing the passage, Peter Parker said to Linn, "Linn, could it be this passage designed by the owner of the original laboratory? The purpose is to wait for Professor Connors to successfully develop serum so as to break in and rob Professor Nass's efforts? You must know that the original owner of this lab is also a friend of Professor Connors, so you should know about Professor Connors' research." Seeing that Peter had no doubt about Connors until now, Linn took the submachine gun from Alice and said, "You'll know if you go in and take a look." Walking down the stairs, a twisted road appeared in front of everyone. "Boss, this should be the sewer connecting New York and the entire sewer connecting the entire New York City." Alice was talking when suddenly there were low roars coming from the front. Hearing this sound, Alice and others immediately aimed their submachine guns at the front. As the low roars got closer and closer, soon, a humanoid lizard appeared in front of everyone. "My God, what the hell is this?" Peter Parker exclaimed immediately after seeing the lizard man, and the lizard man roared at everyone, and then rushed over with a mouth full of sharp teeth. "Shoot!" Following Linn's order, the FBI agent who came down immediately opened fire. Da-da-da. Countless bullets attacked the lizard man in an instant, and the lizard man who was roaring and rushing towards this side fell to the ground and held his head motionless. Seeing the blood flowing from the lizard man, the FBI agent stopped the attack. When they came to the lizard man with a submachine gun, they found that the wound of the lizard man that was originally hit by the bullet and bleeding was healing rapidly. Roar. After a roar, the lizard man stood up suddenly, and his sharp claws grabbed Alice's head directly. At the critical moment, Linn grabbed the sharp claws of the lizard man with one hand, and then punched the lizard man's chest heavily. Bang! After a muffled sound, the lizard man was actually knocked out more than 10 meters away by Linn. The lizard man who hit the wall hard shook his head and wanted to support his body to get up. But the next second, the whole person was wrapped in green energy and floated in the air. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break the force field energy that wrapped him. Anesthetic. Hearing Linn's order, Alice and others immediately changed to anesthetics, and then dozens of anesthetics were fired and directly pierced into the body of the lizard man. As a large amount of anesthetic was injected, the lizard man who was still struggling gradually stopped moving. He is not dead. Looking at the lizard man who was no longer struggling, Peter Parker came forward to take a look. After finding that he was still breathing, he immediately said to Linn, "Linn, he is still alive." My God, even an elephant can't bear so much anesthetic. Hearing Peter Parker's words, Linn laughed and then asked Alice and others to take the lizard man back to the New York FBI. Peter, you said that Professor Connors used the regeneration gene of lizards to make serum, so do you think that this lizard man also injected that serum to become like this? Hearing Linn say this, Peter Parker thought for a few seconds. It is not impossible. After all, Professor Connors did not tell me the side effects of the serum. By the way, the experimental notes are at the Illuminati base. Linn, since the side effects of the serum can turn people into lizard men. Then we can also reversely study and find out the serum that turns lizard men back into humans. Inside the FBI. Hi Sean, Alice, long time no see. After arriving at Linn's office, Tony, Sean, and Alice said hello. Alice and Sean were also the ones who followed Linn to the Middle East to save him, so he was naturally familiar with them. But when he saw Natasha, he said directly to Linn, "Wow, Linn, you have to be careful. Maybe S.H.I.E.L.D. sent her here to plot against you. I guess it might be you." Hearing Tony's half-joking tone, Natasha shook her head and said, "Tony, don't be so stingy." Tisk. Turning his head to look at Linn, Tony Stark asked curiously, "Linn, what do you want to do with me?" "I need your help with something." He got up and took Tony to the laboratory, only to see the lizard man who was injected with anesthetics in the cage still sleeping soundly. "What is this?" Tony Stark walked up and took a closer look at the lizard man. He asked Linn in surprise, "Is this the lizard man that your FBI caught underground? God, are those rumors on the internet true? The Earth is actually ruled by lizard men." Hearing Tony's brain hole, Natasha shook her head. And Linn explained, "This was found in the sewer connected to Professor Kurt Connors' laboratory." Telling Tony Stark what happened, Peter Parker also took the experimental notes from the Illuminati base. "Hi, Spider-Man." "Hello, Mr. Stark, this armor is so cool. This is different from the time when you were pressed to the ground by that iron lump on the streets of New York. I mean, I'm happy to see you here." Seeing Tony rolling his eyes, Peter Parker spread his hands apologetically and then handed the experimental notes to Linn. "Tony, I suspect this lizard man is Kurt Connors' assistant. He became a lizard man because of the serum he was injected with." Handing the lab notes to Tony, Linn said, "So I hope you can crack the lab notes and see if you can turn him back from a lizard man to a human." While Linn was talking, Joey ran in hurriedly, "Boss, Ryan, and I have cracked the surveillance of Kurt Connors' laboratory." Taking the tablet from Joey, the other people in the laboratory also came over curiously. Opening the video, I saw that after Kurt Connors was injected with the serum, his broken arm slowly grew out. But not long after, Connors knelt on the ground in pain, a huge tail grew out from behind him, and then turned into a lizard man. Seeing this scene, Peter Parker hugged his head and said, "I didn't expect Professor Connors to actually become a lizard man. Oh my God, did he attack those experimental assistants?" Watching the video of Kurt Connors using green gas to turn the experimental assistant into a lizard man, Peter Parker said in disbelief, "Second-level gas. Professor Connors said that this gas is not mature compared to serum. What exactly does he want to do?" The video ends with Dr. Lizard taking the lizard men out of the sewer in the laboratory. Linn replayed the video again and then freezes the picture. Dr. Lizard clamps an experimental assistant and says something with his mouth open and close. "Joey, can you analyze what Connors is talking about? Give me 2 minutes." Hearing Linn's inquiry, Joey immediately operated the computer and began to analyze Connor's lip words. Boss, Connors became a postdoctoral fellow in lizards, and his lips changed a lot, so I can only analyze the word evolution at the moment. Evolution. Hearing Joey's analysis, Laura asked curiously, is evolution? Probably not. After watching the video thinking for a few seconds, Linn suddenly said, what he wants to express should be that humans need evolution. He wants to turn people from New York and even the whole world into lizard men. Hearing Linn's explanation, Tony Stark frowned and said, is it an evolution to turn humans into lizard men? According to Professor Connor's understanding, the genes of reptile organisms can allow injured people to heal quickly and even regenerate lost organs in their bodies, so in his opinion this is indeed evolution. Looking at Tony, Linn said seriously, Tony, I need your help. Connors wants to use green gas to turn humans into lizard man. I hope you can develop an antidote, and Spider-Man will help you. Looking at the sleeping lizard man in the cage, Tony Stark nodded, no problem. Although I am not an expert in the field of biological genes, I can give it a try. As he said that, Tony turned his head and looked at Peter Parker and said, let's go pajamas, boy. Since Linn said you can help, what are you waiting for? Well, after Peter just saw Tony, he said that he was hit by the Iron King on the ground, and Tony is a stingy guy. Watching the two people leave, Linn said to Joey, Joey, activate the citywide surveillance. Once the lizard man appears, report to me immediately. Yes. Alice, Sean, you notify all the working staff of the operation team to prepare for combat and recall immediately if you have a leave of absence. The personnel are equipped with high concentration of anesthetic bombs. Once the anesthetic cannot perform any effect, you can use armor-piercing bombs. Yes. After giving them instructions, Linn turned to look at Natasha. You go to my office to rest first. I'll go find our director. Okay, if necessary, here's S.H.I.E.L.D. Not for now. After hearing Natasha's words, Linn refused without hesitation. Watching Linn leave, Natasha frowned. Once again, she heard the distrust of S.H.I.E.L.D. from Linn's tone of refusal without hesitation. Inside James Duke's office. Hearing Linn's story, James Duke's expression became serious. Can you determine the current location of the lizard man? It's not certain yet, but the director, the sewer connects the entire New York City, and it's very likely that Connors and those experimental assistants will appear anywhere. So, I need the cooperation of NYPD, the Port Authority, the City Hall, and even the military, and at the same time block all subways, blocks, ports, and other places. It's just that our FBI does not have this authority, so the director, only if you come out to apply from the above. Hearing Linn's request, James Duke frowned and said, Linn, this way New York will be in full force of martial law. Your plan is good, but obviously it's absolutely true. Halfway through, James Duke suddenly laughed. You want to show it to the top? Seeing that Duke understood what he meant, Linn also smiled and nodded. As the director of the FBI in New York, Linn certainly knew that the FBI did not block New York and had no right to command the army. The reason for doing this is actually to show it to the above. Dr. Connors is about to bring chaos to New York, and the FBI responded quickly after learning the news in advance. And at the same time, asking for help from the higher authorities is showing the capabilities of the FBI in New York. At that time, whether the headquarters and the Justice Department allow the blockade of New York or not, this is the issue they need to consider. As for what consequences this disaster will bring to New York, it has nothing to do with people like me. It is hard to say that the FBI in New York will play a role in turning the tide in this incident. Anyway, the ball was kicked out. Linn doesn't care how many Americans died. He only cares whether he can push James Duke to headquarters or even the position of FBI director. After all, only if he goes up can Linn completely take over the entire FBI. And the higher James Duke climbs, the more stable his position will be. Then, after Hydra is discovered by Captain America, he will sell Duke out. TSK, perfect. Of course, after the disaster, will the FBI headquarters shirk responsibility or even blame them? Linn was not worried at all. After all, the Hydra that infiltrated the US government was behind him and Duke. After understanding Linn's subtext, James Duke smiled and said, "In that case, I'll just fly to Washington. Linn, you should also make some more preparations here. The entire New York FBI is now under your full command." "Yes." Hearing Duke's words, Linn nodded. In a sewer somewhere in New York, the mutation gas has been installed. Looking at his fellow man who had no human intelligence, Osas, who had turned into a lizard man, said to Kurt Connors, "As long as we open the pipeline, the mutation gas will enter thousands of households in Brooklyn through the sewer pipes. Anyone who inhales the gas will evolve into our kind." At this point, Osas looked at Dr. Lizard and said, "But, Professor Connors, our mutation gas is limited, and it is impossible to make all the people in New York evolve into lizard people." Hearing what Osas said, Dr. Lizard said, "Brooklyn is just a trigger, Osas. Do you think I know other preparations? Since I set my sights on Peter Parker in order to solve the formula, I have been using my friend's satellite to monitor Peter Parker's every move. I didn't expect that he was Spider-Man, and I didn't expect that he was so close to the FBI in New York. In order to prevent the FBI from ruining my plan, I can only put the laboratory that Peter knew on the table." Speaking of this, Dr. Lizard looked at his current body with satisfaction. "We humans need to evolve, and we are the new humans on Earth." Listening to Dr. Lizard's proud tone, Osas nodded. Compared to the body that originally lacked a leg, he was very satisfied with his powerful body at the moment. "Follow the plan, Osas. It won't be long before New York will become our country." Watching Osas leave, Dr. Lizard looked at the lizard men in the sewer who could not inherit wisdom with some disdain, and then walked to the other end of the sewer. "Stark Industrial Building, Tony's private laboratory. Are you sure this is the complete lab notes that Kurt Connors gave you?" Looking at the data model created by Jarvis, Tony Stark asked Peter Parker. "Of course, this is the result of Professor Connors's years of research. He said that the various data above were obtained bit by bit through experiments. As long as these data are supported, the regeneration genes of humans and reptiles can be fused to produce serum." Hearing Peter say this, Tony Stark waved his hand and said, "It is obvious that you have been deceived by him. Look at the model analyzed by Jarvis. Although the early process is consistent, the data in the last few steps are completely wrong. If it is deduced completely according to the experimental notes, the experimental results of this data cannot achieve the results of the fusion of human and reptile regeneration genes." "How is this possible?" Hearing Tony Stark say this, Peter Parker said, "I was in Professor Connor's laboratory and helped him test the accuracy of the data." "Then he must not have asked you to test the subsequent data. This is indeed not the case. Professor Connors said that the knowledge I currently have is not enough." "Wait, Mr. Stark, how did you find the problem? Didn't you say you are not a biological geneticist?" "Of course I am not, but Jarvis can be." Speaking, Tony asked Jarvis to resimulate the model and began to deduce subsequent data. "I don't understand why Professor Connors lied to me. What do I have to be worth his while? He wants to get my father's notebook." Peter Parker, who suddenly understood everything, sat in a chair with some annoyance. "He told me that he had done research with my father before, and the company recorded in my father's notebook can solve the last step of his research. So everything he did and the great ideas he said were fake? Damn it, I shouldn't have believed him." Looking at Peter Parker sitting in a chair with a hood on, his tone full of frustration, Tony shrugged and said, "Don't be frustrated. Everyone will mistakenly believe someone they shouldn't believe. You know, even I trusted Obadiah Stane. You should be smarter next time." Hearing Tony's comfort, Peter Parker said annoyed, "When I just joined the Illuminati, Linn told me not to trust others easily. It's just me." As he was talking, Peter Parker's cell phone suddenly rang. He took out the phone and saw that it was Mary Jane calling. Peter was about to hang up. Then he heard Tony Stark say, "It's not surprising that Linn has the ability to see through others at a glance. After all, he is a top agent. Although you have good abilities, you are still too young compared to him, so instead of being upset now, you might as well work with me to research anti-lizardman gas." Is it your girlfriend calling? You'd better answer it first. Don't let the depressed mood affect your relationship." Well, I'm curious, after you and your girlfriend get married, will you give birth to a little Spider-Man in the future? Looking at Tony's unreliable appearance, Peter Parker felt that what he said made sense. At least, he couldn't help but answer Mary Jane's call. The next morning, the weekend, Times Square in New York. A group of pigeons kept flying in the sky, and various advertisements were constantly playing on the huge screens on both sides of the street below. Many pedestrians walked and listened to songs with headphones, and the nearby cafes were also full of people enjoying the weekend. In a harmonious atmosphere, a manhole cover on the street suddenly shook. Soon, the manhole cover was hit into the air by a huge force, and then several lizards crawled out of the sewer. Seeing the lizards who suddenly appeared on the street, the pedestrians around were scared and screamed and fled everywhere. Seeing the screaming pedestrians fleeing, the lizard men quickly pounced into the crowd. One of the lizard men grabbed a pedestrian and threw him out without hesitation, while more pedestrians were scratched by the lizardman's claws. In just a few seconds, the entire Times Square was in chaos. People hiding in the building picked up the phone and started to call the police, and some timid people were so scared that they cried. Inside the New York Federal Bureau of Investigation, Boss, the lizard man appeared in Times Square, and the nearby NYPD has rushed to rescue. After hearing Joey's report, Linn asked, "Are these NYPD equipped with tranquilizer guns?" "Boss, since you informed Chief George Stacy about this matter last night, he ordered all New York police stations to be equipped with high-concentration tranquilizer bullets. It's just that there are too many 77 police stations and 12 traffic police stations, and it is impossible to guarantee that every police officer can be equipped with high-concentration tranquilizer bullets. But the Secret Service has been equipped with designated equipment." Hearing what Joey said, Linn stood by the window and looked outside and said, "Notify the Secret Service to go out and cooperate with the FBI action team to patrol the streets of New York 24 hours a day. Once the traces of the lizard man are found, they will immediately go to support. Boss, the Secret Service and us. Don't worry, our chief has a lot of faith. He had already convinced the security department yesterday. The people of the New York Secret Service will fully cooperate with us." Yes. After hearing Linn's order, Joey immediately began to execute it. After Joey left, Barbara stepped forward and asked, "Boss, aren't you going to send Sean and Alice?" "Not for now. Kurt Connor's hidden lab has been cleared out, so he should be planning a bigger conspiracy." Yes, after Kurt Connors came to New York, he has been monitoring Peter Parker through his friend's private satellite. But after Linn knew that Kurt Connors appeared, he also had people monitoring his every move. He thought that no one knew about the hidden lab, but he couldn't escape Linn's eyes. It's a mess if New York is not in chaos and if the lizards don't appear on a large scale to endanger the citizens of New York. How can I show my ability to turn the tide? If I don't show my ability, how can I write more in my credit book? After all, I am too young. If I don't have enough achievements to shut anyone up, even if James Duke becomes the director of the FBI in the future, it's difficult for me to completely take over the New York FBI, even if he is now a member of Hydra. By the way, how is the research going in Tony's laboratory?" Faced with Linn's inquiry, Barbara immediately said, "Mr. Stark said that Kurt Connors's experimental notes were fake, but he asked Jarvis to deduce through the accurate data in the early stage, as well as the notes of Peter Parker's father. The experimental results are almost there, and Mr. Stark and Peter also took the blood sample of the lizard man we captured for experimental comparison. The antidote can be made in a few hours at most." Hearing Barbara's words, Linn nodded. Speaking of this, Barbara stepped forward and said, "Boss, you stayed in the office last night and didn't rest much. You must be very tired. How about I help you relax?" Hearing Barbara say this, Linn smiled and rubbed her head. "No, I'll go to your place in the evening after this matter is over." Well, Linn is really calm now. After all, last night, Jessica ran into her office and insisted that she hold her legs and fight until the middle of the night. Bang, 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 bang. Gunshots rang out in Times Square, New York, and the high-strength anesthetics directly knocked the lizard men to the ground. Seeing that the lizard men were still struggling on the ground, a captain of the Secret Service, wanted to go forward to check. But Dennis stopped him directly. "Don't worry, our boss said that this disgusting thing has a strong self-healing ability, and it can even play dead. Wait until these things are completely motionless, then we will lock them in the cage." Hearing what Dennis said, the captain of the Secret Service nodded. About a few minutes later, when he saw that the lizard man was completely no longer struggling, Dennis asked the Secret Service to put the lizard man in a specially prepared cage. After all this, Dennis took out a cigarette and handed it to the captain of the Secret Service. "Thanks." Take the cigarette from Dennis. Adams lit it and asked, "Where are you FBI people? Why are you so few?" The New York Secret Service, together with all NYPDs, divided into 42 groups, and each of you will send 2 people to command? Hearing Adams' inquiry, Dennis exhaled a cigarette while sending these lizard men to Stark Industries' laboratory. He said to Adams, "Our people have not been fully dispatched yet." The leader said that the only few lizard men appearing in New York are currently there. It is estimated that it will not take long before a large number of lizard men will appear. By that time, it will be the scene of the joint dispatch between the FBI and the military. Adams' eyes immediately widened when he heard Dennis say this. He pulled Dennis to the side, glanced at the people around him who were secretly watching, and then whispered, "Mr. Linn Hall says there will be a large number of lizard people?" Looking at Adams' surprised look, Dennis shrugged. "Otherwise? Why did you think our director flew to Washington yesterday? Otherwise, why would the Ministry of Security issue an order for your Secret Service, even the military, to cooperate with our leader's command? FUXX, no wonder you FBI people didn't come out much, but where did your information come from? I feel that as long as there is any trouble in New York, the FBI will always know first. By the way, won't you tell the public?" Looking at Adams, who was complaining, Dennis smiled and said, "This is our boss's ability. Tell the public, hee. Our boss also wants to inform the public through the media, but the headquarters and the Justice Department will not allow it. They think this news will panic and even cause chaos in New York. So they sternly rejected the boss request. They wanted to wait until the matter was completely resolved and then give the public an explanation." Hearing Dennis say this, Adams cursed indignantly. This group of damn dirty politicians. Inside the Brooklyn sewer. In the palm of the scales, an electronic watch was constantly beating. When the time came to 11 o'clock, Osas crushed the watch, then opened the valve as planned, quickly breaking a bottle of mutant gas containing thick green and stuffed it into the pipe. Such movements continued to circulate in several pipes in succession, and gradually, these gases slowly entered many Brooklyn families. Inside the kitchen of a residential building, a young mother was making lunch for her child, and she did not notice a trace of green gas floating in the pipe connecting the pool. In the community, several children were running while playing football. A breeze blew, and the gas rising from the sewer blew directly towards them. In a nursing home, watching the Lizard Man news that was urgently broadcast on TV, appearing in Times Square. Several elderly people gathered together to sigh that the world was becoming more and more chaotic. The caregiver who was eating the burger also focused on the TV, noticing that the green gas entered the room along the ventilation duct. New York, FBI building. In just a few minutes, violent roars kept coming from residential buildings in Brooklyn. Many lizard men broke through the glass and rushed out of the building. For a moment, the streets were filled with lizard men and ordinary people screaming in fear. FBI building. Boss, according to the news from satellites, a large number of lizard men appeared on the streets of Brooklyn, with at least a few thousand, and it is still increasing. Hearing Joey's report, Linn immediately stood up and said, "Here we are finally here," and order all FBI operation teams to go to Brooklyn in helicopters. Yes. Hearing Linn's orders, Joey immediately sent orders to Sean, Alice, and the others. Arriving on the helicopter, Linn dialed General Ross' phone with his gun. "General Ross, thousands of lizard men appeared in Brooklyn, and the military can act." Hearing Linn say this, Ross on the other end of the phone said, "The military has been ready for a long time. I didn't expect that one day our military will obey your FBI's orders. It's all for this country, General Ross. Maybe I'll have the chance to listen to your orders in the future. I hope so, Linn. If you are willing to come to the military, then I can report to the Ministry of Defense and give you a lieutenant colonel. Come on, General Ross. Now is not the time to poach. Only fools will believe Rose's words, and his promising New York FBI director is inappropriate, so he will go to the military? As soon as he hung up the phone, he saw Rhodes beckoning him in a war machine armor outside the helicopter. He made a tactical gesture to Rhodes, and Rhodes, who understood the gesture, rushed towards Brooklyn. At the same time, the light will illuminate. This is a great opportunity for our light to make a debut. Looking at Gwen and Polaris, Laura said, Linn said that light will be known sooner or later, so it's better to appear as a savior. As he was speaking, Barbara drove to the Illuminati base and then said to Polaris and Gwen, Peter has passed. I'll open the teleporters for you. You must save them before the FBI and the military arrive. More civilians. Hearing Barbara say this, Gwen put on a spider hood and Polaris is ready for battle. As for Laura, she moved her fingers. Seeing the three of them ready, Barbara immediately opened the portal to Brooklyn. Brooklyn streets. Bang. Da-da-da-da. On the street, dozens of NYPDs hid behind police cars to form a line of defense, constantly shooting at the lizard men around them. FUXX, this group of lizard people can't be beaten to death at all. Where's the high concentration of anesthesia bomb? Change to anesthesia bomb. Hearing the sheriff's words, several police officers took out their anesthesia guns and pointed them at the lizard man who was rushing in front and shot them. After the high concentration of anesthesia bomb hit the lizard man, several lizard men in front fell to the ground. But the lizard man continued to rush towards this side. Damn it, keep using anesthesia bomb. Sheriff, there are no anesthesia bombs, and our branch has only allocated less than 10. FUXX. He cursed in a low voice and looked at the lizard men rushing over. The sheriff took out a grenade launcher directly from the police car. Before the grenade launcher could fire, a lizard man directly raised the cars on both sides of the street and smashed them towards him. Looking at the car that was quickly throwing it toward this side, the police officers who could not dodge subconsciously saved their heads. A few seconds later, I imagined that the car hit them was not discovered, but the police officers only discovered it after opening their eyes. A dark green-haired girl stood in front of them, and the green energy released in her hands directly controlled the car that was smashing towards them. Are you okay? Hearing the girl's inquiry, several police officers immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and the sheriff said with gratitude, Thank you. I remember you are the girl who is following Linn Hall. I'm in the general administration. I've seen you inside. Hearing the sheriff's words, Polaris turned his head and looked at him. I was about to say that I was FBI Lorna Dane, but after thinking about it, I directly said, You can call me Polaris. The light will come. Polaris. Illumination. When the sheriff heard Polaris say that she was from the Illuminati, he was stunned for a moment. Then he saw Polaris controlling the force field energy and smashing dozens of lizard men that rushed over to the buildings on both sides. On the other side, be careful. Kicked away a lizard man that pounced on the woman holding the child and ran away, and Gwen fell directly onto the bridge holding the woman. Run over there. There are no lizard men over there. Shooting out spider silk to wrap around the legs of the lizard man that was chasing after him, Gwen immediately said to the woman, Thank you, Spider-Woman. You're welcome. Our responsibility as the Illuminati is to protect civilians from harm. As he was speaking, Spider-Man Peter Parker descended from the sky and said, Spider-Woman, there are civilians on 22nd Street who need to be evacuated. I'll go there to help first. By the way, Illusionist and Polaris have already controlled dozens of lizard men in District 17. It's just that the number of lizard men is increasing. Mr. Stark is urgently producing anti-lizardman serum. In addition, the leader is on the way with the team. As he spoke, Spider-Man swung the spider silk and rushed forward. Let's go. It's not safe here for the time being. Hearing Gwen's words, the woman holding the child kept nodding. Seeing Gwen swinging the spider silk to save more people, the woman ran across the bridge with the child in her arms. In the welfare home. FUXX. Flying into the air holding a child who had not yet turned into a lizard man. Looking at the several-year-old children who had turned into little lizard men in the welfare home, Tony Stark gritted his teeth and cursed, "This damn bastard." Jarvis, how long will the anti-lizardman serum take? Sir, the anti-lizardman serum will take at least half an hour. There are currently about 7,000 lizard men in Brooklyn, and the number is still increasing. According to monitoring, it should be the secondary mutation gas that spreads into Brooklyn from the sewer. But sir, the good news is that as long as the anti-lizardman serum is successfully produced and then spread in the air, all lizard men can be transformed back into humans. Hearing Jarvis report, Tony Stark nodded. Jarvis, there must be no mistakes. Understood, sir. After speaking, Tony Stark flew to the side holding the crying child. When Linn got off the helicopter, most of the streets in Brooklyn were ravaged by lizard men. Block all blocks in Brooklyn, close all subways leading to Brooklyn, and let the Port Authority cooperate with the Secret Service and NYPD to block all tunnels and underground entrances. Hearing Linn's order, Alice nodded immediately. At the same time, she pressed the communication headset to notify all official organizations to block Brooklyn. Looking at the lizard man rushing over, Linn picked up the tranquilizer gun without hesitation and shot out. Seeing the lizard man fall to the ground and struggle to get up, Linn shot again, then looked at the military who came over and said, "Sean, you and Alice lead the team to rescue civilians along the street. If necessary, you can use armor-piercing bullets to blow up the heads of these lizard men." Yes! Hearing Linn's order, Sean was about to lead the team forward, but Linn held his shoulder. Looking at Linn's eyes, Sean smiled and said, "I understand. Only when we ensure our own safety can we save more innocent civilians. Don't worry, Alice, and I don't think about dying to save civilians. We are waiting for you to take us to eat and drink after you become the director. Get out." Seeing that Sean understood what he meant, Linn kicked him and then signaled him to start. Linn. Wearing armor, Tony Stark fell from the air to the ground and handed the child in his arms to an FBI agent. Then he said to Linn, "The number of lizard men is increasing." After the voice fell, Tony Stark raised his hand, and the palm energy cannon directly knocked a flying lizard man away. "You should wait in the lab for the anti-lizard man serum to be produced." Hearing what Linn said, Tony spread his hands and said, "Do you think you can win this big scene without me?" "Of course you can win." Natasha, who was wearing a tights and rappelling from the helicopter gunship, fired 2 shots at the lizard man, and then said to Tony Stark, "The FBI, the military, the Secret Service, and the NYPD are all combined, and the lizard man can't resist it at all. And our shield has also sent people to support us." Hearing Natasha's words, Tony Stark looked at the large number of troops coming to support him and kept using anesthetics to shoot at the lizard man. He looked at Natasha again, then spread his hands and said, "The so-called shield support, you are not the only one." "Tony, now is not the time to bicker." Looking at Tony Stark, Linn said, "Lizards are rampant in Brooklyn, but Curt Connors has not made any move. I don't know what kind of conspiracy he is brewing, but he knows my relationship with Spider-Man and you, so you should return to the laboratory immediately to prevent him from attacking your laboratory and disrupting the progress of the anti-lizard serum." Hearing Linn's serious tone, Tony Stark nodded, "Okay, although I don't think Curt Connors should think of this." After that, Tony controlled the armor to fly towards Stark Industries. "He really listens to you." Throwing the electrode sheet at the feet of several lizard men, Natasha said as she watched the huge current twitch and fall to the ground. "That's because what I said makes sense." Teleporting to 100 meters away, he knocked the lizard man who grabbed the innocent girl away. Linn waved his hand, signaling his men to send the girl to a safe area. Natasha, who rushed over, fired a tranquilizer bullet while saying to Linn, "Don't you hide your ability?" "When did I hide it? It's just that I never had the chance to use it." "Heh, so you don't trust S.H.I.E.L.D., but you trust me?" Natasha Romanoff's Favorability 4. Looking at the system prompt of Natasha's favorability, Linn looked at her strangely. Was it her words that irritated her? "Forget it, let's solve the Brooklyn issue first." With the entry of all the members of the military and FBI action team, the lizardmen who were rampant in Brooklyn were hit by high-concentration anesthetic bullets and lost their ability to move. The front troops continued to attack the lizardmen, while the rear troops took cages to put lizardmen one by one. Linn and General Ross had reached an agreement that as long as the lizardmen captured by the military, they could be taken back for research. Linn did not refuse this. After all, even the SHIELD agency participated in the battle. Seeing the lizardmen gradually decreasing, the pressure on the Illuminati members who were saving people was much less. Using the illusion ability to make the dozen lizardmen in front of her fall into a coma, Laura breathed a sigh of relief and then said to Polaris, "I always feel that something is missing." "What?" "Exposure." In response to Polaris's confusion, Laura pointed to the comatose lizardmen in front of her. "This is the first action of our Illuminati. How can we not make a name for ourselves?" As soon as Laura's voice fell, the sound of helicopters came from the air. The two looked up and saw that many media were reporting the situation on the scene in real time by helicopter. Seeing this scene, Laura's eyes suddenly lit up, and then she said to Polaris, "Hurry up and show your ability. This is the best opportunity." After that, Laura pressed the Illuminati's communication headset and said, "Peter, Gwen, reporters are here. When you are interviewed after the matter is over, don't forget to mention that you are members of the Illuminati." Polaris knew that her best friend had a strong sense of belonging to the Illuminati. So when she saw dozens of screaming civilians rushing out of the street store, and the lizard man behind them was constantly chasing them, Polaris used her ability to fly into the air directly and then rushed towards the lizard man. Although there were thousands of lizard men, they were still beaten back by the joint efforts of the FBI and the military. In the Brooklyn sewer, listening to the continuous gunshots from above, Osaka stood in front of a pipe motionlessly. Soon, a series of footsteps came from the bend of the sewer ahead. Hearing the footsteps, Osaka immediately became alert. "Damn it, I didn't expect them to come here so soon." Regardless of the fact that it was not the agreed time yet, Osaka immediately began to turn the pipe valve beside him. "There are lizardmen here too. FUXX, stop him. Fire." Seeing the lizardman Osaka twisting the valve, the soldiers of the Secret Service opened fire without hesitation. The dense bullets attacked Osaka's body like a rain of fire in the sewer, and in an instant Osaka's scaly body became torn apart. "You all deserve to die." Feeling the huge pain coming from his body, Osaka roared angrily. He grabbed the things around him and wanted to throw them at the group of Secret Service soldiers. Seeing this, the captain of the action team immediately changed to a high-concentration anesthetic bullet and shot at the lizard man in front of him. A tranquilizer bullet was nailed into Osaka's body, and the green anesthetic solution was quickly injected into Osaka's body. Osaka, who was holding a heavy object, was shaking constantly, and soon he knelt on the ground due to exhaustion. Seeing Osaka shaking his head and gradually stopped moving, the captain raised his hand and ordered the team members to stop firing. When the gunshots stopped, Osaka, whose skin and flesh were torn by bullets, knelt on the ground motionless, and even the huge tail was drooping on the ground. "Captain, this lizard man is motionless. He must be anesthetized." As he said, one of the Secret Service soldiers wanted to go forward to check, but was pulled by the captain. "Have you fucking forgotten what the FBI said?" After saying that, the captain refilled the tranquilizer gun with a tranquilizer bullet and shot at Osaka again. Plop! The huge body fell to the ground, and at this moment Osaka was completely motionless. After confirming that Osaka would not bring any danger, the captain waved his hand to signal his men to drag him away. Report: the sewer at 18 to 23 Avenue has been cleared. He did not notice that the valve in the pipe had been turned open. In the air, helicopters from dozens of media outlets kept hovering over Brooklyn. Many media outlets were reporting the disaster throughout the entire process. As you can see, under Linn Hall's command, the FBI and the military are cleaning up the remaining lizard men on the streets of Brooklyn. So far, we have not yet known how the lizard man was born, but street heroes like Spider-Woman and Spider-Man also participated in the battle. Many of Brooklyn's civilians have evacuated to safety with the help of the FBI in New York. As he said that, the reporter signaled to give the camera to Linn Hall. As the camera focused on Linn, Linn gave orders at this moment. Under Linn's command, the military and FBI people were gathering from various streets and besieging the remaining lizard men together. Washington. Seeing on TV, Linn Hall was giving orders calmly, and the cooperation between the military and the FBI in New York was also very tacit. James Duke looked at the Attorney General beside him and smiled. "Secretary, it seems that this disaster is coming to an end soon." Hearing James Duke say this, Attorney General Jeff Russell nodded. Linn Hall did a good job this time, and the military direction is not in harmony with the FBI. But I didn't expect that under Linn's command, the two sides cooperated so well. Just after Jeff Russell finished speaking, Deputy Attorney General Lauren Conley also laughed and said, "The last time the president gave Linn Hall the Medal of Honor, I said, don't look at Linn Young, but his ability is obvious to all. If even a slight mistake occurs in such emergencies, it is probably not only Brooklyn, but also the entire New York and the entire United States will fall into chaos." But what about now? How long has it been since Duke flew from New York to now? Linn can lead the FBI and the military to eliminate all the lizard men, so everyone, this time we must focus on commending Linn. Hearing the words of the Deputy Prosecutor General, the big guys in the conference room nodded. Deputy Secretary Matthew, what do you think? Seeing that the big guys all agreed with their proposal, Lawrence Conley asked as he looked at Matthew Davis. "I certainly agree. After all, Linn did a good job this time, but it wasn't long before Linn just received the Medal of Honor and the Congress Gold Medal. If we apply for him again, will it be? Actually, the position of Deputy Director is also good." Derek Myers, Deputy Director of the FBI who sat aside and never spoke, suddenly said, "The Deputy Director of the FBI in New York died in Los Angeles, and the position of Deputy Director has always been vacant. So, it's better to let Linn take over this position." He heard that his daughter Jessica had already eased a lot with Linn, so Derek didn't mind pushing Linn. After all, Linn and his daughter came from the same university and have worked together for so many years. Since the misunderstanding has been lifted and the relationship has eased, then Linn, a young man, may become a helper for his daughter in the future. Hearing Derek's proposal, the conference room was silent. "Let's take a look," Jeff Russell said, and the big guys present nodded. James Duke and Deputy Attorney General Lawrence Conley looked at each other. They understood that although the minister did not say it clearly, he was already moved. The only thing that hinders Linn's progress is his age problem. After all, even the supervisors of FBI branches in other cities are in their 30s and 40s, let alone the deputy director. Now, the deputy director of the largest city in the United States is only 24 years old, which is a bit amazing to say. Brooklyn streets. "Boss, it's almost done cleaning up." When I came to Linn, Alice wiped the blood stains on her face and said, "Under the suppression of firepower, those lizard men were forced to the location you designated. There are still hundreds of lizard men left, up to a dozen. It can be cleaned up in minutes." Linn nodded when he heard Alice say this. He frowned as he looked at the blood on Alice's face. "Yeah, it's okay. I was accidentally scratched by the lizardman's claws, and it was only about 2 centimeters of wound, which had not reached the level yet." Before Alice could finish her words, Linn suddenly turned around and looked behind her. At the same time, Peter Parker and Gwen, who had just sent civilians to safety, also looked in the same direction from different streets. Under the crazy warning of spider sensing, all three of them had a premonition that a big disaster was about to happen. 18 to 23 Avenue as the most populous place in Brooklyn. At this moment, all residents are hiding in their homes, shopping malls, and shops. Some bold people secretly looked outside with doors and windows locked, while the timid people kept praying to God with their eyes closed. No one noticed that the green farmer's smoke was floating into the house along the sewer, and only the sound of reporters broadcasting kept coming from the TV. Oh, hell. Peter Parker, who was in a crazy warning of spider sensing, immediately rushed towards Linn with his spider silk. During this period, I also met a spider girl rushing over from another direction with spider silk. Oh my god, Gwen, do you feel something is wrong too? Peter Parker and Gwen have known each other's true identities for so long after joining the light. Spider sensation tells me that a major disaster is about to happen, Gwen replied while running quickly towards Linn. When the two of them came to Linn's side with spider silk, Linn was giving orders quickly. After the military and the FBI controlled the remaining hundreds of lizard men as quickly as possible, they quickly rushed towards the direction of 78 to 23 Avenue. Linn, something big happened, spider sensing. I already know. Before Peter Parker could finish his words, Linn heard him say, "Be careful, this time there will be more lizard people." When FBI agents and a large number of military personnel arrived at 18th Street, this place had become a paradise for the lizard men. Looking around, countless lizard people appeared from all directions, and their density even occupied all the surrounding blocks. Not only that, the roofs of all buildings, the walls of shops, and the surrounding vehicles were filled with lizard men. Oh my god, we're dead now. FUXX. Seeing the lizard man in front of him who could not see the end, everyone present was heartbroken, and even some military soldiers began to retreat in fear. In the air. OMG. Looking at the ground and buildings full of terrifying lizard men, the female reporter riding in the helicopter could no longer control her emotions. He reported with a crying, trembling voice, "Brooklyn has been occupied by lizard men." In front of these terrifying lizard men, our FBI and military soldiers seem so small. I don't know if we can win this time. May God bless us. TV stations across the United States are reporting on the disaster in Brooklyn at this moment, when they see the countless lizard men on TV. Everyone felt a deep sense of despair. The end of the world is coming, and this is the prelude to the end of the world. It's over, we're dead this time, woo 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 woo. Oh God. A strong sense of despair enveloped everyone's heart. At this moment, even the big guys who were discussing what kind of rewards to Linn were already collectively silent in the Washington conference room. Duke. He opened his mouth several times, but the Attorney General finally swallowed the words back. The situation has far exceeded their expectations. Judging from the media's broadcast footage, there are at least tens of thousands of lizard men appearing this time. Moreover, in the picture, there are still a constant stream of lizard people running out of various buildings, and no one knows how many lizard people will be. If. Looking at the people who were in silence, Matthew Davis said in a deep voice, "If Linn can really lead the team to win this battle this time, then I agree with him becoming the deputy director of the FBI in New York." Is it meaningful to say this now? Taking a deep breath, the Attorney General stood up and said, "I'm going to find the president and other persons in charge. I don't know what the outcome of this time will be, but for the sake of the country, we must plan the worst." Hearing the Attorney General's words, the big guys in the conference room all understood what his words meant. When necessary, you can give up Brooklyn and use a nuclear bomb to erase all life in Brooklyn. Watching the Attorney General leave, James Duke stood up and said, "I'll go to the bathroom." After saying that, Duke turned around and left the conference room. When they arrived at the bathroom, James Duke took out his cell phone and called Linn. As soon as the phone was connected, James Duke heard, "Linn, if you are not 100% sure, you should immediately evacuate Brooklyn. They are ready to use the last resort. As I value the most, I have tried my best to win over those who have entered Hydra." James Duke is reluctant to let Linn be buried with Brooklyn. As long as Linn is still alive, it would be fine even if he escaped at the end and took the blame and was dismissed. Anyway, with himself here, even if Linn is dismissed, he can lead Hydra to develop slowly. Brooklyn. Hearing Director Duke's report, Linn said in a deep voice, "Director, can you help me with 10 minutes? You mean, you can solve this problem in 10 minutes? Hearing Linn's answer, James Duke was stunned for a moment. Thinking back to the dense lizard man in the TV screen, James Duke whispered, "Now is not the time to show off. Linn, you should know that it is based on our identity. Director, Tony Stark is about to study anti-lizardman serum. As long as the serum is successful, these lizardmen can become human again." James Duke's eyes lit up when he heard Linn say this. Okay, I'll help you get time here in Washington. After hanging up the phone, James Duke straightened his body and then walked towards the conference room. Brooklyn streets. Looking at the group of lizard men confronting him in front of him, Linn Hall stepped forward and said, "Light meeting, gather." As the words came, Peter Parker and Gwen quickly came to Linn, while North Star landed from the air with Laura in her arms. FBI, gather. Hearing Linn's orders, FBI agents led by Sean and Alice immediately came to Linn's side. Give orders, Linn. This time the military will obey your orders unconditionally. After landing from the air, Rod stood beside Linn and said, "The same is true for our Secret Service." The head of the Secret Service came to Linn and looked at Linn and said, "Although I don't know how long we can hold out this time, as long as we can hold out for a little longer, the military support should be able to arrive." After hearing the words of the head of the Secret Service, Rod fell silent. When he saw the countless lizard men just now, he had already contacted General Ross and wanted him to continue to send soldiers to support. But General Ross said that Congress and the President were ready to give up Brooklyn. Looking at the people standing beside him, Linn picked up the submachine gun and said, "All departments, listen to the order. If there is no tranquilizer bullet, switch to armor-piercing bullets. Target lizardmen." As Linn ordered the attack, the next second everyone raised their guns and attacked the lizardmen in front. Countless bullets rushed towards the lizardmen like violent and dense rain. Roar! The roars of the lizardmen spread throughout Brooklyn, and the next moment the violent lizardmen rushed straight to attack the official organization personnel on the streets. In the laboratory of Stark Industrial Building. "Jarvis, how long will it take to produce the anti-lizard serum?" Looking at the scene on the big screen where Linn led people to fight against the lizardmen, Tony Stark asked anxiously. "It will take another 5 minutes, sir. After the anti-lizard serum is produced, it needs to be transformed. The transformed serum only needs to react with the air to turn the lizardmen back to humans." After hearing Jarvis' answer, he watched an unlucky military soldier on TV being pierced in the chest by the sharp claws of the lizardmen. He then clenched his fist and said, "FUXX, damn Kurt Connors." Streets of Brooklyn. After dodging the attack of a lizardman, Linn used an armor-piercing bullet to smash a lizardman's head. Looking at the people around who were besieged by lizardmen, Linn teleported to Gwen and grabbed a lizardman's tail with one hand and swung it. The lizardman used as a weapon by Linn crashed into other lizardmen of the same kind, and the other lizardmen were knocked away by this lizardman. Crack! A tearing sound was heard, and the tail of this lizardman was pulled down by Linn. Roar! The intense pain made the lizardman roar at Linn. But before it could move, Linn shot it directly in the head. "Don't hold back at this time. Saving your life is the first priority." As he said, Linn picked up the gun of a dead soldier on the ground and handed it to Gwen. "Aim at their heads. Armor-piercing bullets can directly smash their heads." Taking the gun from Linn, Gwen glanced at the dead soldiers around him, as if he remembered the audience who died under the muzzle of the gun at the concert. Then he nodded solemnly and said, "I know." After that, Gwen raised his gun and shot at the lizard men around him. On the other side. "FUXX, how many damn lizard men are there?" He and Alice supported each other and kept shooting at the lizardmen who rushed over. But no matter how many lizardmen's heads were smashed, the lizardmen around them still rushed over like mad dogs. Seeing that the two were about to be surrounded, a violent green energy fell from the sky. Then the lizardmen wrapped in the green energy were torn to pieces. After seeing Polaris falling from the sky, Alice breathed a sigh of relief and then immediately said to Polaris, "Lorna, don't worry about us. Go and stay by the boss side." Listening to Alice and Sean's urging, Polaris smiled and said, "Linn asked me to come to support you. Don't worry, these lizard men can't hurt Linn. Be careful." After saying that, Polaris controlled the energy to support Laura. Seeing Polaris leave, Alice took a deep breath and then took out a small box from her pocket. The box contained a blue and a red pill. "Only the two of us have this thing." Looking at the two red and blue pills in her hand, Alice said to Sean, "It should be. Barbara should have it too, but her ability is auxiliary, so she didn't participate in the battle. Taking a deep breath, Alice looked at Sean and said, "Do you want to eat now? Wait a little longer. It's not a critical moment yet. The boss said there is a way to solve this matter, so I don't think this battle will last too long." Okay. Putting the pills back, Alice changed a magazine and said, "Call the action team together, otherwise there will be a lot of casualties after the dispersion." Okay. Nodding, Sean immediately pressed the communication headset. Using the illusion ability to control the lizard man who pounced on her, Laura took a deep breath, then looked at Polaris, who supported her, and asked, "The number of lizard men is increasing. I will protect Lee." Standing next to Laura, Polaris said solemnly. Bursts of fierce gunfire continued to ring in Brooklyn when George Stacy arrived at the scene with all the police forces he could mobilize. Looking at the lizard men, he immediately picked up a submachine gun and prepared to rush in. "Chief, we received an order to block this place and prevent the lizard men from running out." Seeing Chief George preparing to charge, the deputy chief and several sheriffs hurriedly stopped him. "My son is still on the battlefield." Ignoring his men's obstruction, George Stacy ran directly towards Linn with a submachine gun. Bursts of gunfire continued to ring out, and many lizard men in front of Linn Hall had their heads pierced. Hearing the hurried footsteps behind him, Linn turned around and found that it was Uncle George who rushed over. "Uncle George, I'm not too old to pick up a submachine gun." Holding a submachine gun and shooting at the lizard men, George Stacy said, "Next month's 15th is your birthday, my child, and no one in our family can be missing from this birthday party." Hearing Uncle George say this, Linn was stunned for a moment, took a deep breath, and then continued to pick up the submachine gun to shoot at the lizard men. As the battle became more and more intense, the number of lizard men increased. At the critical moment, several planes flew over Brooklyn. Then the X-Men and others flew down from the sky. Coming to Linn, Jean Grey released energy to repel the lizard men around, and then looked at Linn and said, "Linn, we are not late." Seeing Jean Grey coming, Linn said, "Thank you." "You're welcome, we are friends." As Jean Grey's voice fell, the sky suddenly became overcast, and then lightning struck the lizard men from the sky. The violent hurricane and lightning instantly repelled the lizard men rushing towards the human camp. After falling from the sky, Storm came to Linn and said, "This battle is really exciting. It feels more exciting than our battle with the Brotherhood of Mutants." "Really? I think this is much smaller than the battle scene between you and the Brotherhood of Mutants." Watching Wolverine Logan constantly fighting among the lizard men, Cyclops also released energy to attack those lizard men. Even Colossus and Iceman joined the battle. Linn changed a magazine and then pressed the communication headset and said, "Joey, has the satellite found any trace of Kurt Connors?" "Inside the Stark Industrial Building." "Damn, I didn't expect them to come." Looking at the lizard men rushing in, Tony Stark raised his hand and fired the palm energy cannon immediately. After a lizard man was blown away by the energy released by the armor, the other lizard men raised various sophisticated instruments and threw them at Tony Stark. For the instruments thrown at him, Tony Stark smashed them without hesitation. When he saw that the target of the lizard men was the anti-lizard serum, Tony immediately stood in front of them and fought with them. "Sir, another bigger lizard man is climbing towards the roof of Stark Industrial Building. According to analysis, it should be Kurt Connors." "What?" While fighting with several lizard men, Tony Stark said, "Damn, Linn is right. Sir, Kurt Connors has mutant gas in his hand. If the mutant gas is released, I'm afraid that all the people in Manhattan will become lizard men. But I don't understand. It can obviously choose other places to release mutant gas. Why does it have to come to the roof of Stark Industrial Building?" Throwing a lizard man out casually, hearing Jarvis's doubts, Tony Stark said, "Who cares? Since Kurt Connors has appeared, notify Linn immediately." Just halfway through the words, a panicked voice came from the Stark building, and then dozens of lizard men rushed into the laboratory. "Damn it, Jarvis, release anesthetic gas." "Yes, sir." Hearing Tony Stark's order, the nozzle on the ceiling of the laboratory immediately released a high concentration of anesthetic. The lizard man who inhaled the high concentration of anesthetic gas gradually slowed down his movements, and his body swayed as he tried to rush forward, but soon fell to the ground. Jarvis, how long will the serum take? The serum has been made and is being transformed into mist. Oh no, sir, another lizard man rushed to Ms. Pepper's office and took her to the roof. Hearing Jarvis say this, Tony Stark panicked. FUXX. After cursing, Tony Stark immediately rushed outside to close the door of the laboratory. Jarvis, increase the concentration of anesthetic gas in the laboratory tenfold to prevent lizard men from breaking in. Understood. Tony had just left, and the anesthetic gas in the laboratory was so dense that it seemed to be transformed into water mist. On the rooftop of the building, Tony Stark. Looking at Tony Stark flying up in armor, Curt Connors held the mutant gas in one hand and Pepper Potts in the other. Damn it, let Pepper go. Listening to Tony's roar, Curt Connors said, your biggest mistake is that you shouldn't have gotten together with the FBI. Tony, you're also a genius. You should know that humans need to evolve, and lizards are the most perfect evolution of humans. Listening to Dr. Lizard's words, Tony Stark raised his hand and immediately aimed the palm energy cannon at his head. I say again, give my Pepper back to me. Faced with Tony Stark's threat, Dr. Lizard was not afraid. His huge tail wrapped around Pepper's paws. Give me the anti-lizard serum. Tony Stark, otherwise your beloved woman will become a cold corpse. Seeing Dr. Lizard's tail wrapped around Pepper's neck, Pepper's breathing gradually became difficult, and even her cheeks turned red and purple. Hey, don't be impulsive, calm down. Tony raised his hands quickly after seeing the scene. I can give you whatever you want, just don't hurt her. Hand over the anti-lizard serum. He loosened the tail wrapped around Pepper's neck and looked at Pepper Potts, who was breathing heavily. Curt Connors said, it is indeed the smartest choice for Linn Hall to let you make the anti-lizard serum. But he ignored that you also have weaknesses. Don't blame me, Tony Stark. When this world becomes a lizard country, you will know how wise your compromise is. Now, don't play tricks. Give me the anti-lizard serum immediately. Okay. Tony Stark took a step back and said, the anti-lizard serum is being made, and it will be successful soon. I will stop the experimental procedure now. As long as you don't hurt Pepper then. As soon as the voice fell, Tony Stark raised his head and looked at the sky. Attracted by Tony's action, Dr. Lizard also subconsciously raised his head. Looking at the blue sky with nothing in sight, Dr. Lizard was about to speak, and the next second a cold light appeared from behind him. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, and the next second Dr. Lizard's huge tail was directly cut off by Linn. Almost at the same time, Tony Stark controlled the armor to fly over and hug Pepper. The palm energy cannon also knocked Dr. Lizard, who screamed in pain, away. Are you okay, Pepper? Looking at Pepper, who was holding his armor tightly, Tony quickly opened the armor and asked, I'm fine, God. Looking at Pepper, who was still in shock, Tony was relieved a little, and then looked up at Linn and holding a long knife and said, Linn, you are late. Listening to what Tony said, Linn shook off the blood of Dr. Lizard on the long knife. It's not too late. After Joey told me that Curt Connors appeared in Manhattan, I rushed over. Just as Linn finished speaking, Natasha appeared on the other side of Stark Tower in a Quinjet fighter. The fire button was pressed, and the next second, dense bullets attacked Dr. Lizard. Countless bullets tore his skin and flesh, and Dr. Lizard subconsciously raised his arm to protect his head, but the bottle of mutant gas in his hand fell directly. Dr. Lizard, who noticed the mutant gas falling, wanted to pick it up, but the long knife in Linn's hands suddenly swung out, and the sharp blade directly cut off Dr. Lizard's right hand. Holding the broken right hand, he wailed loudly, and Linn teleported to grab the bottle in the first time. On the Quinjet fighter. Watching Linn hand the bottle of mutant gas to Tony Stark, Natasha drove the Quinjet and said, Tony, I'm not planning to do anything to you this time. Also, you can let Pepper in. Don't worry, I'll protect her. Hearing what Natasha said, Tony looked at Pepper and said, Pepper, go wait for me in the Quinjet. Don't worry, Linn and I will handle it all. Be careful. Knowing that staying here would hinder the next battle, Pepper told Tony and then ran to the Quinjet. Control the armor and return to the top of Stark Tower. Tony Stark looked at Dr. Lizard, who was holding his broken arm but whose tail had gradually grown, and said, "Connors, your plan failed." Dr. Lizard ignored Tony Stark's words. The cold pupils looked at the long knife that cut off his arm on the ground, and then raised his head and stared at Linn. Curt Connors' favorability, -9. Disrupting his plans, making all his plots fail, cutting off his tail, and even making him taste the pain of losing his arm again. All these things added up made Dr. Lizard hate Linn to the bone. The cold lizard eyes seemed to want to eat Linn alive. "Tony, leave this guy to me. The situation in Brooklyn is still getting worse. It depends on you." Hearing Linn say this, Tony Stark nodded. "Be careful." After that, Tony controlled the armor to fly back to the building. Linn Hall. Roaring at Linn angrily, Dr. Lizard raised his claws with sharp nails and grabbed Linn heavily. Facing Dr. Lizard's huge claws, Linn teleported behind Dr. Lizard. A heavy punch hit Dr. Lizard's back, and a heavy kick directly kicked Dr. Lizard several meters away. Before he landed, Linn teleported to him again, and his fists turned into a storm and attacked Dr. Lizard. Every punch of that powerful fist made the bones in Dr. Lizard's body break. Oh my god. Natasha, who was driving the Quinjet, saw the scene and immediately said, "Fury, I think you need to modify the file on Linn." Inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Looking at the real-time picture sent back by the Quinjet, Nick Fury did not speak. Looking at the picture, whether Dr. Lizard used sharp claws to grab Linn or opened his bloody mouth and bit Linn with a mouthful of sharp teeth. Every attack was easily resolved by Linn. Even under Linn's heavy punch, Dr. Lizard's huge body was like a weed ravaged by a storm, without any power to fight back. Seeing the scene, Nick Fury said, "You are right, Natasha, Linn's file should indeed be updated." On the rooftop. Even though Dr. Lizard has the ability to heal quickly under Linn's attack, Dr. Lizard's old injuries are healing, but new ones are increasing. Bang! A back throw threw him heavily to the ground. Linn stepped on Dr. Lizard, who was like mud, and said, "Curt Connors, your plan has completely failed." As soon as Linn finished speaking, Tony Stark flew back in his armor. Hearing Linn's words, Curt Connors looked at the anti-lizard serum mist containing blue gas. "How about it? It feels bad to lose all your plans." As he said that, Linn walked to the side, pulled out the long knife stuck in the ground and walked over. Now, the anti-lizard serum mist has been transformed. As long as the gas is injected into the launch pad, the lizard disaster this time can be completely solved. Seeing this scene, Dr. Lizard lowered his head somewhat dejectedly, but his tone was full of unwillingness. "Sooner or later, you will know that I am right. Sooner or later, you will understand that humans need to evolve." Listening to Dr. Lizard's unwilling roar, Linn stepped on his body and said, "Really? Maybe you are right, but you won't see that day." As soon as the voice fell, Linn swung the knife at Dr. Lizard's head. "Natasha, stop Linn, Curt Connors vs. S.H.I.E.L.D." Halfway through the words, Nick Fury suddenly stopped. Although he wanted to take Curt Connors to S.H.I.E.L.D. and get the mutant serum formula from him. But he suddenly realized that Linn was from the New York FBI, not his subordinate. Nick Fury turned off the video after watching Linn chop off Curt Connors' head with a knife. "You killed Curt Connors, whose favorability was -9, and gained a new skill, super self-healing. Name, Linn Hall. Intelligence, 3. Strength, 5. Speed, 2. Endurance, 4. Energy emission, 0. Combat skills, 6. Skills, Israeli Krav Maga LV10 Max, Hot Weapon Mastery LV9, 2620/11000, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu LV7, 773/2100, Muay Thai LV7, 129/2100, Cold Weapon Mastery LV6, 799/2600, Super Strength LV3, 7/4500, Teleport LV2, 15/4000, Spider Sense LV2, 13/4000, Super Self-Healing LV1 0/2000. Experience, 1387. Looking at the system skill bar, there is now an additional super self-healing ability, so Linn shuts down the system. Unfortunately, the last upgrade was half a month ago, before the Hudson Hotel incident. Experience is not enough to upgrade the super self-healing skill to LV2. Currently, only Uncle Gwen, Uncle George, and Aunt Helen can provide experience for him. Other subordinates of the FBI with a favorability of 7 can only give gifts once a year. It is not time for them to refresh the gifts. As for Polaris and others, their favorability is not yet 7. Thinking of this, Linn looked at Tony Stark helplessly. What should he do to raise this guy's favorability to 8? What's wrong? Seeing that Linn's eyes were a little unfriendly, Tony Stark subconsciously took a step back and said, "Don't pay attention to me, I already have pepper." Raising a middle finger to Tony Stark, Linn turned his head and looked at the Quinjet and said, "Let's go. It's time to end this battle." When Linn and others returned to the streets of Brooklyn, the battle was still very fierce. Many soldiers of the military have died under the claws of the lizardmen, and thousands of lizardmen have been injured by armor-piercing bullets. "Tony, no problem." Hearing Linn's words, Tony Stark placed the launch pad on the roof of a building in Brooklyn and then injected the anti-lizard serum gas into it. As the launch pad released the gas that reacted with the air in the next second directly blew towards the streets and alleys of Brooklyn. On the ground, the lizardmen who kept rushing towards the military special forces suddenly became sluggish after breathing the air. Soon the scales on their bodies began to disappear, and the sharp claws and teeth slowly returned to normal. Seeing this scene, Sean and Alice breathed a sigh of relief, then put down their guns and looked up at Linn and Tony Stark standing on the roof. "Sean, it's over. I knew the boss would be able to solve this incident." "Yeah, it's over." Sitting on the ground, Sean threw away the gun in his hand and suddenly laughed. "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing." Waving his hands feebly, Sean leaned on the scrapped car and said, "I just want to have a good rest for a few days. By the way, is there anything to eat?" The Brooklyn Lizard Man incident has come to an end, but the impact of the incident is far from over. The online discussion about this Brooklyn incident is in full swing, and even some conspiracy theorists are claiming that this is a secret experiment of the US government. At this moment, Linn did not care about the heated discussion online. After a long sigh, Linn zipped up his zipper and looked at Jessica, who was swallowing, and said, "Is there any news from your father yet?" Hearing Linn's question, Jessica picked up the water on the table and drank it all in one breath. "At the beginning of the Brooklyn Lizard Man, my father suggested that after you solve this matter, he would recommend you to take the position of deputy director. At that time, the Attorney General and others had acquiesced, but after the matter was really over, some people in the Ministry of Justice and even the FBI headquarters expressed their opposition. They think it's okay to reward you, but you are too young for the position of deputy director." At this point, Jessica Myers smiled and said, "But don't worry, as long as you can pass Jeff Russell, then the position of deputy director will be stable." "Attorney General? He is coming to New York." Hearing what Jessica said, Linn nodded, stood up and prepared to leave, but was stopped by Jessica. "Anything else? You had it in my mouth, but what should I do?" Hearing what Jessica said, Linn looked around, then picked up the pen holder and handed it to her, saying, "Senior sister, the biggest difference between humans and animals is that humans can use tools. FUXX. Throwing the pen holder aside in a bad mood, Jessica stood up and helped Linn to tidy up her suit. "Think carefully about how to deal with Jeff Russell. My father will help you at the headquarters." Looking at the senior sister pretending to be serious, Linn pinched her buttocks. "Do you need my help? My fiancé is going to be transferred from Washington to New York, and he is going to serve as the legal advisor to the mayor of New York." Hearing what Jessica said, Linn understood what she meant. "Your breasts are white, but your heart is black." Seeing that Linn understood what she meant, Jessica helped Linn tie his tie and said, "Apart from his family background, if he has half of your abilities in all aspects, I would be willing to follow him wholeheartedly. Besides, I want to move into the White House in the future. If he has a smooth journey, then even if I marry him, the family power behind him will not be poured into me." Hearing what the senior said, Linn nodded. She and Jessica are allies, so helping her is also helping herself. And messing with people is too easy for Linn, especially in his own territory in New York. At the same time, in a luxurious villa in the Bronx. Watching the host and those so-called experts on TV reporting on the Brooklyn Lizard Man incident 3 days ago. Looking at Linn Hall, who was constantly mentioned in the video, a burly middle-aged man picked up the remote control and turned off the TV. Turning around and looking at the couple tied up with ropes, the middle-aged man picked up his phone and walked forward, then tore off the tape on the man's mouth. "Don't hurt us, please. I can give you whatever you want. Please don't hurt us." Listening to the man's plea for mercy, the middle-aged man took out a knife and cut the rope that bound him, then handed him the phone. "Call the police. Tell the police what happened here." Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the man waved his hands in fear. "I won't call the police. Don't worry. No matter what you want, I won't call the police, I promise." Before he finished speaking, the dagger was directly against his neck. Either call the police or die. Looking at the middle-aged man's cold eyes, the man trembled and took the phone and dialed the police. Inside the Illuminati base. Isn't the New York FBI going to explain the Brooklyn Lizard Man incident to the public? Leaning on Linn, Gwen asked curiously. It should be to announce the results of the investigation of this matter to the media and the public. Faced with Gwen's curiosity, Linn explained, the original press conference was scheduled to be held tomorrow, but the Attorney General ordered a postponement. He plans to come in person to announce the results of the investigation of this incident to the public. The Attorney General is coming in person? Hearing Linn say this, Polaris and Laura on the side asked curiously, "It is obvious that you led people to solve this incident. Why did the Attorney General come to hold a press conference? Want to steal your credit?" Looking at Laura's indignant look, Linn smiled and said, "It's not to steal the credit. The most important purpose should be to talk to me. After all, this time I led the New York FBI and the military secret service and other departments to successfully solve the Lizard Man incident. So whether I can sit in the position of deputy director depends on this conversation." When they heard that Linn was going to be promoted, the people present were all happy for Linn. Even Peter Parker, who was a little depressed, congratulated Linn. Gwen wanted to celebrate tonight. "You can't open champagne at halftime." Rubbing Gwen's head, Linn looked at Peter Parker and said, "Peter, we need to talk." Peter Parker nodded after hearing what Linn said. On the rooftop of the 3rd floor of the base. Now everyone knows about the existence of the Illuminati, and they also know that you and Gwen are members of the Illuminati. Looking at Peter with his head down, he looked like a child who felt guilty for doing something wrong. Linn smiled and said, "Thanks to what you and Gwen did in New York, and the Illuminati also participated in solving the Brooklyn Lizard Man incident this time. So the Illuminati is highly praised online, and many people call it a superhero organization." Hearing Linn say this, Peter Parker looked up at Linn and said, "I'm sorry, Linn, if I hadn't easily believed Professor Kurt Connors, it wouldn't have caused such serious consequences. I just wanted to help Professor Connors complete the research on reptilian gene regeneration at the beginning and wanted to help those with physical disabilities. But I didn't expect." "I know." Looking at Peter Parker's guilty look, Linn smiled very gently and said, "I can feel your self-blame from the bottom of your heart. I think if it weren't for you, there would be no disaster in Brooklyn and there wouldn't be so many casualties. But Peter, you have to know what has happened. Even if you blame yourself and feel guilty, you can't make any changes." Hearing Linn say this, Peter Parker nodded. Of course he knew that even if he felt guilty, those who died in the disaster would not be able to come back to life. But every night when he went to bed during these 3 days, as soon as he closed his eyes, Peter felt that the dead were staring at him. "Peter, people have to face countless choices in their lives, and we can't guarantee that every choice we make is right. But it doesn't matter if you make a mistake, just correct it." At this point, Linn patted Peter on the shoulder. "Just like this time, instead of blaming yourself here, you might as well go to the street to help more people in need. Don't worry, the Disaster Emergency Department has begun to assess the disaster in Brooklyn. City Hall has also organized free treatment for those injured in the disaster. Businesses and charitable organizations have also donated to the victims in Brooklyn. Whether they are injured or dead, they will be properly arranged. Peter Parker breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Linn say this. I hardly rested in the 3 days since the incident ended. Putting his hands on the railing, Peter Parker and Linn talked about their feelings in the past 3 days. Listening to Peter Parker's chatter, he regretted and blamed himself, and then said that he was not in the mood even for Mary Jane's date. Linn kept smiling throughout the whole process and comforted him from time to time, which gradually relaxed Peter Parker's tense mood. Peter Parker's favorability. 5. Seeing Peter's favorability increase again, Linn's smile became more gentle. Sure enough, at Peter's age, what he needs most is not others telling him what to do, but to become the person he trusts most, to whom he can confide his inner thoughts without reservation, and to give guidance and advice. Take your time, sooner or later, you will become Peter Parker's life mentor. After coming out of the Illuminati, Natasha was already leaning against Linn's car waiting for her. Are you also idle in S.H.I.E.L.D.? Starting the car, looking at Natasha sitting in the passenger seat, Linn asked, Didn't S.H.I.E.L.D. assign you a task? My biggest task now is to solve the Hudson Hotel incident. Looking at Linn, Natasha said, The Hudson Hotel is the case I took over from you, but the S.H.I.E.L.D. investigation team was wiped out after entering the Hudson Hotel. We must solve this matter. Speaking of this, Natasha turned her head and looked at Linn. Linn, I need your help because I also contributed to the Brooklyn incident. Put your legs down. Looking at Natasha habitually putting her legs on the dashboard, Linn said while driving, How can you be sure that I can solve this matter? I don't know. Putting her legs back, Natasha smiled and said, Intuition, I just feel that if there are really demons in the Hudson Hotel, then you can definitely solve them. As the two were talking, Linn's cell phone suddenly rang. Linn picked up the phone and found that it was Barbara calling, so he answered it directly. Boss, something happened. Someone uploaded the video of the murder of the police officer to the internet, and there should be a team of promoters behind the murderer. The speed of the entire video fermentation is very fast. Hearing Barbara's words, Linn drove to the direction of the Bureau of Investigation. You heard it too, I have another case here. You're in charge, and you need to take action in cases like this? If it is a case with a more serious impact, I will generally take over and handle it. Shrugging his shoulders, Linn said, I can't sit still in the office to deal with documents every day, and you know the current situation. Hearing what Linn said, Natasha nodded. Yes, Jeff Russell, who manages the FBI, is about to go to New York, and an extremely serious case occurs at this node. This will also affect your becoming the deputy director. The news is quite well informed. Inside the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Seeing Linn coming back, Barbara immediately handed the tablet to Linn. Boss, the Bronx police received a report this morning. The man of the villa said that someone broke into their villa and kidnapped him and his wife. And the kidnappers didn't want money or jewelry. They just asked the man to call the police and let the police come immediately. At first, the police thought it was a prank, but it was a wealthy area after all, so the police sent 2 police cars to the villa where the report was made. After the police car entered the villa, they found that the community security personnel had died, and those police officers were attacked as soon as they got off the car. In the video, several police officers hid behind the car and shouted to the villa. Unexpectedly, the bomb installed in a hidden position exploded as soon as the door of the villa was opened. Several police officers were killed on the spot, and the middle-aged man went around from the back of the villa to the back of the police and shot them to harvest their lives. After harvesting the lives of these police officers, the middle-aged man stuffed the other 2 injured and incapable police officers into the car. Then he dragged them away and disappeared in the surveillance. After this video is finished, the next video scene appears in a warehouse. In the warehouse, a middle-aged man sits on a chair, and in front of him, 2 police officers kneel on the ground. My name is Hank Loggins. I used to be a member of the Navy SEALs. 7 years ago, when I was serving in the Navy SEALs, my 16-year-old son disappeared. It happened in the Bronx, but the local police did not investigate, but kept giving me excuses. Later, I used my own power to track down and found that my son was murdered. When I put the evidence in front of these police officers, they ignored it because the murderer was powerful. At this point, Hank Loggins raised his pistol and executed the policeman neatly. Then he said to the camera, "Later, when I was about to prepare revenge for my son personally, the police ambushed me in the murderer's home in advance and arrested me. I was also sentenced to 23 years. At this point, Hank Loggins stood up and lifted a curtain behind him. Behind the curtain were 23 hostages he had tied up. Looking at the hostages who kept whining, Hank Loggins pointed the gun at them and said to the camera, "Now, I not only want to avenge my son, but also to ruin the murderer. There are 23 hostages here. If you don't want them to die, then let the mayor and the FBI investigate my son's homicide in person. You only have 3 days. Once 3 days pass, all these 23 hostages will be executed by me." Watching the video playback end, Linn put down his tablet and said, "Give me Hank Loggins's information." Barbara, who was prepared, handed the information to Linn. "Boss, there is definitely a professional pusher behind Hank Loggins' video shooting. In just one morning, the video has been played more than millions. And the public opinion is fermenting very quickly. The video even bypassed the internet censorship mechanism of the YouTube network and appeared directly in the most conspicuous place on the webpage." After hearing Barbara say this, Linn looked through Hank Loggins's information. The Marine Corps served for 23 years and was also an instructor of the Navy SEALs. No wonder he escaped from prison. "Interesting, call Joey and Ryan over." Hearing Linn's order, Barbara immediately picked up the phone and called Joey. Putting down the information in his hand, Linn also called Uncle George. After the call, Linn looked at Joey and Ryan who were coming and then smiled and said, "Joey, immediately lock the address of the warehouse through the video. In addition, since there is a pusher behind the video, then find this pusher." Half an hour later, inside a factory in the Bronx. "Boss, you're staying in the car. I'll take my brothers in and catch Hank Loggins back." Seeing Linn getting off the car, Sean spoke. "Don't be careless. Hank Loggins is a Navy SEAL instructor and has a strong anti-reconnaissance ability." Hearing Linn say this, Sean smiled and said, "Boss, he is the instructor of the Navy SEALs, but I am not a vegetarian either." As he said that, Sean led the team to explore the inside of the factory. Looking at Sean's cautious look, Linn nodded, then picked up the hot dog and started eating. "Boss, this matter will not affect your promotion. After all, this time is more sensitive," Barbara asked with some concern when she looked at Linn eating hot dogs. "As long as we can solve the case before Jeff Russell comes to New York and rescue the hostages successfully, there will be no impact. What's more, the case 7 years ago, I was less than 18 years old at that time." As soon as Linn's voice fell, his phone received the email address from Uncle George. I opened the email and took a look. Sure enough, the information about the murder of Hank Loggins' son 7 years ago has been completely destroyed. Haha, it really fits the style of a big shot. Turning off the phone, Linn continued to eat hot dogs. In the video, Hank Loggins mentioned that the person who killed his son has a very background. So there was no surprise in Linn. Even if Uncle George is the director of the New York Police Department, there are always some borers in 77 divisions. After more than 10 minutes, "Boss, there is no one in the factory." When he came back to the operation team, Sean said to Linn, "I took someone to check the scene carefully. The bodies of the 2 policemen were still in the factory, but no Hank Loggins and the kidnapped 23 were found." People. As soon as Sean finished speaking, Joey's phone called. "Boss, Ryan has locked the computer of the pusher behind the video based on the anti-tracking data and is currently in a small alley in the Bronx. It's just that the surveillance of Hank Loggins was not captured in the city. The surveillance image should have been hidden by the hacker who promoted the video. We are still trying to crack it." After confirming the address of the video pusher computer, Linn led the team directly over. In the Bronx, inside a van in an unmanned alley. "You promise me that as long as I help you push the video bypass the censorship mechanism, you will release the hostages you kidnapped," Sky said angrily as she looked at Hank Loggins in the call video. What I promised you will do naturally, but these 23 people are my biggest bargaining chips at the moment. Looking at Sky, Hank Rockin said, I just want to get justice for my son. But you killed those innocent police officers. Innocent? Haha, isn't my son innocent? It was the police who destroyed the files, and they brought the truth. Hank Rockins was so excited that he just said halfway through his words, but the door of the van was suddenly opened. He was startled by the sudden appearance of Linn. Sky subconsciously raised his fist and was about to attack, but was directly caught by Linn. Having made a quiet move to Sky, Linn looked at Hank Rockins in the video and said, Hank Rockins, you should know me. Linn Hall. Looking at Linn Hall, who appeared in front of the video, Hank Rockins was stunned for a moment, but he did not hang up the video. The director of the FBI in New York, I've seen you on TV. Since we know who I am, things will be easy to do. Let's make a deal. Looking at Hank Loggins in the video, Linn said, take the initiative to surrender to me and release the 23 hostages, and I will help you catch the murderer who killed your son 7 years ago. Hearing Linn say this, Hank Loggins sneered, why should I trust you? You people in official organizations like to collude with each other. Because I am Linn Hall. Hearing Lynn's brief and powerful answer, Sky frowned. Although she also knew Linn Hall's reputation, she didn't think that just a word from Linn would make Hank Loggins let go of the 23 hostages. After all, after Hank Loggins escaped from prison, he ruthlessly killed more than a dozen police officers. The abandoned factory in District 13 of the Bronx. After a moment of silence, Hank Loggins said, I've heard about what you did after becoming an FBI agent, and I'm willing to believe that you're an honest FBI agent. I'm holding the 23 hostages there, and you can lead a team to rescue them. But I can't surrender to you unless I see you arrest the murderer of my son. After that, Hank Loggins hung up the video. Oh my God, he actually told you where the hostages were held? Watching the video hang up, Sky looked at Linn Hall in shock. She couldn't imagine that Lynn's simple words, just because I'm Linn Hall, could make the cruel Hank Loggins take the initiative to tell the location of the hostages. Isn't one sentence enough? Looking at Sky, who looked shocked, Linn said, but you have to go back to the FBI with us. Letting Dennis take Sky, who looked shocked, back to the car, Linn turned to Sean and said, did you film what happened just now? It has been filmed, boss. When it is reported by the media, I guarantee it will be a big hit. Giving Linn a thumbs up, Sean said excitedly. Chevron_left. The criminal who voluntarily surrendered because of Linn Hall? Can Hank Rockins let these 23 hostages be let go in just one sentence? This seems ridiculous, but in fact there is a reason. If Hank Rockins simply wanted to avenge his son, then just one gun would be enough. He has proved it by killing so many police officers. But he did not choose to take revenge directly, but kidnapped 23 hostages and then asked the FBI and the mayor to reinvest his son's case 7 years ago through the internet. This shows that he is not just taking revenge, but wants to uproot the family that killed his son, and also wants to arrest all the relevant personnel who protected the murderer back then. This is also the interesting reason why Linn said after seeing his information in the office. After all, no matter how strong his ability is, he alone will definitely not be able to do this. But the FBI can do it easily. Linn has always had a very accurate control of human nature, so when he saw Hank Rockins name the FBI in the video, he immediately understood what he thought. This is why Linn can let Hank Rockins tell the place where the hostages are hidden in just one sentence. Now, Hank Rockins' sincerity has been given, and it will be up to Lynn's next. Linn believes that if he chooses to continue chasing Hank Rockins at this time, he will definitely have the ability to kidnap 23 people again. So when I saw the text message that Joey sent to him, I had already located Hank Rockins' location through the video. Linn did not choose to come to arrest him directly, but led the team to rescue the 23 hostages. Regardless of whether this is Hank Rockins' temptation to himself or not, Linn is ready to take this opportunity to let the people above know their abilities and influence in New York. After all, it can make the extremely vicious criminals trust, and even just one sentence can let the prisoner off the hostages and voluntarily surrender. This has never been done in the history of the FBI. Half an hour later, outside the FBI building in New York. A group of reporters were waiting outside the investigation bureau at this moment, and the moment when Linn saw several Chevrolets stopping, he walked out of the car. All the reporters surrounded them. "Mr. Linn, can the FBI in New York save 23 hostages from Hank Wiggins?" "Mr. Hall, the prisoner only gives the FBI 3 days. Do you have any plans? When will the Brooklyn Lizard Man incident be released to the public?" The mayor of New York said that the impact of this case was extremely bad. He would never tolerate the criminals and would definitely save the hostages. "Mr. Linn, what do you think of the mayor's words?" Faced with the chattering questions from a group of reporters, Linn raised his hand to signal them to calm down. After all these reporters were quiet, Linn said, "First of all, the Brooklyn Lizard Man incident has been investigated, and after that, the FBI in New York will hold a press conference to announce the investigation results. As for the Hank Wiggins incident that appeared this morning, after 6 hours of follow-up investigation, our New York FBI successfully rescued all 23 hostages." As soon as Linn finished speaking, she saw Sean open the car door, and then the 23 kidnapped hostages walked out of the car. Some of these rescued hostages were crying after the disaster, while others were still in shock. But the reporters present could see that they had not suffered any substantial harm. "Mr. Linn, how did you rescue the hostages?" "Thank God, Mr. Linn, for telling us." Seeing the media asking again, Linn raised his hand to stop them. "Dear journalists, the hostages have just been rescued and are still in a state of panic. So now is not the time to ask questions. Our New York FBI will give answers to the relevant questions in the future. But now, please let them receive guidance from a psychologist first." After hearing Linn say this, although these excited reporters still had a lot of words to ask, they all made the way out. "Thank you for your cooperation." Nodding at these reporters, Linn gave Sean a look and then took people into the federal building in New York. Inside the building, I saw Linn and his group of people entering the building under the photo of the Flash. Barbara snapped her fingers and said to Joey, "Do it." "Are you sure these media will praise the boss?" "Certainly." Facing Joey's inquiry, Barbara smiled and said, "The media who are qualified to receive the news from me and can stand in front of the federal building in New York to interview the boss have always praised the boss. Besides, I know their editors, and I also ask Alice to help me investigate the editors or persons in charge of these newspapers and radio stations. Believe me, as long as they dare to say something bad about the report, in less than 2 hours, these editors and radio leaders will be arrested for various illegal incidents with sufficient evidence." Hearing Barbara say this, Joey looked at her in surprise and said, "Barbara, you are growing up so fast. No wonder the boss refused Alice's request and kept you by his side." Facing Joey's praise, Barbara said proudly, "Of course, I was rescued from the quagmire. Only by constantly improving can I help the boss and be qualified to stay with the boss around me. Or else do you think I'll just spread my legs or kneel in front of my head to show the softness of my tongue?" Looking at the proud Barbara, Joey gave a thumbs up. "What are you saying?" Back at the office, Linn asked with a smile as he looked at Joey and Barbara. "Boss, I want to make progress too much." Going to Linn, Joey laughed. Hearing Joey say this, Linn pushes her away. "Stay away from me. If Alice sees it, she would think I'm going to steal her girlfriend. Especially, you don't let Alice go to bed these days. Besides, you still want to make progress? Why are you coveting my position as a supervisor?" "That's not." Hearing Linn's joke, Joey smiled and said, "I just didn't expect Barbara to make such a big progress." As he said that, Joey told Linn what happened. Linn smiled as he listened to Joey's story. Linn actually knows Barbara's evolution more than anyone else. "I even taught her some things step by step because I could clearly feel her strong desire to stay by my side. So I have never treated her unfairly." It can be seen from the fact that she had bought an apartment for his father in full for the past few months she was with her side. Inside the interrogation room, "Mr. Hall, I'm really not a Hank Wiggins accomplice. I helped her because he took 23 hostages and then threatened me to help him upload the video bypassing the YouTube network censorship mechanism. And I don't know why he came to me, but please believe me, I really have nothing to do with him." Seeing Sky's constant explanation, Linn closed the information and pushed a bottle of water in front of her and smiled. "Don't worry, Miss Sky. Our FBI in New York will not wrongly accuse any innocent citizen. I've got people to investigate things clearly, and you really have nothing to do with Hank Wiggins. But that video was uploaded by you using hacking technology, and it also had a very bad impact." When Sky, who had already breathed a sigh of relief, was once again nervous. "Mr. Hall, I had no choice but to threaten me if I don't do this. I'll kill the hostages." Looking at Sky, who was anxiously explaining, Linn smiled and waved her hand, signaling her not to be nervous. "I know you were also coerced, so Miss Sky, I decided not to prosecute you any." After breathing a sigh of relief, Sky looked at Linn and said, "Thank you. When will I be able to leave?" Sky/Daisy Johnson's favorability. 2. As soon as he finished speaking, Sky's stomach rang. "You can leave anytime." Hearing Sky's belly, Linn stood up and smiled. "I have always liked to be kind to others." "Miss Sky, it's 5:30 now. If you want to finish your dinner at the FBI in New York and leave." Our FBI dinner was pretty good. Oh, by the way, your van was also brought back, and you can drive away when you leave." "Thank you, Mr. Hall. Let's go for dinner, but can I know how you found me?" Speaking of this, Sky quickly explained, "I have no other meaning. I'm just curious, after all." Sky was still very curious about Linn being able to find herself directly. After all, the video has been uploaded less than 10 hours now, and with its own hacking technology, it should be able to avoid investigation. But the FBI in New York was able to find itself in such a short time, which is a bit. You upload videos on your computer. Although your hacking skills are good, it is obvious that our New York FBI Information Department is stronger. After saying that, Linn turned around and left. Sky is the future Bozenv, but she obviously hasn't awakened the ability of the alien race yet. So Linn didn't plan to bother her, just leave a good impression on her, and she would talk about it in the future after she gained her abilities. What's more, Linn also left a button. Sure enough, Sky was obviously a little dissatisfied when he heard Linn say that the information department of the FBI in New York was stronger. But he did not refute, but got up and left. At 7 p.m., Washington. I didn't expect that in just a few hours, Linn Hall rescued the 23 hostages he was held. The minister, Linn's ability, and his control over New York were really surprising. Looking at Jeff Russell staring at TV, Deputy Attorney General Laurenter Conley said with a smile, "Yes, young people are getting better and better nowadays. I think we didn't have such great skills back then." Hearing Laurenter's words, Jeff Russell said with a glass of wine, "I thought this emergency would have me traveled to New York and be questioned by the media when announcing the results of the Lizard Man incident. I didn't expect that he would rescue the hostages so quickly." Turning his head to look at Laurenter, Jeff Russell said in a deep voice, "What do you think of those voices in the Department of Justice?" "It's very simple. Minister, the capable people go up, and the incompetent people come down, although the 24-year-old deputy director of the FBI branch is a bit shocking. But New York is the largest city in the United States after all, and the Justice Department needs someone with the ability and skill to control it for us. The most important thing is that Linn Hall has a clean background. Apart from his adoptive father being the director of the New York Police Department, he has no old political family interference behind him." Speaking of this, Laurent Conley said seriously, "Secretary, there are factions within the Department of Justice, and there are also within the FBI. If Linn can control the FBI in New York, the largest city in the United States in the future, he has a clean background." Jeff Russell nodded when he stopped halfway through the words of Laurenter Conley. Indeed, George Stacy himself knew that he had no idea about politics, and the reason why he was able to become the director of the New York Police Department was entirely due to his own abilities and years of achievements. Linn Hall, who was raised by him, was like him. He was able to reach this position at the age of 24, relying on his own abilities and contributions. Such subordinates with capable and simple identity and background are indeed the favorite subordinates of every senior management. Moreover, being young at this time is actually an advantage. After all, being young means being very controlful. The only thing I'm worried about now is whether he will really have the ability to control New York in the future after all. Before Jeff Russell could finish his words, news suddenly came to the TV. We just received a video from an anonymous email address, which was exactly what the director of the FBI, Linn, was in the rescue of the hostages. After the host finished speaking, the video began to play. In the picture, Linn pulled the car, Sky, whose face was marked, subconsciously clenched his fists and made a defensive posture. But Linn ignored her and directly persuaded Hank Rockins to surrender to the video call. Seeing the scene, Jeff Russell watched TV curiously. When he saw Linn, he asked Hank Rockins to take the initiative to tell where the hostages were hiding with the words, "I am Linn." Jeff Russell was also a little surprised. "Director, you have also seen that the integrity and ability of Linn, a young man, not only has the trust of the citizens of New York, but even such a vicious criminal trusts his character. I think no one will be dissatisfied with such a person who controls New York." Seeing the video finished playing, Jeff Russell also nodded slightly. Young people today are indeed getting more and more powerful. Listening to repeat this sentence again, Laurenter Conley laughed. It is obvious that the minister's second sentence is different from the first sentence. It seems that the minister has made a decision. Who can tell me if this is true? Linn made the murderer who killed so many police officers take the initiative to tell the place where the hostages are hidden with just one sentence. Oh my God, it feels like this is just like the plot of a Hollywood movie that makes you tingle. In a word, 23 hostages were rescued, and even the criminals trusted Linn's character. He is worthy of being our hero. FUXX government, President FUXX, thanks to our New York City Linn. As the video fermented, in just one night, Linn made the criminals voluntarily release 23 hostages with just one sentence and the video of more than 10 million being played. There are even a lot of praise for Linn on the internet. I can't believe that Linn actually asked the criminal to explain the address of the hostage with just one sentence. Why do I think this is so ridiculous? Watching the TV broadcast, Tony Stark turned to Pepper and said, "Linn is obviously the kind of person who likes to drink good wine and likes to take away the longest and most beautiful girl at the party. And he slept with 2 singers last time, which made those 2 singers break up with their boyfriend after they went back, so." Hearing Tony say this, Pepper shrugged. "If you're in danger, who should I ask for help at the first time? Of course it's FUXX." After cursing, Tony Stark smiled and said, "Well, I admit that I'm a little jealous of him. Well, at most 13% jealous. Peeper, what did I do when I was 24? If I had become the FBI back then, the FBI would not be able to afford my salary. Okay, keep being jealous. I have to go to the company." Picking up his bag and getting up to leave, Pepper had just taken a few steps, then turned around and said, "Don't invite those models to a party of beauty, even if it's specially found for Linn." Hearing Pepper say this, Tony spread his hands. "I haven't touched any other woman since I'm with you, I promise." After Pepper left, Tony said, "Jarvis, have you found all the Hollywood long-legged beauties I asked you to screen last time?" "Sir, weren't you still jealous of Mr. Linn just now?" "Come on, Jarvis, I'm Tony Stark. How could I be jealous of my friend?" As he turned off the TV and got up from the couch, Tony Stark walked towards the lab and said, "Linn is my friend. I just want to add some fun to his boring life. But I think this is your bad taste, and I want to destroy Mr. Linn's righteous and majestic image. This is just a joke between friends. Who made him record a video of me making a fool of me last time while I was drunk?" At the same time, Columbia University. "Martin Johnson, I'm an FBI agent. We suspect you're related to a murder 7 years ago, so please cooperate with our investigation." Looking at the 23-year-old young man in front of him, Sean arrested him without hesitation after showing his ID. "FUXX, you can't treat me so rudely. I'm from the Johnson family. My dad is the deputy mayor of New York City." Martin Johnson, handcuffed, struggled continuously, and Sean punched him hard in the stomach. Looking at Martin Johnson lying on the front of the car in pain, Sean said in a cold tone, "Stop talking about a deputy mayor. Even if your father is the vice president, I don't care." After handcuffing, Sean directly pressed him and threw it into the car, then drove away from Columbia University. Half an hour later, the FBI interrogation room. According to our investigation, it was discovered that you killed classmate Alvin Rockins 7 years ago by an accident. The judge sentenced you to not be acquitted because of your minor and because you have mental illness. Looking at Martin Johnson in front of him, Linn asked with a smile, "Why didn't I realize you have mental illness? Let me leave here, damn it. The court had already acquitted me back then. Why should you FBI arrest me? I want to meet my family lawyer. I want to call my dad." Looking at the obviously spoiled guy in front of him, Linn smiled and said, "I just like young people like you who are unwilling to cooperate. FUXX, let me go quickly otherwise." Before Martin Johnson could finish speaking, Sean grabbed his head and pressed it heavily on the interrogation table. Bang! After a loud bang, blood flowed from Martin Johnson's forehead. "Boy, when you fucking talk to our boss, it's best to put your mouth cleaner, otherwise I'll break your teeth one by one." "Tisk, Sean, don't be that rude." Watching Sean pressing Martin Johnson's head, Linn smiled and said, "His father is one of the deputy mayors after all, so we have to give it some preferential treatment. Look, my head is bleeding. Why don't you wipe him quickly? What if his father complains about us?" Hearing the boss say this, Sean immediately patted his head. "It's true that I'm too rude and actually forgot his identity." As he said that, Sean immediately turned around and left the interrogation room. As Sean left, Martin Johnson shook his head and watched the blood flowing. Then he looked at Linn with anger and said, "Damn it, I will definitely complain to you. I will definitely report to you for use." Before he could finish his words, he saw Sean walking in with a basin of water and some paper. "What do you want to do?" "FUXX, you can't do this, I'm not." Before Martin Johnson could finish speaking, Sean immediately used his hair to let him lean back, then picked up the paper and soaked it in water. "Look, it's all bleeding, wipe it." After saying that, he directly pasted the soaked paper on Martin's head. Looking at Martin Johnson, who was struggling with all his body while kicking his legs, Sean once again put the paper in the water. "Don't move around. I'm helping you wash your face. It's like you pressed Alvin Rockins into the water to wash your face 7 years ago." As several pieces of paper were placed on their faces, Martin Johnson's struggle became more and more intense. "Boss, he pissed." Looking at the water stains dripping from Martin's crotch, Sean pulled off the paper and smiled at Linn. "It's really disgusting." Getting up from the chair, Linn said to Sean, "5 minutes, I need to know everything. The Attorney General is coming to New York, Sean, we don't have much time." "Clear." Hearing Linn's words, Sean nodded immediately. After Linn left the interrogation room, Sean picked up the paper and looked at Martin gasping for breath and said, "There are 5 minutes left, so don't worry, let's play slowly." New York City Hall, inside the office of Deputy Mayor Derek Johnson. "Have our men found Hank Rockins' hiding place yet?" Derek Johnson asked with a frown as he looked at the assistant in front of him. "Sir, he has been hiding since the video spread online. I have someone to monitor his family, but he has not contacted his ex-wife or parents. And this case was taken over by the FBI, so our people. Then think of other ways. If it really doesn't work, use his family. Forget it. Once he threatens him with his family, it will definitely alarm the FBI." Speaking of this, Derek Johnson whispered, "Damn it, I would have arranged for someone to kill him in prison." As he was talking, Derek's cell phone rang. After answering the phone, Derek frowned. "Don't panic, I understand. I will come forward." After hanging up the phone, Derek Johnson looked at his assistant and said, "Martin was arrested by the FBI and is currently being interrogated. You should contact a lawyer and a doctor immediately and find a way to bail Martin out on bail due to illness." "But sir, the FBI." "Don't worry about this. I will contact James Duke, who is the director of the New York FBI. Go ahead. Also, let Vincent find Hank Wiggins as soon as possible. Tell him not to forget that he was the one who handled the case 7 years ago. Let him think about how he went from being a sheriff to being the deputy director of the Bronx." Hearing Derek's words, the assistant nodded. After the assistant left, Derek Johnson took out his mobile phone and called James Duke. "New York FBI. After hanging up the phone, James Duke casually threw his mobile phone on the table. James Duke didn't care about Derek's request as the deputy mayor. Ophelia's experiment of transforming people was successful? In that case, you can go and check it out for me. Understood. Hearing Duke's order, the secretary nodded. The vampires in Europe were attacked by the Bloodstone family. They sent us a request for help. Sir, do we want to support them? If they can't even deal with a girl, then they have no value in existence. Yes. After receiving the order, the secretary stood up and walked outside. In the interrogation room. This is the third time your phone has rang. Looking at Vincent Conley in front of him, Linn said, "Are you sure you don't want to answer it? This is the assistant of the deputy mayor. Maybe he has something important to ask you." Listening to Linn's playful tone, Vincent felt a little uneasy in his heart, but he still looked very calm on the surface. "Mr. Hall, I was indeed the one who took over the case of Martin Johnson accidentally killing Elvin Loggins 7 years ago. But don't worry, that's not what we're talking about today." Waving his hand to stop Vincent from saying what he wanted to say, Linn tapped the file on the interrogation table and said, "Let's talk about you. You've been a police officer for 20 years, you were unknown for the first 13 years, and slowly became a sheriff, but in the next 7 years, you were promoted from sheriff to deputy chief of the Bronx. Mr. Vincent, can you tell me how you did it?" Facing Linn's inquiry, Vincent said, "Mr. Hall, weren't you the director of the New York FBI at the age of 24? Although I don't have as strong abilities as you, I'm lucky. Starting from the sensational dismemberment case 6 years ago, I have solved many major cases in succession." Hearing Vincent's words, Linn nodded and said, "That's true. Even our FBI didn't find any clues in the dismemberment case 6 years ago. I didn't expect you to solve it. Although the prisoner committed suicide in the detention room on the 3rd day after he was caught." At this point, Linn took out a file and put it in front of Vincent. "Then how do you explain your wife's overseas account? An ordinary wage earner has more than 3 million euros in her overseas account. This is probably a salary that you two can't earn in your lifetime. In addition, we also found that you are actually connected with the New York gang. You have used your position many times to provide them with a lot of help. Your daughter also took drugs at a high school party and drove to kill 3 people, but she didn't take any responsibility. In addition," listening to Linn Hall telling all the things he had done over the years one by one, Vincent Conley's expression became more and more ugly. As Linn was talking, Alice knocked on the door and walked in. Alice put the interrogation confession in front of Linn N and whispered something in Linn N's ear. He nodded to indicate that he understood. After Alice left, Linn N threw the confession to Vincent. "Take a look for yourself." He took the interrogation confession and took a look. Just one look made Vincent sweat on his forehead. There were confessions from his most trusted subordinates and evidence that he used his power to help those gangs smuggle. There was even evidence of his daughter's mental illness that the doctor helped to forge after she drove a car and killed someone after taking drugs in high school. With all these pieces of evidence added up, I'm afraid he will spend the rest of his life in prison. Not only him, but also his family will not be able to escape prison. Looking at Vincent, who seemed to be soaked in sweat at the moment, Linn said, 7 years ago, you destroyed the documents and files about Martin Johnson's murder of Elvin Loggins? Hearing Linn's words, Vincent put down the evidence in his hand a little decadently and said, "It is enough to arrest me alone. Can you let my wife and daughter go? That depends on your performance. If the prey captured this time is not big enough and can't satisfy me, then these evidences will play a decisive role. 7 years ago, Martin Johnson deliberately murdered Elvin Loggins. At that time, I was still the sheriff. After we received the alarm, we immediately arrested Martin." Take a deep breath. Vincent leaned back in the chair as if his spirit was drained. But just after Martin was arrested, his father, the current deputy mayor of New York, Derek Johnson, came to me. "I know all this. Tell me something I don't know." Looking at Vincent, Linn exhaled a puff of smoke. "I destroyed all the evidence and files of Martin Johnson myself. These were all ordered by Derek Johnson. I left evidence when I met him. I was worried that after I helped him do things, he would not fulfill his promise or attack me. including his plan to put Hank Loggins in jail. I have evidence of all this, hidden in the safe in my basement. In addition, I just took a little money. It was Derek Johnson who really helped those gangs smuggle vehicles and drugs. In the past 7 years, I only made a profit of more than 3 million euros, but the Johnson family made at least 10 times more. And the Johnson family, an old political family, is also involved in the business of trafficking people to Eastern Europe. The Johnson family's campaign funds are ostensibly raised, but in fact they are their own money. Listening to Vincent Conley's confession, even Linn was a little surprised. He knew that old political families like the Johnson family must have a lot of shady things behind them. But he didn't expect that the Johnson family was involved in businesses such as smuggling, drug trafficking, and human trafficking. Do you have solid evidence for these? Yes. Facing Linn's question, Vincent Conley nodded. I have records of every business I have participated in, and most of the missing cases in the Bronx in the past 7 years were kidnapped by the Johnson family through my hands. Hearing Vincent say this, Linn nodded. Standing up and preparing to leave the interrogation room, he heard Vincent Conley asking, "You promise that as long as I confess him, you will not pursue my wife and daughter?" Watching Linn leave, Vincent shouted, "You must keep your word." Outside the interrogation room, "Boss, are you really going to let Vincent's wife and daughter go? They have used Vincent Conley's identity to do illegal things over the years." Facing Barbara's question, Linn just glanced at her. "Hey, I knew it." Following Linn, Barbara's face was full of smiles. "City Hall. What did you say?" Linn Hall actually detained all our family lawyers. Listening to the news from the phone, Derek Johnson hung up the phone with a frown, "FUXX." After cursing, Derek looked at his assistant and said, "Did Vincent get any news?" "Sir, Vincent's phone is not accessible. I contacted the Bronx Police Department and found that he was not in the office either. And even his wife and daughter can't contact Vincent." Hearing the assistant's words, Derek suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Being able to take away the deputy chief of a New York police station without anyone noticing. I'm afraid this should be done by the FBI. Ian, help me make an appointment with Chief George Stacy, just say. Before Derek Johnson finished speaking, the door of the office was pushed open directly. "Mr. Derek Johnson, we in the New York FBI suspect you are involved in a murder 7 years ago." Looking at Linn Hall, who suddenly broke in, Derek Johnson realized that things might be in trouble. "Ian, tell my family for me that I won't go back tonight, let them." "Sorry, Mr. Derek, I'm afraid your assistant can't help you pass the message." Before Derek Johnson finished speaking, Linn smiled and said, "At the same time, I also suspect that your Johnson family is secretly smuggling vehicles, drugs, human trafficking, and other crimes. So, please cooperate with our New York FBI investigation." It said to cooperate, but as soon as Linn finished speaking, Dennis and others stepped forward and pressed Derek Johnson and his assistant on the desk. "Stop your people, Linn. I'm still the deputy mayor of New York City. I can go back with you." Hearing what Derek said, Linn smiled and said, "He is the deputy mayor after all. Give him some face." As soon as Linn finished speaking, Dennis and others immediately took out handcuffs and handcuffed him. "Take him away." Turning around and leaving the office, the FBI's actions were already known to the people in the city hall. Many people in the city hall looked over here curiously. "Wait, Mr. Linn Hall, what crime did Deputy Mayor Derek commit?" Just as Linn led people away, another deputy mayor, Chris Bell, stepped forward and asked, "There are many charges, and we need to investigate slowly. In addition, your brooch is very beautiful." Looking at the brooch on Chris Bell's chest that symbolizes the identity of Hydra, Linn said with a smile. Just walking out of the city hall, the media who heard the news came forward one after another. "Linn, can you tell me what's going on? Why did you FBI arrest the deputy mayor of New York?" "Mr. Hall, is Deputy Mayor Derek Johnson related to the case of Hank Loggins uploading the video?" "Mr. Linn." Looking at the reporters swarming in front of him, Linn said, "We FBI have obtained sufficient evidence of the crimes of New York Deputy Mayor Derek Johnson. We will announce the specific content together with the Brooklyn Lizard Man incident later." After that, Linn escorted Derek Johnson away. "Damn it, Can your FBI car park closer? Facing the reporters who kept filming him in handcuffs, Derek Johnson gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Deputy Mayor, you are not the protagonist today. Listening to Derek's complaints, Linn said softly. Before Derek could react, what did Linn mean by this sentence? The next second, an off-road vehicle rushed over from the opposite side. Seeing this, the members of the FBI action team immediately took out their weapons, but were stopped by Linn. After the off-road vehicle stopped 5 meters away from the crowd, a man got out of the car with his hands raised. Mr. Linn Hall, I'm here to surrender to you. After that, the man slowly lay on the ground and let the FBI handcuff him. Seeing this scene, the media at the scene seemed to explode, and they rushed forward to take pictures of Hank Loggins. Mr. Hank Loggins, why did you voluntarily surrender? Did someone force you to do this? Excuse me. Faced with the chattering questions of this group of reporters, Hank Loggins shouted, I chose to surrender myself because of Mr. Linn Hall. I escaped from prison just to avenge my son. I didn't expect Mr. Linn Hall to arrest the Deputy Mayor Derek Johnson under such great pressure. I am very grateful for everything he did for my innocent son, so I decided to surrender myself. Thank you for standing up for us civilians, Mr. Hall. If it weren't for the FBI's control, Hank Loggins would probably kneel on the ground directly. Seeing this, Linn stepped forward and helped him up. I am the FBI. It is my responsibility to protect the safety of this country and the people. Seeing this scene, the media at the scene raised their cameras and started taking pictures, and their eyes looking at Linn were different. Oh my God, an FBI can make a vicious criminal surrender voluntarily. What a good headline news. Seeing this scene, Derek Johnson finally understood what Linn meant when he said that he was not the protagonist today. Damn, this is a conspiracy. Linn Hall and that damn Hank Loggins are in cahoots. Did Hank Loggins really choose to surrender himself because of gratitude to Linn because he helped him catch the person who protected the murderer of his son 7 years ago? Of course, this is not the case. In fact, since Sky was taken away by Linn, no one helped him cover up the traces he left behind. Joey has locked his location through the surveillance of the whole city. The reason why he didn't arrest him was just for today's show. After all, this show is not only for the New York people, but also for Jeff Russell. Subordinates who only know how to work hard, but don't take credit can't go far in the workplace. And Hank Loggins also knew that he couldn't escape, so he might as well cooperate with Linn to finish this show. Linn can get a good reputation and improve his reputation again. And he will have a better time in prison. Since Derek Johnson was arrested, in just 3 days, the New York FBI has arrested a large number of people related to the Johnson family. Whether it is gang members, famous businessmen, government officials, or police officers. It can be said that in just 3 days, New York has been cleaned up from top to bottom. 3 days later, at the press conference at the New York Federal Building, listening to Attorney General Jeff Russell announcing the results of the investigation into the Brooklyn Lizard Man incident to the media. Jessica stood beside Linn and kept her mouth still, but her voice floated into Linn's ears. The Attorney General came to New York yesterday. What did he talk to you about? Faced with Jessica's inquiry, Linn also replied, I also thought the content of this conversation was very important, but I didn't expect that the minister just praised and encouraged me. As for the rest, nothing was said. Speaking of this, Linn glanced at James Duke in front of him and then continued, there is still not enough space, otherwise this conversation would not be so easy. Yes, Jeff Russell came to New York last night and talked with Linn. But to Linn's surprise, there was no so-called inspection or anything else. It was as if his purpose was just to praise. Another thing was to prepare Linn. After he returned from New York this time, he would hold a meeting of the Ministry of Justice. At the latest, by the end of June, Linn would be promoted to the Deputy Director of the New York FBI. I guess he will recruit you only after you become the Director of the New York FBI. Although the Attorney General is in charge of the FBI, but... Jessica didn't say anything else, but Linn understood what she meant. On stage. After Jeff Russell announced the Brooklyn Lizard Man case, Linn went on stage and announced the results of the investigation into Deputy Mayor Derek Johnson. In S.H.I.E.L.D. Looking at the TV, Linn was announcing the results of the Johnson family's criminal investigation to the media. Natasha said, "Hill, do you really believe that Linn can make Hank Loggins release 23 hostages and surrender to Linn with just one sentence?" Faced with Natasha's question, Maria Hill said, "No matter what the truth is, at least the truth that the public sees is like this, and that's enough." And listen to Linn's announcement of the evidence of Johnson's old political family: human trafficking, smuggling, drug trafficking, supporting gangs. This series of crimes is enough to nail the New York government to the pillar of shame. The people don't trust the government itself, and coupled with these things now, so at this time the people need a new hero to stand up. Hearing Hill say this, Natasha said, "So, Linn has naturally become the hero who upholds justice and protects them in the hearts of New Yorkers? Didn't Jeff Russell make a big fuss after announcing the Brooklyn Lizard Man case? Did you praise Linn? Just wait and see." After today, the media in the United States will hype Linn and the Illuminati he founded, and this is not the kind of flattery. Looking at Linn on TV with her arms folded, Natasha shrugged and said, "Politics is really dirty. It's just diverting people's attention. We at S.H.I.E.L.D. have done this many times." Listening to the conversation between the two, Nick Fury said, "Did Linn agree to go with you to investigate the Hudson Hotel incident?" "He has agreed. Although I don't know why he doesn't trust S.H.I.E.L.D., he trusts me." Faced with Nick Fury's inquiry, Natasha said, "But haven't you evaluated Linn's ability? I always feel that he is still hiding." Shaking his head, Nick Fury said, "Although I don't know how he got this ability, his strength is definitely not just what he showed." Interview site. "Mr. Linn, we have interviewed Spider-Man and Spider-Woman. According to them, they belong to an organization called the Illuminati, and Laura and Polaris are also members of the Illuminati. As far as we know, Laura and Polaris are members of your New York FBI, and you recruited them yourself. So, what is your relationship with the Illuminati?" Faced with the reporter's questions, Linn did not hide. "I founded the Illuminati. The original intention of the Illuminati was to form some people with extraordinary powers to protect the safety of the people. There are not only ordinary criminals in New York, but also many superpowered criminals hiding in the dark, and these criminals are a great threat to the people. That's why I founded the Illuminati." Hearing Linn's answer, the reporters on the scene immediately began to ask questions. "Yes, Spider-Woman and Spider-Man were recruited by me personally. Leader is the honorific title given to me by the members of the Illuminati. Of course, for those who have extraordinary strength and justice in their hearts, our Illuminati will absorb them after review." Watching the TV, Linn Hall's answer to the media. Storm Oraro turned to look at Jean Grey and said, "Have you received an invitation from the Illuminati?" "Yes, not only me, but the professor has also received an invitation from the Illuminati." Faced with Storm's inquiry, Jean Grey did not hide. Because of the Brooklyn Lizard Man incident, the Illuminati has a high reputation among the people. The professor also thinks that if our X-Men can join the Illuminati, it will be of great help to our philosophy of coexisting peacefully with ordinary people. Scott and I didn't receive it. Hearing Jean Grey's words, Storm shrugged and said, "I think I also fit Linn's description of the Illuminati members." In the hotel in Manhattan in the early morning of early June. Linn has always liked to be kind to others, so when faced with the invitations of Taylor and Melissa, two beautiful female singers, he naturally would not refuse. After all, they have already folded their 4 mouths and cried pitifully, "Hungry, hungry, food, food, how can a kind person like me be stingy with charity?" After all, they just wanted to reward themselves, the hero in the hearts of New Yorkers. Good people have good things. So, good people like themselves deserve to encounter 2 barren lands. After morning exercise, looking at the 2 girls lying on their left and right and falling asleep again, Linn turned on the system and upgraded the super self-healing to LV2. After checking that the super self-healing ability in the skill bar had become LV2 0/4000, he turned off the system and got up and walked towards the bathroom. After washing, Linn put on his clothes and walked out of the hotel. Natasha's car stopped at the door of the hotel. When she saw Linn coming out, she honked. "It seems that you had a good time last night." Looking at the energetic Linn, Natasha said with a smile, "It's okay. After all, I'm a soft-hearted person. I can't bear to see beautiful girls trapped in the whirlpool, so I help them solve some small problems. The girls are grateful and want to be rewarded. How hurtful it would be if I refused." Linn pointed to his car and said, "Get in my car." "In the car. Did Nick Fury ask you to pick me up?" Faced with Linn's inquiry, Natasha nodded and said, "Of course, after all, you're about to become the deputy director of the New York Federal Bureau of Investigation. I, a small agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., must know something. How dare I ask you to wait for me?" Speaking, Natasha took out a candy from her pocket and handed it to Linn. Seeing that Linn didn't want it, Natasha opened the candy package and ate it herself. The meeting of the Ministry of Justice was held relatively smoothly 2 days ago, so it is estimated that she will be able to move up a step before the end of June. Driving along the Riverside Road towards the town of Hudson, Natasha looked at Linn and said, "Linn, if there is really a devil in that hotel, have you thought about how to deal with it? Just like the town of Oswego?" Faced with Natasha's question, Linn shrugged and didn't say anything. When the car arrived at the Hudson Hotel, the hotel had already been cordoned off by the S.H.I.E.L.D. people. As soon as he got out of the car, Linn found that the originally clear weather was suddenly overcast. The temperature around suddenly dropped, and countless crows in the nearby woods stood on the branches and cried. Looking up at the dense crows standing on the branches and crying, Natasha looked at Linn and said, "In just a few seconds, the surrounding temperature dropped by at least 10 degrees. The last time the S.H.I.E.L.D. investigation team came here to investigate, this didn't happen." Hearing Natasha say this, Linn turned around and walked back to the car. As Natasha watched, Linn took out a single-soldier rocket launcher from the trunk of the Chevrolet. "This is the Manhattan Hotel. Why did you drive here?" Seeing Linn carrying a single-person rocket launcher and aiming at the mottled and dilapidated Hudson Hotel, Natasha immediately hit aside and said, "All fears come from insufficient firepower, so the best solution is to blast it first." As soon as the voice fell, Linn directly pressed the launch button. Under Natasha's gaze, a rocket flew rapidly towards the Hudson Hotel. But the expected explosion scene did not appear. On the contrary, the rocket smashed the hotel glass and fell directly on the floor of the hotel room. Seeing the scene, Natasha came to Linn and said, "It seems that your plan has failed. In fact, since the S.H.I.E.L.D. investigation team disappeared at the Hudson Hotel, our S.H.I.E.L.D. has sent 2 fully armed action teams into the hotel for search and rescue. The result." Speaking of this, Natasha shrugged. "Later we tried many ways, including using a high-temperature incendiary bomb to completely destroy the hotel. But the result is that this hotel is still erected in this small town and S.H.I.E.L.D. is forced to block it." "Then didn't you say it earlier?" The individual bazooka was put back in the car. Feeling the temperature around him getting cooler, Linn and Natasha walked directly to the interior of the hotel. As soon as I arrived at the entrance of the hotel, the crows standing around the branches seemed to sense something horrible and instantly flapped their wings and flew around the sky. Seeing this, Natasha took out her pistol and said, "I regret the horror movie I watched last night." Hearing Natasha say this, Linn turned on the flashlight and continued to enter the hotel. It was clearly daytime outside, but the hotel was extremely dark. There was a lot of dry blood on the mottled hotel walls, as if someone had cut his throat to the wall and sprayed blood on it. The human-shaped oil paintings in the hotel lobby seemed to be alive at this time, staring at the two of them with a smile and feeling a little creepy. "I regret taking this task now." Following Linn, Natasha looked around with a gun vigilantly. "I would rather go." As soon as he was halfway through his words, Linn's spider sensing instantly issued an early warning. Almost at the same time, Linn raised his gun and pointed it at the room behind him. Seeing this, Natasha also aimed at Linn's rear with a gun at the first time, subconsciously guaranteeing that Linn would not be attacked from behind. "Linn, what did you find?" The direction of the gun pointing toward Linn, a figure flashed away just now. Although the light in the hotel was very dark, Linn knew that he had read it correctly. This hotel is really not clean. Looking at the half-closed door in front of him, Linn walked forward and kicked the door open. In the dim room, a woman in black clothes looked out the window with her back to them. Seeing the scene, Natasha subconsciously approached Linn and said, "I have seen the information of the missed person in this hotel." A woman named Wanisa was wearing this outfit before entering the hotel. As soon as they finished speaking, the floor under their feet seemed to shrink. They were standing at the door just now, but they appeared in the room the next second. Seeing this scene, the two of them immediately retreated to the door, but no matter how they retreated, they always remained the same as if they were still standing there. Not only that, the surrounding walls began to flow out, and the whole scene was extremely strange. "We must deal with her, otherwise we won't be able to go out of this room." After saying that, Linn shot at the woman in black sitting on the bed without hesitation. Gunshots kept appearing in the room, but bullets hit the woman in black on the back and head, but there was no effect. Instead, the woman in black turned around. A strange smile appeared on her rotten cheek, and then rushed towards the two of them. At the critical moment, Linn felt a burning feeling suddenly on his left arm, and the woman in black who was about to pounce on Linn screamed and then retreated repeatedly. Seeing the scene, Natasha looked at Linn's left arm thoughtfully, especially after seeing Linn rush forward and grab the woman's neck with rotten cheeks with her left arm, and the woman screamed and turned into ashes. Natasha was even more sure what happened in the FBI's anatomy room in New York was not an accident. After the woman in black turned into ashes in horror, Natasha looked at Linn and said, "Sure enough, there are still many secrets on you. Why don't you tell me?" "I promise not to tell Nick Fury. That is, the reason you keep inviting me to handle the Hudson Hotel was Nick Fury's proposal, and he wanted to know what other abilities I had hidden." Seeing that Linn understood what she said, Natasha shrugged. Watching the woman in black turned into ashes, the walls returned to their original state, and the facilities in the room gradually became old and dilapidated, with dust and spider webs everywhere. Natasha turned around and walked along the corridor with Linn, saying, "If you are just the director of the FBI in New York, then Fury doesn't care about your strength. But who asked you to create the Illuminati Society with your own hands? Even Professor X and Phoenix Girl joined the Illuminati Society. A few days ago, he told me an idea that he had conceived for many years, to form a team of people with extraordinary abilities and to protect the world with their power." Speaking of this, Natasha looked at Linn and said, "As a result, he had not done anything yet. You founded the Illuminati first." As the two walked deeper into the hotel, Linn said, "So, you mean, Nick Fury wants to recruit me to Superboy organization now? It's the leader." "Stop and look at Linn." Natasha smiled. "Nick Fury has a very high opinion of you and thinks you have excellent leadership, decision-making, and the ability to make accurate judgments at critical moments. So he thinks you're a good fit to be a leader in this organization." Seeing Natasha stopping, Linn glanced around and said, "It seems that you are also a member of his construction organization. It's not clear yet, but if this organization is really established, then he will definitely find a way to pull you in. Of course, the first problem to be solved is that you don't trust SGLD." Seeing a thick fog suddenly rising in the hotel corridor, Natasha aimed at the front with her gun. "Can you tell me the reason after leaving the Hudson Hotel?" "It's not the time yet." After the words came, a middle-aged man in a suit and a cutout appeared in front of the two. Behind him are the people who died in the hotel over the years. These include members of the SGLD investigation team who died here before, as well as the two fully armed operation teams. Looking at the middle-aged man who appeared in the thick black fog, Natasha said to Linn, "He is Leslie Crete, the founder of the Hudson Hotel. He killed his entire family 30 years ago. After getting to the tenant, he cut his throat open again." Hearing Natasha's words, Leslie Crete smiled and said, "Welcome to the Hudson Hotel as a guest. Unexpectedly, there will be someone who remembers the name of this body in 30 years. You're the demon who escaped from Lake Fire? Low of Fire?" Hearing Linn say this, Natasha was a little curious. The place where the demons were exiled in the Bible exists in the Lake of Fire where hell is guarded by beasts? No, there is not hell. Facing Natasha's curiosity, Leslie smiled and said, "For us demons, it is our home." Speaking of this, Leslie looked at Linn and said, "There is the breath of the Lord that only exists in the legend and I have never seen before. I have heard that the Lord had a contractor on Earth, so are you his contractor? If this is the case, then I will immediately roll back to the lake of fire and never appear in the world." Facing Leslie's words, Linn raised his left arm and stepped forward and said, "If that guy was here, you would have disappeared long ago." Seeing Linn lifting his left arm and taking a step forward, Leslie Crete immediately took a step back. Just as I was about to speak, my whole body seemed to be frozen. Not only him, but the demons behind him and Natasha beside Linn were also motionless. Seeing the freezing of time and space around him, Linn knew that it must be Mephisto coming again. Sure enough, as a soft light lit up in the dim hotel corridor, Mephisto, who was leaning on a cane, appeared in front of Linn. "I'm meeting again, little guy, my strength is easy to use." Looking at Mephisto with a kind smile on his face, Linn said, "Are you imitating the appearance of an angel? However, this holy light does not feel warm or peaceful at all." "Ange? I've seen a few, but if you see them, you may be disappointed. I know you've seen Johnny, and I think he should have left a deep impression on you. Now you've experienced a little bit of my power again. How does it feel?" As he said that, a contract floated before Linn. Not only that, although the surrounding time and space were frozen, those who had died in this hotel, including the SGLD investigation team and the operation team, also appeared in front of Linn. "As long as you are willing to sign this contract, you will not only have unparalleled power, but also bring these people back from hell to the world." As soon as Mephisto finished speaking, the people who died in the hotel begged Linn. The despair of some of them reached Linn's heart. "How is it? They are all Americans. Isn't your duty to protect them? Now, you can take them back to Earth from hell." Hearing Mephisto's bewitching, Linn suddenly said, "You came to the world from hell to bewitch me? You probably won't be so free. Also, although the FBI's duty is to protect this country, who told you that I care about this country and the lives of these Americans?" After the words finished, Linn took out his pistol without hesitation and shot at those who begged and cried. Inside SGLD. The man has been transported back from the Arctic, but he is still in the ice. Looking at Nick Fury in front of him, Hill reported, "When I took him back from the Arctic, the medical team was always paying attention to his physical condition. It's unimaginable that Captain America has been frozen for 70 years and is still alive." Hearing Hill's report, Nick Fury sighed. Yes, no one expected that Steve Rogers would still be alive. "How is the special clinic preparation?" Facing Fury's inquiry, Hill immediately said, "Everything is ready, including retro radios, exterior decorations, and medical equipment from 70 years ago. And I kept watching the whole process and no force knew the news." Listening to Hill's answer, Nick Fury nodded with satisfaction. "The return of Steve Rogers is the most important thing for our SHID this year. I didn't expect that S.H.I.E.L.D. captured the superpower criminal who fled to the North Pole and accidentally discovered the plane that Steve Rogers crashed into the iceberg." Speaking of this, Nick Fury looked at Hill and suddenly said, "Have Natasha invited Linn Hall to the Hudson Hotel?" Yes, Linn Hall also fired a rocket into the hotel before entering the Hudson Hotel. "Then what do you think if Steve Rogers was thawed in New York?" Facing Fury's inquiry, Hill frowned and said, "You mean illumination?" "That's right." Nick Fury didn't hide anything about Hill. The appearance of the Illuminati collided with the Avengers I envisioned, and the addition of Professor X and Phoenix Girl increased the strength of the Illuminati one level. But this is not a bad thing. Since I learned about Linn's ability, I think he is more suitable to lead the Avengers. So since Linn is the leader of Illuminati, why don't we combine Illuminati with the Avengers? Upon hearing Nick Fury say this, Hill frowned. It's not like your style of doing things. Faced with Hill's doubts, Nick Fury smiled and said, I feel it is constrained by S.H.I.E.L.D. being supervised by the World Security Council. Do you think organizations like this with extraordinary capabilities, the World Security Council, or those politicians in the United States will let it go? So this organization must have an excellent leader who can withstand pressure. Linn Hall is the most suitable after all. His identity is more suitable. I think you're still thinking too easily. Although Linn Hall is the director of the New York FBI and is about to be promoted to deputy director, he is still under the Justice Department. That's why I'm going to put Steve Rogers in New York to thaw. Looking at Hill, Nick Fury said, Linn is the FBI guy, and we can turn Steve into the S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus, Linn Hall, a member of the FBI, leads the organization, and Steve Rogers, a member of S.H.I.E.L.D., becomes the spiritual leader of the organization. And we, S.H.I.E.L.D., are responsible for overseeing, and only in this way can we balance the U.S. government and the World Security Council. Hearing Nick Fury say this, Hill nodded. I'm going to move the Washington medical room to New York now. Watching Hill leave, Nick Fury opened the drawer and looked at the pager and said, Earth, it is always threatened. Inside the Hudson Hotel. What happened? When everything around him recovered, Natasha still held her pistol at the demons in front of her. But she found that everything around her had changed. The originally dim hotel has become a bright day again, and the guys who appeared in front of me in the last second have disappeared at this moment. The hotel is very dilapidated, and there is no such scene as I just saw. It's over. Looking at Natasha with a surprised look on her face, Linn Hall put away her gun and walked outside. Just when time froze, Linn faced Mephisto's bewitching and, without hesitation, drew his gun and shot at the guys who begged him. Mephisto didn't expect his movements to be so straightforward, but this made him more interested in him. As for whether he could only appear if he sensed that he used the mark he left on his left arm? Haha, this Lord of Hell came here to make a fortune if he had dates or no dates. Back in the car, Linn picked up his phone and called the ghostwriter. As soon as the phone was connected, Linn asked, Johnny, I just saw the old guy with a cane. He said he came back from you. Texas, inside a farm. Hearing Linn's voice on the other end of the phone, Johnny said, That's right, I followed a demon from hell to Texas 3 days ago, but before I could handle it, the old guy found me. Although I don't know what happened in hell, I can clearly feel that he seems to need a lot of souls. He has come to you too? You are not bewitched, sign that contract. Of course not. Faced with Johnny's inquiry, Linn said, I dealt with some demons who escaped from Lake Fire at the Hudson Hotel, but this old guy actually used the souls of those dead to deceive me. At that time, I heard the crying and begging of the dead, and for a moment, I actually wanted to pick up the pen from the depths of my soul. Fortunately, I was more determined, otherwise I might have been caught. After hearing Linn say this, Johnny smiled and said, The dead's low moan, a very cliché trick from hell, can easily make people involuntarily do something. Be careful, since you are targeted by that old guy, I'm afraid he will come to you. After communicating with Johnny, Linn hung up the phone. What happened just now? Why did it all end in an instant? Also, who is the old guy you are talking about with a cane? What's wrong with pen and being hit? Looking at Natasha's curiosity-seeking look, Linn shook her head and said, There are some things you still don't know. By the way, there are high-temperature incendiary bombs in the trunk of the car. You have completely burned this hotel now. Seeing that Linn was unwilling to explain, Natasha did not continue to ask. Take out the high-temperature incendiary bomb from the trunk and Natasha ignites the Hudson Hotel directly. Looking at the violently burning Hudson Hotel, Natasha was sure that Linn did have many unknown secrets. Looking at Linn sitting in the car and smoking, Natasha shrugged, then opened the door and sat back in the passenger seat. Everyone has secrets. If Nick Fury didn't want to know, she wouldn't ask too much. After the Hudson Hotel came to an end, not much happened around Linn. After all, Linn is now a supervisor, so unless it is a big event that makes a sensation in New York, or Linn can't sit still in the office. Otherwise, there is no case worth Linn's field work. Oh, yes, Linn's identity has changed now. The meeting specially convened by Attorney General Jeff Russell has ended, and Linn has been promoted to Deputy Director of the New York Federal Bureau of Investigation. Although the office has not changed, the supervisor's doorplate has become Deputy Director. In addition, Gwen has officially graduated from high school. With enough credits, Gwen's application for New York University in November last year has been accepted. When school starts, Gwen will be a college student. In addition, Peter Parker, Harry Osborn, and Mary Jane will also study at New York University together. Well, Peter Parker is about to become a college student, which makes him very excited. On the balcony on the 3rd floor of the Illuminati. I think I can marry Mary Jane in my sophomore or junior year, Linn. I currently have a salary of $3,000 a month in the Illuminati, and I can work part-time after college. In this way, I can have a warm home with Mary Jane earlier. Watching Peter Parker excitedly planning his and Mary Jane's future, Linn leaned on the railing and smiled. You think far ahead. But it seems that you have come out of the Lizard Man incident, which is good. Hearing Linn say this, Peter Parker scratched his head a little embarrassedly. I have to thank you for your guidance at that time. But Linn, what do you think of my plan to get married in my junior year? I haven't mentioned it to Jane, Aunt May, and Uncle Ben yet. I want to hear your opinion. Faced with Peter Parker's inquiry, Linn smiled and said, Peter, marriage has always been the most important decision in life. It's not only about love, but also about responsibility and commitment. Raising her hand and patting Peter's shoulder, Linn smiled and said, Peter, I believe you are a man with responsibility and commitment, but marriage can't be impulsive. You are still young now, and there is still a long time before you are a junior, which is enough for you to consider slowly. But no matter what, Peter, I believe you will become a good husband and a good father in the future. Linn was quite happy that Peter Parker was the first to ask her about this kind of thing. This proves that in Peter's heart, she is slowly developing towards the direction of a life mentor. Hearing Linn say this, Peter Parker gradually regained his sanity. That's right, I'm too excited. After all, I graduated from high school, and I always feel that the future is waving at me. Oh, happy birthday, Linn. As he said, Peter Parker took out the gift he had prepared long ago. Thank you. Looking at the gift Peter sent, Linn thanked him and took it. Today is Linn's birthday. The gift Peter sent was not expensive, but it was full of heart. Walking down from the 3rd floor, Linn asked Laura and Polaris to take the gifts they received today back. Then he left the base with Gwen. In the car. Linn, give me your hand. Seeing Linn preparing to start the car, Gwen asked Linn to stretch out his hand. After Linn handed him his left hand, Gwen took out the watch she had prepared in advance from her bag and put it on Linn. After putting the watch on, Gwen admired it for a few seconds and then smiled at Linn with satisfaction. I picked it out for a day and bought it. In the future, you are not allowed to take it off except for taking a bath and sleeping. Hearing Gwen's fierce tone, Linn smiled and hugged her and kissed her for a while. After separating, looking at Gwen, whose little face was flushed and a little shy, but whose eyes were frighteningly bright. Linn started the car and smiled. You have been drinking Linn and Hall milk for so long. Why do you get shy every time I kiss you? That's different. Subconsciously licking her lips, Gwen looked at Linn with some regret as he started the car. Otherwise, she would definitely rush over. Linn, I graduated from high school. Yeah, I'm going to be a college student soon. I graduated from high school. Oh? Congratulations. Looking at Linn, who knew what she meant but pretended not to understand, Gwen rushed over and hit Linn's arm with her head. Haha, driving. Humph. Gwen snorted coquettishly and said, Today is your birthday, it would be nice if you didn't stay at home. So, this is your real birthday present? Yes. Looking at Linn with her head tilted, Gwen said, I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. But it doesn't matter, one day doesn't matter anyway. I'll stay at your house tomorrow night. Looking at Gwen's expectant look, Linn rubbed her head and then drove towards Uncle George's house. At the same time, Brooklyn. Looking at everything around him that was both familiar and unfamiliar, Steve Rogers breathed quickly, but confusion flashed in his eyes. He was not sure if this was his former Brooklyn. The streets around him gave him a familiar feeling, but those strange tall buildings made him feel very unfamiliar. Well, I'm sorry for the performance just now, but I think it's best for you to accept these things slowly. Looking at the cars surrounding him, and the guy in front of him with a black eye mask was obviously their superior. Steve Rogers asked warily, "Except what? Where is this place?" "New York, Brooklyn, your former hometown, but it has been 70 years since you crashed your plane into the glacier." 70 years? Hearing Nick Fury say this, Steve subconsciously looked at the tall buildings around him. What's wrong? Looking at Steve, who was breathing a little quickly and his eyes were full of sadness, Nick Fury asked. Nothing. Shaking his head gently, Steve Rogers whispered, "It's just, I missed a date. New York Federal Building. Oh my God, this is incredible." Looking at the picture sent back by the satellite, Joey immediately opened his mouth wide. Looking at the employees coming and going outside the office, Joey immediately stood up and closed the door of the office. Looking at the picture sent back by the satellite again, Joey took out his mobile phone with a serious expression and called Linn. Ever since S.H.I.E.L.D. bought a building in Brooklyn and built it up, the boss asked him to keep an eye on it. What exactly does S.H.I.E.L.D. want to do? Oh my God, I actually saw Captain America? As a diehard fan of Captain America, Joey firmly believes that he will never make a mistake. By the balcony. Listening to Joey's excited tone, Linn said he knew and hung up the phone. He glanced at the clear picture of Steve Rogers sent back by Joey on the phone. Linn began to think. Linn was not surprised at all about Captain America's resurrection. He had known for a long time that Captain America was not really dead, but he did not expect that S.H.I.E.L.D. would thaw Captain America in Brooklyn. Thinking of what Natasha had said to him, the Avengers that Nick Fury wanted to establish had not yet been carried out, but he had created the Illuminati in advance. Linn knew what Nick Fury, the egghead, was thinking about in an instant. After thinking about it, Linn called James Duke. Well, his current character is Hydra, so such a big thing must be reported. As the call was connected, Linn immediately whispered, "Director, I received accurate information. Captain America, who should have died 70 years ago, has been resurrected. Duke's home." James Duke, who was sitting on the sofa and watching TV leisurely, jumped up from the sofa after hearing Linn's report. "What did you say? Steve Rogers is resurrected. Hasn't he been dead for 70 years? Damn it, how is this possible? What's going on?" Listening to Duke's extremely serious tone, Linn told the story again. "Director, I suspect that S.H.I.E.L.D. has found Steve Rogers a long time ago and has been conducting secret resurrection experiments on him." Hearing Linn's report, James Duke frowned. After thinking for a few seconds, Duke said, "Don't do anything here for the time being. I'll contact other people." "Understood." Hearing Duke say this, Linn nodded. After hanging up the phone, Linn laughed and turned to look inside the house. At this moment, Aunt Helen had prepared a sumptuous dinner, and Gwen was waving at him through the window. Linn smiled and walked into the room. Linn may not care about Steve Rogers, but James Duke cannot. "You know, that's Steve Rogers." He frowned and called Alexander Pierce. Hearing James Duke's concerns, Pierce laughed and said, "Don't worry, Duke, it's not 70 years ago now. An old antique abandoned by the times can't make any waves, and Nick Fury will definitely let him join S.H.I.E.L.D. By then, who can tell whether he's working for S.H.I.E.L.D. or for us? Linn's control over New York is a little beyond my expectations. I just received the news that Steve has woken up, but he already knew it in advance." Hearing Pierce say this, James Duke was a little relieved. But when Pierce mentioned Linn, James Duke was full of complacency. After all, Linn took great pains to recruit Hydra himself. Captain America's resurrection from the ice did not cause much trouble. After all, only a small group of people in a small range knew about this. Nothing big happened in the few days after the birthday, except that James Duke talked to me for a long time. Only Gwen finally got rid of her identity as a girl. In the early morning, in Linn's room. Looking at Gwen, who was still sleeping on her chest, Linn carefully put her arm into the quilt. Yesterday, Gwen ran to Linn's bed to sleep on the pretext of being familiar with the future university, and then cozied a medieval female knight late at night, wanting to squeeze Linn dry. The only miscalculation was that even if she became Spider-Woman and her physical qualities were enhanced in all aspects, she was still not Linn's opponent. Gwen Stacy's favorability is 10, and 1,000 experience points are obtained. Seeing the system prompt, Linn felt a little excited. Sure enough, just like Barbara at the beginning, Gwen's favorability also became 10 points through this incident. And 10 points of favorability are given once a day. That is to say, I can get 1,000 experience points from Gwen every day. In this way, my strength will usher in a surge. Looking at Gwen, who was in tears last night, but now she is sleeping soundly, Linn turned off the system and tapped her nose lightly. Gradually opening her hazy eyes, Gwen subconsciously raised her hand and rubbed her eyes. When she saw Linn looking at her lovingly, Gwen suddenly recalled what happened last night in her mind. He pounced on Linn and kissed her. Gwen hugged him and laughed. What are you laughing at? Looking at Gwen, who was lying in his arms and laughing foolishly, Linn also asked with a smile. Because I finally got what I wanted. You don't know how long I have been waiting for this day. You know, many girls in school are 14 years old. At this point, Gwen lifted the quilt and took a look at the bed sheet, then raised her arm and said to Linn, carry me to take a shower. Looking at Gwen, who was acting coquettishly with him, Linn stood up and then carried Gwen to the bathroom. The clear water flowed across Linn's broad back. Looking at the angular muscles in front of him, Gwen secretly swallowed, then smiled at Linn. I'll help you rub your body. As the water vapor continued to rise, the ceiling began to fall into the water. After breakfast, Linn and Gwen got together for a while and drove to the FBI in New York. Inside the office. What is Steve Rogers doing during this time? After processing some of the documents, Linn asked, looking at Barbara. He is still familiar with the world, and every day he either takes the subway to the Captain America exhibition hall or sits in the cafe in Times Square to draw. More often, he would sit by the Hudson River in a daze, but there were many people who secretly protected him. Hearing Barbara say this, Linn put down his pen and smiled. Protection? It should be the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. who are monitoring him. After all, a person who has been frozen for 70 years, even if he is the famous Captain America, that guy Nick Fury will not be relieved. Seeing Linn get up, Barbara asked curiously, Boss, are you going to see Steve Rogers? Seeing Linn nodding, Barbara immediately took out several collector's edition of Captain America cards and said, This is not mine, Boss, it's Joy who asked me. She is a Captain America fan and knows you will definitely go see him, so please let me give you the card and hope you can get Steve to sign the name on the card. Looking at the card handed over by Barbara, Linn laughed and then said, Tell Joey, I'll let her meet Captain America herself if you have a chance. After saying that, Linn left the office. Linn went to see Steve Rogers not on a whim, but James Duke asked for it. Although Alexander Pierce said S.H.I.E.L.D. would recruit the Captain America and would actually do things for Hydra. But then he is Captain America after all, how can Duke rest assured? He cannot be recruited to join the New York FBI, and he cannot be killed under the nose of S.H.I.E.L.D. So Duke thought for a long time and decided to let Linn contact Steve Rogers. Although the FBI could not compete with S.H.I.E.L.D. for Captain America, Linn's light meeting could do it. As long as Steve Rogers joins the Illuminati, under Linn's surveillance, he doesn't have to worry about what Steve Rogers will find. Manhattan, the cafe around Times Square. Sitting in a chair, Steve Rogers was drawing the building ahead with a pencil. You're here to wait for Iron Man too? As Steve ordered the coffee, the waitress asked with a smile, looking at the tall and handsome man in front of her, who was also releasing her melancholy temperament. What? Facing the woman's inquiry, Steve subconsciously raised his head. He didn't know what Iron Man was. Iron Man doesn't fly here in armor every day. If you want to see armor with your own eyes, it's better to wait until Monday, and he'll head to Stark Building every Monday. Stark Building. Hearing this familiar last name, Steve Rogers asked, "Is it Howard Stark founded?" He thought Steve was deliberately pretending to be stupid, so the waitress gave him a smile and turned around and left. Watching her leave, Steve thought he had said the wrong thing again, so he continued to depict the building in front of him in his notebook. This misunderstanding has often happened since I woke up. It's not that you said the wrong thing, but that she thinks you're deliberately picking up a conversation. When she comes over again, she might ask you to see a movie. Hearing a male voice coming from beside him, Steve subconsciously raised his head. When Steve nodded and showed off the handsome young man in front of him holding coffee and looking at him with a smile. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the young man continue, "Do you mind if I sit here?" "Of course I don't mind." Facing Linn's inquiry, Steve made a gesture of asking for advice. "Thanks." Sitting on the chair and taking a sip, Linn smiled and said, "Actually, this era is pretty good, although it may be a little unfamiliar to you. But compared to 70 years ago, this era has changed a lot, whether it is food, technology, medical care, or entertainment." Hearing Linn say this, Steve's eyes changed in an instant, and he looked at Linn with vigilance. "Who are you?" Looking at Steve's vigilance, Linn smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. Introduce yourself, Linn Hall, Deputy Director of the FBI in New York. I've been following you for many days, but I've found you since you rushed out of the SGD treatment room in Brooklyn." Speaking of this, Linn reached out with a smile. "Welcome back, Mr. Steve Rogers." Feeling that the young man in front of him had no malice, Steve also reached out to hold Linn's hand. Of course, he knew the FBI organization. The FBI was first established in 1908. It was a detective institution established by the then-president entrusted the Attorney General. It was named the Bureau of Investigation in May 1909 and was not officially changed to the FBI in 1935. Steve Rogers only flew the plane into the glacier in 1945, so he knew about the FBI. Not far away. "Sir, Linn Hall, the FBI, is talking to Captain America. Do you need to stop it?" Listening to the agent's report, Maria Hill said, "No need to stop it." "Receive." Hearing Hill's instructions, the SGLD agent continued to drink with his coffee. Inside SGLD. Linn Hall has officially contacted Captain America. Do you think he will directly recruit Steve Rogers? Facing Hill's inquiry, Nick Fury shook his head. It shouldn't be. Linn should just want to contact him at the moment. Linn will not send an invitation until Steve is completely accustomed to this era. After all, judging from all the cases he has handled since he joined the FBI until now, he has never done anything unprepared. Putting down the pen in his hand, Nick Fury handed the file to Hill. "Archive it. If you don't enter the SGLD computer system, whether it is the Illumination Society or the Avengers, you should protect the security of this world as your main purpose." Taking the document from Nick Fury, Hill nodded and turned away. Only after Hill left did Nick Fury look at another document. The content on the document is a department he ordered to name the Dark Matter Research Base. Manhattan. "The people at S.H.I.E.L.D. are not malicious. They are just worried about what happens to me in this strange world." Speaking of this, Steve laughed self-deprecatingly. After all, no one knows what he will do if an old guy who has been sleeping for nearly 70 years and cannot keep up with the times. Faced with Steve Rogers' self-deprecation, Linn said seriously, "The FBI's responsibility is to protect the security of this country, but you have done this in 1945. In the hearts of the people, you are always the legendary hero of this country. I think even if you are 70 years later, people will not forget you." Speaking of this, Linn smiled and said, "Haven't you been to the exhibition halls specially created by the country for you? So you should know what I'm talking about is the truth." Hearing Linn say this, Steve recalled the pictures of his teammates who had fought side by side with him and his best friend Bucky, and a hint of sadness flashed in his eyes. "No matter what, Captain Rogers, you're welcome to come back." He stood up and reached out to Steve. Linn smiled and said, "If you have any needs, or if you encounter any problems, you can come to me." Looking at the famous brand Linn handed over, Steve got up and took it and shook hands with Linn. "Thank you." "You're welcome. After all, you've given everything you have to this country." After saying that, Linn said goodbye. Watching Linn leave, Steve Rogers looked at the business card in his hand and then clamped it to the notebook. "Well, do you know Mr. Linn Hall?" The waitress, who had changed her clothes and was about to get off work, asked Steve curiously after seeing Linn leave. "Is he very famous?" "Of course, that's Linn Hall, the hero of this country." Seeing Steve's puzzled look, the waitress immediately introduced him. Both James Duke and Nick Fury want Steve to join the Illuminati. But Linn did not choose to recruit directly. After all, the first-time meeting, especially before Steve Rogers became familiar with the world. It would be too rash if I directly asked him to join the Illuminati Association. In fact, Linn is also preparing to let Steve join the Illuminati. After all, after he joined the Illuminati Association, he could naturally sell Hydra in the future. In mid-July, Linn's office. Since becoming deputy director, Linn has more jobs. Although Linn usually doesn't have to go out for the field, there are many more documents on the table that require him to approve. The operation team's fund declaration, the archiving and handling of cases, documents issued by the Ministry of Justice, and even the training department's affairs need to be managed by Linn. James Duke, the old guy, is getting more and more idle. "Boss, have a cup of coffee." Putting the brewed coffee on Linn's desk, Barbara smiled and said, "You have been dealing with the training department for a whole morning, and it's time to take a break." Hearing Barbara's words, Linn put down his pen and leaned on the table and said, "The head of the training department is just a group of idiots. It's okay if the training newcomers are not very capable in all aspects, but they even let them do it before they can investigate clearly. Go to contact those drug lords." 23 newcomers, 13 died before they could officially join the company. Seeing Linn leaning on the chair, Barbara walked up and gently pinched Linn's head. "The loss is so heavy." "Boss, what are you going to deal with that guy?" "The Ministry of Justice has come forward to protect him, but he probably won't be able to work in any official organization in his life." Holding Barbara's hand, Linn gently pinched her buttocks, then pressed her down below the desk. Kneeling in front of Linn, Barbara skillfully opened the zipper and greeted little Linn. I have to say that since following Linn, Barbara's mouth and tongue have become more and more clever. Call. The fatigue of the morning gradually disappeared, and Linn turned on the system and checked it. Name, Linn Hall. Intellect, 3. Strength, 6. Speed, 3. Endurance, 4. Energy emission, 0. Combat skills, 6. Skills, Israeli Mega Skill LV10, Max, Hot Weapon Proficient LV9, 2625/11,000, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu LV7, 780/2100, Muay Thai LV7, 140/2100, Cold Weapon Proficient LV6, 821/2600, Superpower LV5, 9/12,000, Teleport LV4, 19/10,000, Spider Sensing LV3, 15/6000, Super Self-Healing LV3, 2/6000, Tough Body LV1, March 2000. Experience, 436. Since Gwen gave him 1,000 experiences every day, in 1 month, 30,000 experiences have improved all his extraordinary abilities, and his strength has naturally increased several times. After the superpower was increased to LV5, the power attribute also became 6, and the strengthening of the body by the tenacity body also made his speed become 3. Oh, the extraordinary ability of Tough Body is a new gift skill obtained from Gwen this morning, which can improve your physical fitness in all aspects. After Barbara finished cleaning up, she asked with a smile, "How's your dad doing recently?" "I was specially hired by Professor X to be a doctor at Mutants College." Hearing Linn's inquiry, Barbara smiled and said, "I didn't expect that I had been a doctor for the Mutant Brotherhood for half my life in the black market, but now I have transformed into a doctor from the Mutant Academy. But that's good, so it won't be a problem for my dad to always have nothing to do." As the two were talking, Linn's cell phone suddenly rang. I picked up the phone and looked at it and found that it was Gwen who called. As soon as Linn answered the phone, he heard Gwen crying, "Linn, something happened. My father was shot and sent to the hospital and is still undergoing surgery." Hearing Gwen's words, Linn stood up from the chair in an instant. After asking about the hospital address, Linn immediately rushed towards the hospital. The car was racing along the way, and it took Linn to arrive at the hospital in less than 12 minutes, which took Linn to the hospital in less than 30 minutes. I came all the way to the operating room on the 3rd floor, and the operating room is still in progress. Several police officers were guarding there, while Gwen sat with Aunt Helen with red eyes. After seeing Linn arrive, Gwen immediately rushed into Linn's arms. Gently comforting Gwen, who was crying because of concern, Linn looked at one of the sheriffs and said, "Chris, what happened? How could Uncle George be shot?" Although Linn's expression was calm, his eyes were extremely cold. He released his aura, and even the old sheriff Chris subconsciously took a step back. "Don't worry, Linn, George will be fine." Upon approaching and patting Linn's arm gently, Aunt Helen comforted. The calmer Linn is, the more it means how angry he is at this moment. As Helen, who raised him at the age of 6, naturally knew how terrifying Linn was in this state. It's like what happened when Linn rushed to school when he was a child when Gwen was bullied by a senior in his senior year. George was hit by a bullet on his left shoulder, and there was no danger of his life. Helen pulled Linn and sat down and said softly. Linn was relieved after hearing that Uncle George was not in danger of his life. The family has always been Linn's rebellious scales. No matter who hurts his family, what awaits them will be the cruelest revenge from Linn. "Sir Chris, what the hell happened?" Faced with Linn's questioning again, Sheriff Chris said, "We received a call this morning and a crashed helicopter was found by the Hudson River. We arrived at the scene and found out that someone killed the helicopter pilot and passengers. Because the passenger status in the helicopter is very important and is the leader of the money laundering organization we have been following, the director personally led people to arrest the suspect. As a result, we found the suspect and the director was shot on the left shoulder." Hearing the words of Sheriff Chris, Linn frowned and said, "Where is the suspect?" "Although we shot the suspect's accomplice, he ran away under the cover of his accomplice. We suspect that this person's identity is not ordinary, because the suspect's identity cannot be found in the police system." Faced with Sheriff Chris' explanation, Linn comforted Gwen while preparing to take out his cell phone to dial Alice. Before the phone could be called, the door of the operating room was pushed open. Seeing the doctor coming out, Linn immediately stood up and walked forward. "Doctor, how is Uncle George's situation?" Faced with Linn's inquiry, the doctor said, "Don't worry, Mr. Hall. The bullet on Director George's left shoulder has been taken out and is not in danger of life. It only takes a few months to stay. He is still in the effect of anesthesia and will wake up in about an hour." After hearing the doctor's words, Linn's heart fell to the ground. After assisting the doctor to send Uncle George to a separate ward, Linn stood by the bed and said to Sheriff Chris, "You guys go back first. Just stay at Helen and I here. After going back, I'll send me the portrait of the suspect." Sheriff Chris nodded when he heard Linn say this. After taking a look at the comatose George Stacy, he led his men away. After the police left, Linn took out his phone and called, "Alice, bring some brothers to the hospital." After hanging up the phone, Linn looked at the worried Gwen and comforted her softly. When Alice led people over from the FBI, George Stacy had not yet woken up. "This is a photo of the criminal, Alice. I don't care what method you use, you have to find him for me even if you have to dig deep." Looking at the photo sent by Linn, Alice nodded immediately. "Yes, boss." Leave a few more people outside the ward to prevent the criminal's accomplices from retaliating. Linn looked at Helen. "Aunt Helen, the members of the FBI action team will follow you in the next few days. Linn, do you mean that the criminal who hit my father will retaliate? Faced with Gwen's inquiry, Linn shook her head. I'm not sure, but according to Sheriff Chris, the identity of the criminal should be unusual. There is no information about him in the police system, and he is also connected with the largest local money laundering organization, so there should be a more powerful criminal organization behind the criminal. Gwen, before I thoroughly investigate this matter and get rid of this group of people, the best way is to let the people in the action team protect you. After understanding Linn's words, Gwen nodded. Don't worry, I will stay with my mother during this period. As he was talking, Uncle George on the bed gradually woke up. Seeing Uncle George open his eyes, Linn and others immediately came forward with concern. After regaining consciousness, looking at his family members with worried eyes, George Stacy smiled and said, Don't worry, I was just bitten by a bullet by accident. Looking at Uncle George struggling to sit up, Linn took out a pillow and put it on the head of the bed, then helped him sit up. After receiving Linn's eyes, Alice turned and left. She could hear the raging anger from the boss's calm tone. As Linn's order was issued, the entire New York FBI immediately moved. Satellites began to search for the suspect's traces, and surveillance in every corner of the city was also called out. All agents and field staff in the New York FBI, who had no tasks in hand, began to check pharmacies and clinics. Even many FBI informants began to move. As the New York FBI began to conduct large-scale investigations, all forces were alarmed. Many people were trying to figure out what happened, and even the gang members shrank back at the same time, fearing that they would be targeted by the FBI. After all, it had not been long since the last time the FBI in New York arrested them. Have you found out what happened? In Hell's Kitchen, Kingpin asked while sitting on a chair. Huh? Faced with Kingpin's question, Bullseye, who was twirling the dagger, raised his head with a confused look. The secretary next to him immediately replied, Boss, I heard that George Stacy was shot, so Mr. Linn Hall ordered a citywide search for the criminal. Seeing that Kingpin was not asking him, Bullseye lowered his head and played with the dagger again. After hearing the secretary's report, Jean Bing thought for a few seconds and said, Notify the underground people in New York to dig out the person Mr. Hall is looking for. What can we do for him? Bullseye looked up again and looked at Jean Bing in confusion. Boss, what can we do for Linn Hall? He is an official organization, and we are a gang organization. Once our people are mobilized, he might mistakenly think that we will make a big move, and then turn the gun to shoot us, which is a big disadvantage. Listening to Bullseye's words without thinking, Jean Bing looked at the secretary and said, Go and do it. Okay, boss. Seeing that Jean didn't listen to his advice, Bullseye lowered his head and curled his lips. The boss always said that he was not smart. In his opinion, the boss would suffer a big loss from Linn Hall sooner or later. After all, Linn is a very powerful guy. As the underground forces in New York also moved out, all the pharmacies and clinics on the black market in New York were swept. Even the police who cooperated with the FBI were shocked by the actions of gang members in the city. They didn't expect that a simple order from Linn could make those arrogant gang members cooperate. In just half an hour, there was a clue. After receiving the message from Alice, Linn asked Uncle George to rest assured and then drove back to the New York FBI. Inside the New York Shield. This is Linn Hall's ability. His words can not only make all official organizations take action, but even the underground forces in New York will take the initiative to help. Hearing Nick Fury's words, Steve, who was reading the Illuminati materials, raised his head. You mean, Linn Hall has a relationship with those gangs? Steve still has a good impression of Linn Hall. Whether it was the first impression Linn left on him when they first met, or the waitress's praise of Linn as an idol, or the various deeds of Linn that he investigated after returning. He thought Linn was the kind of upright, kind, and responsible person. So he didn't believe Nick Fury's words. Unless Nick Fury knows something he doesn't know. It's not that Linn Hall has ties to the gang in New York, but it has to be admitted that Linn Hall is too young at the moment. Looking at Steve, Nick Fury said, Although I believe in Linn as well, I am always susceptible to deception when young. Especially, He is the deputy director of the New York FBI and also founded the Illuminati. Such people, no matter what forces are, will compete to win over them, so he needs a guide who can help him at a critical moment. Hearing Nick Fury say this, Steve doesn't say anything. If you just celebrated your 25th birthday, you don't rely on your background to take the position of deputy director of the FBI in New York. Will such a person be easily deceived? Nick Fury's subtext: Steve knew very well that he wanted to join the Illuminati. If I could become Linn Hall's leader, I might be able to control Light and then let Light follow the orders of S.H.I.E.L.D. But Steve didn't want to do this. He had learned about the Light Society and naturally knew that everything the Light Society did was protecting the people of New York. Such an organization is good and does not need to obey any organization's orders, otherwise the Light will sooner or later become a weapon for some people to fight for power. Don't worry, I'm not that dirty, but the Illumination really needs our supervision. Hearing Nick Fury say this, Steve stood up and said, although I haven't integrated into this world yet, I don't know what this world is. But I'm very glad that after I woke up, I knew there were people like Linn Hall in this country. This proves that I was right when I was flying a plane and crashing into a glacier. After expressing his point of view, Steve Rogers turned and left. Inside the FBI in New York. Boss, the criminal will definitely go to the clinic or pharmacy to buy medicine for gunshot wounds after being shot. So we interrogated small clinics and pharmacies across the city and found that the prisoner had surgery in a black market clinic. According to the doctors in the black market clinic, he stole the phone number from the clinic doctors after the operation. As he said, Joey pointed to the message on the big screen and said, "We did a technical tracking of the doctor's phone and then dialed a landline number after he found out he had snatched his phone. Alice has taken people to the landline number address, and she should gain something." Hearing Joey say this, Linn said, "Have you found the identity information of the criminal?" "Not." Faced with Lynn's inquiry, Joey shook his head and said, "I used the photos to compare them in a global database, but unfortunately I didn't find his information." As the two were talking, they saw Alice escorting a black man who was shot in with both legs and walked in. "Boss, after we arrived at the address provided by Joey, we found that this guy was about to escape from the back door. After seeing us, we wanted to shoot and fight back, but we hit the edge. If it weren't for the purpose of keeping a living, we would have shot him dead on the spot." Looking at the nigger who was trembling all over because of the pain, Linn directly asked Alice to take him to the interrogation room. Inside the interrogation room. "Fucks, you should take me to the hospital now, not interrogate me." Pressed onto the interrogation chair, the black man yelled at Linn, "Even if I am a criminal, I still have human rights, and you don't have any evidence of my crime." Hearing the black man's roar, Linn pressed his head and slammed heavily on the interrogation table. Listening to the guy's scream, Linn puts the photo of the criminal who injured Uncle George in front of him. "Where is this guy?" The moment I saw the photo, the black man's pupils shrank significantly. "I don't know him. You guys are looking for the wrong person, FUXX. I'm an American citizen. I want to receive treatment. You can't treat me like this." Hard-mouthed. Listening to the nigger's roar, Lynn's expression became cold. "Boss, give him to me." Looking at the black man's stubborn look, Alice walked forward and said, "No, I'll have fun with the nigger here." As he said that, Linn took out a dagger from his waist. "Damn it, what do you want to do?" The moment he saw the dagger, the black man supported his body and kept trying to retreat. But the fixed chair in the interrogation room made him unavoidable, and Linn even pressed his hand directly on the table. Seeing this scene, Alice turned around and took the people out of the interrogation room. Alice and the others completely didn't hear the boss's words, "niggu," just now. The FBI is not without black people, but there is no black person who can become the leader's true confidant. Standing at the door of the interrogation room, I heard the screams of pain coming from the interrogation room. One of the men looked at Alice and said, "Alice, what are we going to do?" It just so happened that I could learn how to interrogate my boss. Maybe it will be available in the future. Hearing this subordinate's words, Alice raised her eyebrows and said, "What, do you want to make progress?" "Who doesn't want to make progress? I'm S14 now, and the boss is now also the deputy director. The supervisor is empty." If you hadn't just become an assistant supervisor, maybe one of you would have been able to take it now. But I guess it's too soon. You can't airborne a supervisor from the headquarters, then. Before he could finish his words, the violent screams in the interrogation room rang again. Hearing the screams, Alice walked outside. Where are you going? Medical room. Go get the adrenaline. Obviously, the head is extremely angry at this moment. After saying this, Alice quickly left. Soon, when Alice returned to the interrogation room, she saw Linn open the door to the interrogation room. Seeing this, Alice immediately handed over the adrenaline, and then the door of the interrogation room was closed again. Seeing the scene, the subordinate gave Alice a thumbs up. How do you know the boss wants adrenaline? How long have I been with the boss? You guys learn more. A few minutes later, when the door of the interrogation room opened, Linn shook the blood stains on his hand, and then said to Alice, "Treat it, then prepare. Go to Ohio in 10 minutes. Yes. Watching the head walk towards the bathroom, Alice immediately took people to prepare. The S-14 agent who was talking subconsciously looked into the interrogation room, and then the corners of his mouth kept twitching. I saw that the nigger in the interrogation room had turned into a cold white bone at this time, and the entire bone palm was connected. Not even a little shredded pork. Inside James Duke's office. This time the incident was quite big, and even the city hall was asking me what happened. Duke said with a smile as he watched Linn walk in. Sorry, Director. Hearing Linn say this, Duke smiled and waved his hand. There is nothing to apologize for. Our FBI family was shot. If the murderer is not found, it will be the most embarrassing. What's more, the person who was injured was the director of the New York Police Department. Have you investigated the matter clearly? It's been found out. Looking at Duke, Linn explained, the criminal who injured Uncle George came from the UK with the goal of trading with the largest local money laundering organization in New York.